In the shattered stone desert of Black Sand Town in the immortal world, a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves are chasing 3 young people. They're running for their lives and desperately calling for help, truly down on their luck. They had only planned to hunt level 1 sand scorpions, but instead ran into these formidable monsters. The group of 3 consisted of a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all level 3. Facing those desert wolves was a bit of a stretch. The level 3 warrior, who was the leader, couldn't come up with a solution other than telling his 2 teammates to keep running. Just ahead, desert locust trees offered a glimmer of hope, for the sand devils couldn't climb. But inside, she was filled with dread. More than anyone, she knew how vicious desert goblins were and how difficult it was to escape their sights once targeted. Especially since they were already injured from the previous battle, and their last 2 pieces of black iron equipment had just been destroyed. To make matters worse, the female mage tripped just as they reached the acacia grove, and the desert wolves were closing in fast, ready to pounce. He seemed to have fallen into despair, unable to outrun or fight back. But just then, a light flashed, and no one could see anything. When she regained her senses, one desert wolf had already been defeated, taken down in a single blow. A sharp blade pierced the monster's throat, and a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak appeared. The mage, believing he was her savior, breathed a sigh of relief. But the system showed he was only level 1, and despair washed over her once more. A newbie like him might get lucky with one desert wolf, but how could he handle the whole pack? The young man then lowered his hood, revealing a handsome face and eyes full of cold, murderous intent, muttering, "The strength of a level 3 monster is only this much." The desert wolves paused, sensing the threat, but quickly resumed their savage charge. Without hesitation, the young man drew his sword and rushed forward, the 2 sides colliding like arrows in flight. And in the blink of an eye, the young man wiped them all out, leaving the level 3 party in utter shock, as they had nearly perished at the hands of the desert wolves. Yet this level 1 youth defeated them, taking down 4 at once with ease. This skill is far from that of a novice. "Oh no, everyone, look!" the female mage suddenly shrieked. Following her pointed finger, they realized with a chill that dozens of desert demon wolves had gathered. It was terrible luck for so many wolves to suddenly appear. Perhaps the nearby demons had sensed the scent of their pack's blood and ferociously converged. The 3 of them immediately turned tail and ran, the female team leader warning the young man before she left. "Run. That's a pack of desert demons big enough to wipe out a whole newbie village. This is no joke. They'll tear you to shreds." But the young man simply turned his head, a smirk of arrogance and confidence on his face. Then he reached out his hand, a few cards appearing, along with a system notification. "Player Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to summon skeletal warriors?" Without a word, Lin Yuan confirmed his request, and the cards in his hand shot forward. Upon landing, they created a massive formation, emitting an eerie blue light, and the ground began to crack. From below, white skeletons began to writhe and emerge. 3rd-level bone warriors with 100 health, 35 attack power, 5 defense, and an active skill called Decapitate. Lin Yuan's newly summoned skeleton army was even more ferocious than the desert wolves, and he was confident in that fact. Now, let's see who's going to be torn to shreds. And with that, the 2 sides clashed like monsters starved for blood. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan's skeleton army completely annihilated the 16 desert wolf pack, earning him 160 experience points, 16 wolf fangs, and 16 sets of fur. The others, who were hiding nearby, were stunned by the sight. They never dreamed that Lin Yuan could accomplish such an impossible feat alone. Meanwhile, he was only a level 1 player. With the danger gone, the female mage in the group approached him. "Excuse me, you're a mage, right? Was that summoning magic you just used?" "I'm a mage too, but I've never seen a skill like yours." "Who said I was a mage?" Lin Yuan responded with an indifferent expression. The other person wanted to know his true profession, but Lin Yuan only offered a mysterious smile, unwilling to explain. His true class is Necromancer, a forbidden class with an SSS rank talent called Dark Summoning. And Lin Yuan's identity is also very special. He was originally a space traveler from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious giant celestial body called the Devil Star suddenly appearing near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly released a virtual reality game called Immortal World, surpassing the technological capabilities of the era and shocking the world. To participate, users had to wear a virtual reality headset provided by the publisher. Then, they would enter another world with near-absolute realism, where people were divided into different classes. And by constantly leveling up, they would possess the power to face the monsters in the game. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, it was just A game. But one day, some people in the real world gained abilities like those in the game, and they began to be called the Chosen Ones. From then on, a group calling themselves followers of the Outer Gods emerged from the game, carrying out countless brutal massacres against humanity, including Lin Yuan's parents, in the early days of the disaster. To combat this crisis, humanity united all the world's gifted, rising up in a counterattack, but they were repeatedly defeated by the Starry Sky heretics, forced into a gradual retreat. Lin Yuan also perished in that final decisive battle, but unexpectedly he has been reborn just 1 hour prior, back to the moment he first entered the world of immortality. Moreover, the system has granted him a unique, forbidden class with SSS rank talent, making Lin Yuan believe his rebirth carries a mission to protect both his family and the Earth. This motivates him to quickly level up and increase his strength. Back in the present, standing before the corpses of the wolves, Lin Yuan doesn't intend to waste such a valuable resource, and he uses dark summoning on the corpses of these desert wolves. Instantly, the wolves were resurrected, standing even more ferocious than before. The greatest aspect of this forbidden class is that it grants Lamu Yen the constitution of a warrior, while also allowing him to use dark summoning to turn monster corpses into undead fighters. Moreover, these undead monsters not only inherit their levels and skills from when they were alive, but they also gain a new skill called Undead Physique, which grants immunity to certain negative effects in combat. Lin Yuan also possesses a unique talent called the Gates of the Underworld, allowing him to store monsters resurrected through dark summoning in the underworld space, with the storage capacity increasing with his level. Meaning that, as Lin Yuan levels up, he'll command an unrivaled undead legion. Watching him resurrect and store the desert wolf pack, the three girls grimaced, their captain asking, "Is that reanimating the dead as undead? Just who are you?" Time is running out. Lin Yuan gave an unrelated answer because he knew the death giant wolf boss was about to appear in the Shattered Stone Desert, and instead of being nervous, Lin Yuan was full of anticipation. It's time for him to fight the boss. Suddenly, the clear desert sky is filled with lightning. Then, the sky cracked open, the fissure growing larger, signaling the arrival of the death wolf. Some recalled the game's official website stating the boss's attack range was 50 meters, so players began to flee in panic. But not everyone was so lucky. The death wolf lived up to its terrifying name, large, powerful, and ferocious, instantly sending many players to their doom. Despite its ferocity, no one dared to fight back, because this Lord-class boss was level 6, with extremely high HP, attack, and defense, impossible for a single player to defeat. Without a coordinated attack and a clear strategy, they're doomed. In Immortal World, every sensation is real, so facing the Death Colossus is suffocating. They even believed such a terrifying monster was unbeatable. But Lin Yuan didn't share that view, because while all the other players were busy finding a place to hide, he appeared alone. The other players watched Lin Yuan's solitary movements, not understanding what he was trying to do. Even with that determined look, Lin Yuan was still just a newbie, and they didn't believe he could hurt the monster. In this world, monsters are ranked from common to elite: leader, lord, king, master, and god. Lord-level monsters may be low on the world boss scale, but they're still a deadly threat to new players. But now, Lin Yuan has stopped right in front of the death wolf. The other players who saw this scene panicked, and some couldn't help but scream, "Hey, are you crazy? Get back here. You're just a newbie, you'll get yourself killed." Lin Yuan heard them, but didn't care, because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss was nothing now, and he was sure he could take it down. The death wolf was enraged to see him standing alone, blocking its path, its maw still dripping with the blood of other players. The boss has activated its howling wolf skill, its roar shaking the earth as if it were about to split open. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan struggled to maintain his footing. But the death wolf wasn't finished, lunging forward to finish him off with its active skill, Death Claw. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, thinking Lin Yuan would surely die a gruesome death, but he remained unusually calm. Lin Yuan remembered that in his past life, this level 6 Death Dire wolf, with the boss's buffs, had an actual life value of 3,400 points and an attack power of 510 points. For the adventurers in the Shattered Stone Desert back then, the highest level was only level 3, so they could only rely on group battles to have a chance against it. And in his past life, Lin Yuan almost lost his life in one of these group battles. But this time, after countless bloody battles, he's no longer the same Lin Yuan. As the monster's sharp claws came down, Lin Yuan swiftly dodged aside. Many players were in awe at this sight, for Lin Yuan's speed was simply too great, and the Death Wolf grew even angrier at missing its mark. It officially entered a state of rage, becoming far more ferocious, but Lin Yuan didn't seem threatened at all. He braced himself against the ground, activating his Netherworld Gate summoning formation, and unleashing his powerful Undead Legion. This sight left the crowd even more astonished. It was the first time they'd seen anything so bizarre. As the undead monsters poured out, they wondered how Lin Yuan could turn so many level 3 desert werewolves into undead on his own. On his way here, Lin Yuan had been constantly farming mobs and successfully reached level 3, and the storage limit of the Gate of the Underworld had also reached 30. Although this delayed his arrival at the Deathwolf's location compared to other players, it didn't matter. According to the aggro mechanic in the world of Undying, if the summoner is stronger than the summoned creature, the monster's initial target will be the summoner. Unless it's actively attacked by the summoned monster, it won't change its target. And now, Lin Yuan's zombie dire wolves are surrounding the death dire wolf, relentlessly attacking it. This keeps the Lord-class boss busy retaliating, which is exactly the opportunity Lin Yuan was waiting for to strike. He exploited the hatred mechanism, drawing the boss's attention to spare his undead army from excessive casualties. Lin Yuan's sharp sword cut across the monster, causing it to howl in pain, and the death wolf's attention turned back to him. It began to ignore the undead and chase after him, but at that moment, Lin Yuan commanded his undead legion to attack it again, triggering the hatred mechanism once more. As time wore on, even ants could kill an elephant. Though each zombie wolf only inflicted 15 damage per bite, the death wolf wouldn't last long with 3,400 health. From the start, Lin Yuan controlled the battle, and it was clear that the Death Colossus's life was dwindling, while he looked relaxed. They praised Lin Yuan's strength, but some thugs stared at him, smirking, plotting something. A few minutes later, Lin Yan had whittled down the giant wolf of death's health to almost nothing. Only 500 points remained. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a near-fatal blow with his sword, sending the death wolf crashing to the ground, clinging to life with a mere 10 health points. Just then, the thugs charged from behind, waiting for the moment the boss wiped out Lin Yan's undead army to steal the kill. Some players behind him couldn't bear to watch and warned him to be careful, but unfortunately for those thugs, Lin Yuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He turned, his expression icy, and unleashed a sharp blade. The 3 thugs were instantly blown away. Underestimating him, Lin Yuan coldly uttered a few words. Though the thugs deserved their fate, the onlookers were shocked. They couldn't believe Lin Yuan could defeat 3 level 3 bandits with a single move. Meanwhile, the near-dead dire wolf zombie struggled to its feet behind Lin Yuan, but its fate was already sealed. He swung his sword again, delivering the final blow. The giant wolf of death has fallen. Lin Yuan earns 480 experience points and a soul jade. He wondered what rewards the first world boss in the entire game would drop. A moment later, a soul gem and a silver treasure chest fell from the monster's corpse. The soul gem contains the power of souls, and collecting enough allows you to exchange them for legendary equipment at the Eternal Council. However, players can't go to the Eternal Council, home of the elves, to advance until level 60. It's still too early for Lin Yuan. However, these jadeite souls are the easiest path to legendary equipment. In Immortal World, equipment tiers range from common white to black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and finally mythical. New players usually only have common white equipment and rarely get black iron gear. But 2 hours ago, using his past life's experience, Lin Yuan controlled 2 warriors to lure away the elite black sand lizard. He then luckily picked up the bronze treasure chest they guarded, inside of which was a black stone magic cloak, a bronze equipment that increased defense by 30 points, spirit by 10 points, and agility by 10 points. But now, as the first to defeat the world boss, Lin Yuan has received the title of Hunter, which grants a 10% increase to attack power, critical hit rate, and magic damage when equipped. In Immortal, different titles can grant players different attributes or statuses, and this Hunter title has some pretty good effects. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. It was finally time to open the silver treasure chest, which contained a variety of items. First, the Silver Moon Sword, a silver-grade weapon imbued with lunar energy, grants 100 attack power and 10 agility. Next is a silver-grade ring called the Pupil of Death, which grants an additional 40 points to the spirit stat when equipped and comes with the upgradable skill, Corrosion Ray. At level 1, this skill deals magic damage equal to 200% of corrosion damage to the target. Then, there are the consumables. Recovery potions that restore 20% of health and mana. A level 1 skill scroll grants 100 skill proficiency, and monster essence can be used to make potions or consumed directly for a 10-point boost to strength, constitution, agility, or spirit. Lin Yuan's expression doesn't change much, but inside he's ecstatic. This harvest is huge. The first world boss in the game really does offer generous rewards. With the experience points tallied, the system updates Lin Yuan's data, advancing him from level 3 to level 4. Each level up grants players 5 attribute points to allocate as they wish. This time, Lin Yuan put 3 into spirit and 2 into strength. After leveling up, Lin Yuan's stats are now the highest among all players in the Shattered Stone Desert, and the Nethergate's storage limit has increased to 40 slots. Although all of Lin Yuan's Ghost Wolf undead were sacrificed in this battle, he obtained the corpse of the Death Colossus Wolf, so he didn't suffer any losses. Before Lin Yuan's power, the giant wolf rose again. In addition to its previous skills, it has learned a new skill called Undead Fury, which increases attack power by 10% and critical hit rate by 20% for its allied units. The Death Colossus lives up to its reputation as a world boss, with both area of effect damage skills and extraordinary crowd control abilities. As an undead, it has the Undead Body effect plus another skill. With the undead giant wolf's help, Lin Yuan is confident he'll soon replenish the ranks within the gate of the underworld. Watching Lin Yuan turn a world boss into his undead minion, then usher it into the gate like a chicken, the onlookers nervously gulped, finding Lin Yuan even more terrifying than the world boss. And as they faced his icy gaze, they all instinctively stepped aside, trying to pretend they didn't exist. The 3 thieves were dead, and they dropped a black iron-grade sword. This weapon is quite good for low-level newbies, but since Lin Yuan already has the Silver Moon Blade, he takes the sword and heads towards the lucky players hiding behind some rocks. The tension is palpable. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming to finish them off, but were too scared to run. Lin Yuan walked straight to a player, the same one who had shouted a warning when he was attacked by the 3 bandits. He asked, "Were you the one who warned me earlier?" "Oh, that." The man trembled, unable to speak but impatient. Lin Yuan didn't wait and thrust the sword into his hands. The man froze, unsure of Lin Yuan's intentions. "Thanks. You'll probably need this gift." With that, he quickly departed, leaving the man clutching the sword, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Meanwhile, the other players quickly gathered around him, marveling. Did he really come all this way just to give him a sword? Upon closer inspection, the sword was indeed of black iron quality, worth tens of thousands of yuan. 10 minutes later, as Lin Yuan walked through the desert, he suddenly felt something was off. His VR headset was out of power. With no other choice, Lin Yuan logged out of Immortal World, returning to his reality, where the game's interface remained on his computer screen. Immortal World is a hyper-realistic panoramic game, divided into login areas by country, each with different nations for players to choose from. For example, the Elpard region where Lin Yuan is located is divided into 4 nations: the ancient Western Desert, the Southern Return Empire, the Northern Underworld Empire, and the Tidal Islands. And after being reborn, Lin Yuan made the same choice as before, to be born in the ancient Western Desert nation. Because in his past life, before his death, he discovered a secret. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the stone he saw on his chest, a golden magic gem. Is that the Westmo Ancient Kingdom's guild badge? The first follower of the Starry Sky evil god is a human player. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, fingers lightly tracing his chin, his eyes lost in silent thought. The first follower, I recall, was a key figure in summoning the evil god to Blue Star. That thought sparked a cold glint in his eyes. With 3 years until the evil god's descent, perhaps he could stop the tragedy from repeating itself by eliminating him. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Was that badge the only clue? In the dim light, he rested his chin in thought. Only the guild in the West Desert main city used yellow gemstones. The condition to reach the main city is level 10. To uncover this old rat's identity, I need to level up quickly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. That's right. He opens his system panel. A blue light flickers and a blue aura flashes, enveloping the space before Lin Yuan as he summons a skeletal card, crushing it in his palm. Some players in the world of Immortals are able to bring their in-game powers into the real world from the start. These people are called the Divinely Chosen. These chosen ones are also called the Sons of Heaven. Each possesses a powerful hidden class and extremely high luck, making them the main fighting force against the evil gods in the final stages. Lin Yuan recalled that in his past life, he only gained his character's abilities when the cataclysm struck Earth, but this time it was much earlier. He pursed his lips, his face tense as he hid his surging emotions. It seems this forbidden class Necro Hunter is no simple thing. But how does it differ from a chosen one with a hidden class? Suddenly, a knock at the door cuts through Lin Yuan's thoughts. He approached, stopping at the door. That's right, at this time, before his parents was a table of hot food. Old Lin looked puzzled as Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center of the table. Everything's ready, let's eat. She picked up her chopsticks and patted him on the shoulder happily. Old Lin, don't you realize? This is a rare treat. This is Yuan Yuan's kindness, so hurry and eat. Mr. Lin nodded in agreement. He stood there, watching the happy smiles of Lin's parents, a common human trait. Only after losing something do we truly realize its value and seek to make amends. Lin Yan recalls Duru playing games in his room. In his past life, he was ignorant, ignoring the peaceful days and the sound of arguments echoed. If this child continues to be addicted to games like this, he will be completely ruined. Couldn't you be a little quieter? Uyan will be upset later. Lin Yuan witnessed his parents' deaths, and only now, as disaster takes everything, does he painfully realize his past ignorance. He stood there, pupils shrinking, tears welling up. Back in reality, Lin Yuan sits down and picks up food for them, asking if Xiaodan isn't coming home for dinner since it's Sunday. Mother Lin happily takes a bite of meat, saying that Dan Dan has been preparing for her mock exams and taking lunch to school to study. That's right, when you have time, bring her some food. Packed lunches are never as good as a freshly cooked meal. She took a bite and immediately showered her with praise, surprised that Uyan knew how to cook. These chicken wings are delicious. Don't even think about taking them from me, Lao Lin. His face reddened. All right, it's all yours. Old Lin watched his movements with some doubt as Lin Yuan picked up food for him, smiling. I'll learn to cook other dishes later. The two of them stopped eating, stunned by what they heard, and Madame Lin was moved to tears. Mr. Lamb nodded with a gentle smile as he began an intense physical training regimen in the days that followed. To better control his game-granted powers in the real world, he needs a strong foundation, so Lin Yuan relentlessly trains to improve his physique. In the following days, he continued to run. Lin Yuan checked his watch, 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but there's still room for improvement. Sweat pours down his face as he pushes himself relentlessly. It's time to head home. Suddenly, the system screen lit up, revealing a dazzling and mysterious new space. The energy enveloped him, slowly guiding Lin Yuan through the new dimension. You have entered the shattered stone desert. In the dim light, the shadows of low-flying birds flicker across the ground. They soared overhead, their cries piercing the air as Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping upwards. A level-headed hawk swoops down from above, its speed tearing through the wind as it heads straight for him. Its beak, full of sharp teeth, opens wide, and the system announces the level of the common hawk. Level 2, 40 vitality, 20 attack, defense, and 2 skills. Peck and attack. Lin Yan calmly raised his sword, and with a swift motion it was sliced in two before it could even cry out. After killing the howling bird, he gained 15 experience points. He turned, his eyes cold and scornful. Only 15 experience points, but something flickered in the corner of his eye, a verdant light spreading across its body. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws emerged from the darkness. The desert demon wolves slowly advanced, their red eyes gleaming in the golden sand. He quietly stood behind the rock face, observing their every move. Truly, he was one of the desert demon wolves' favorite prey. He immediately attracted a large pack of wolves. From his robe, Lin Yan took out a vial of medicine and quickly uncapped it. Without hesitation, he downed the potion, and in a flash, Lin Yan surged forward with whirlwind speed, activating the monster essence's +10 attributes. Seizing the moment, the desert demon wolves lunged with terrifying intensity. Let's keep things heated. Lin Yan moved in a straight line, his sword flashing like lightning, slicing off their heads. You have successfully eliminated 4 desert demon wolves. Before he could catch his breath, 2 desert demon wolves suddenly lunged at him, but he struck first, his sword ending them swiftly. You have successfully eliminated 10 desert demon wolves. Lam Yuan's feet touched the ground, his strength focused to maintain his balance. The desert wolves roared relentlessly, changing tactics to surround him. Lin Yuan's breathing quickened, his grip tightened on his sword, and his eyes radiated a cold, commanding aura. Just in time, Lin Yuan advanced, his sword flashing, blood spraying with each strike. You have successfully eliminated 2 desert demon wolves. You have successfully eliminated 30 desert demon wolves. You have successfully eliminated 40 desert demon wolves. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. They turn and step into the open gate of the underworld. After 2 battles, the number of undead inside the gate of the underworld has been fully replenished. Suddenly, the system announces, Player, Lin Yuan, Level 5, Class, Necromancer, Forbidden, Talent, Dark Summoning, Underworld Gate, 50-50, Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, Spirit 48, Experience 38, Wa 1252. His eyes glanced downward, noting the 4 main attributes increased by drinking monster essence. Now I'm strong enough to solo elite monsters of my level. As the dust settles, Lin Yuan stares into the city. Now, it's time to find that person. In a town called Black Sand Town, people bustled back and forth. With a cold expression, Lin Yuan walked through the crowd, stopping before a small house. The door slowly opened, and light spilled into the interior. Inside, a flushed man holding a jug of wine asked, "Who's there?" It was Quincy, the mage instructor in Black Sand Town. Lin Yan stepped inside and announced, "Master Quincy, I've come to learn skills." In Immortality, skills are typically acquired through skill books dropped by monsters and treasure chests, but each class also has a corresponding novice guide responsible for teaching skills. He thought back to the past. This was his novice guide when he was a mage in his previous life. He slurred, "That's my booze money for the next half month." Lin Yan recalled his past life. He was a mage, and the necromancer was a forbidden class. "Unfortunately, I know very little about this profession, but judging from its combat style, it can be considered a magic-based class." Lin Yan thought for a moment. Before acquiring the unique skills of a necromancer, he could probably still learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small bag of money. "I want to learn soul fire magic, healing, and stealth." The pouch vanished from Lin Yuan's hand and reappeared in Quincy's. Money talks. Seeing the bag overflowing with coins, Quincy couldn't help but feel delighted as he summoned a green energy orb in his hand. "Young man, keep at it. The glory of a mage will shine brightly on your path." As Quincy used his skill, the system notifications kept ringing. "Congratulations, player, you've acquired 3 skills. Mage Profession, Soul Fire Magic, and Level 1 Black Iron Stealth. It deals 100% magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 10-second cooldown, proficiency over 100. Level 1 Black Iron Healing, applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% of their health, consumes 10 mana, Black Iron Level 1. Stealth Art allows the user to enter stealth for 5 seconds, costing 10 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown and a proficiency above 100. Looking at the system information, Lin Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Soul Fire Magic ensures ranged attack power. Healing magic can mend both himself and his allies, but these are only the most basic skills. To learn more advanced skills, I need to find more resources. Time to level up. On a mountain east of Black Chariot Town, he entered, and the system chimed, "Congratulations, you've discovered the Kobold Mine." Lin Wen recalled the relevant information. Dog-headed men were level 5 monsters living in nearby caves and underground tunnels. They have a keen sense of smell, can find enemies in the dark, love to ambush, and are very cunning. They usually live in groups of about 100. He frowned, squinting slightly. Considering both quantity and level, the dog-headed demons were the perfect monsters for his undead legion to level up on. Then, Lin Yuan retrieved a potion he'd bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system notification appeared again. Night Vision Potion activated, granting a 3-meter radius of sight in dark environments for 30 minutes. He stood by the gate as the man-sized desert wolf zombies emerged one by one, perfect for leveling up, maximizing his stealth and soulfire skills, and opening a few treasure chests. Lin Yan pointed the torch forward, ordering them to lead the way. The system displayed a notification. Ordinary torch, effective range of 5 meters. He and the desert goblin zombies slowly ventured deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, La Muyen and his undead continue through the dark tunnel when he suddenly stops, his eyes alert. A poison trap. Immediately, Lin Uyen threw the torch inside, instantly illuminating the space. The system chimed in again, identifying the kobold miners as level 5, with 120 HP, 30 attack, 6 defense, and the skills of mining and demolition. He thought to himself, "So, the kobold miners have appeared." Suddenly, the flames inside flared up, casting a crimson glow all around. The desert ghoul wolves roared, charging like a sandstorm as Lin Yuan shot forward, killing them all. The kobold miners gripped their weapons, bared their fangs, and charged with savage roars as he dove into the fray, his blade a whirlwind, each strike cleaving through the air, felling 2 more kobold miners. They roared and charged, weapons aimed at the desert wolf zombies, activating their smashing skills. On the other side, Lin Yuan decisively took action, eliminating several dog-headed miners in just a few moves, taking out 8 of them. Their individual combat strength isn't high. The key is to avoid their axes. No matter how many we defeat, they keep coming. The dog-headed miners raise their weapons and charge, snarling as they come. A smile plays on his lips as he silently mouths a word. He conceals himself, activating his stealth skill. Their axes swing through the air, burying themselves in the earth and cracking the ground. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, radiating a chilling aura. "Fools, I'm here!" Before they could turn, the blade flashed, severing their limbs and felling the kobold miners. Landing gracefully on a boulder, he cast a cold gaze down below. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan simply smirked. Stealth, a level 1 skill, has been activated. Lasting 5 seconds, costing 10 mana, and with a 3-minute cooldown, its proficiency is 5 out of 100. He thought to himself that the stealth skill's proficiency had indeed been refreshed. In that instant, Lin Yuan's crimson eyes flashed, but the stats of these ordinary dog-headed men were still too weak. Leveling up with them would be too slow. Before them, he emanated a dark aura, staring intently, as if awaiting orders. The system initiates a scan, identifying common kobold miner zombies, level 15, with 120 HP, 30 attack and defense. Unrecorded skills include mining, demolition, and undead demolition, dealing no more than 5% of the target's health on hit. Lin Yuan slowly raised the tip of his sword, pointing forward. "Replace the ghost wolf zombies. Go, quickly find the boss here." He and his summons slowly tread through the misty bones, gradually venturing deeper into the mountain, when suddenly Lin Yuan's steps falter amidst the silent mountain path. Before him lay a labyrinth of intersecting paths, a deep maze within the mountain. A crossroads? Lin Yuan's eyes twitched as he glanced to the side. Something was wriggling on the rocks, making an unpleasant rustling sound. His lips moved slightly as a vibrant blue flame ignited in his hand. "Found you." Lin Yuan unleashed a lightning-fast flame, leaving a trail of green light as he incinerated 2 mud slimes, gaining 4 experience points. Behind him, red eyes gleamed in the darkness, fixated on him. Several dark figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. The dog-headed overseers, their red eyes blazing as they cracked their whips. Dog-headed overseer, elite level 6, HP 350, attack 100, defense 10, skills, mining, whip strike. The wolf howls as it lunges, seizing the struggling bird in its jaws, a timeless display of the strong preying on the weak. A link in the food chain, the hunter can also become the prey. But behind them, a snake silently slithers, its cold eyes watching. The snake opens its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs lunging forward. Danger always lurks in the shadows. The whip cracked through the air as the dog-headed man struck, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust that completely obscured the figure within. In that instant, the wolf pounced, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. But sometimes, the predator comes disguised as prey. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly flashed, radiating a chilling aura, and in that moment, through the thick smoke, he reached out and seized the whip, holding it firmly in place. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers tightened with a chilling crack. "Got you." He yanked the chain, sending the dog-headed supervisor hurtling forward before being thrown violently to the ground. The dog-headed foreman rose, letting out a piercing shriek, eyes burning with rage, but a cold shadow flashed, and Lin Yuan's sword struck, cleaving through him. Steel glinted amidst the dust, ending the dog-headed foreman's life. It took a series of blows, its body torn apart before collapsing to the ground, its massive form crashing down, echoing heavily throughout the mountain cave. He tilted his head slightly, glancing quickly behind him as nearly 100 monsters surged from the shadows. With a deafening roar, they all looked up and hissed aggressively as the foreman cracked his whip, sending the construction site into a bloodthirsty frenzy. The bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 25% for 60 seconds. Amidst the ferocious roars, Lin Yuan stood still, his eyes calm. 40, no, more than 50, a promising number, but our side is no slouch either. He raises his hand, muttering an incantation, and from the green smoke, the undead legion slowly emerges. "Appear now." Lin Yuan smirked, coldly eyeing the monsters as the hunt officially began with his command to attack. Both sides charge, and a fierce battle erupts. Each blow and roar turns this place into a frenzied battlefield. The undead dire wolves roared their last, and the ogres howled. The dog-headed foreman suddenly felt dizzy, falling into a stunned state with low health. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed red. This was the moment. He raised his sword high, the steel glinting in the light. He commands them to be killed. System notifications chime as their bodies scatter. You have successfully killed 5 dog-headed overseers and 20 dog-headed overseers. You have successfully killed 10 dog-headed overseers. You have successfully killed 40 dog-headed overseers. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 6. They growl menacingly. Move forward, Zombie Dog Overseer. Elite level 6, HP 3 Mfing, attack 100, defense 10. The necrotic excavation skill lashes out, and the dog-headed zombies scramble to escape in disarray. From afar, Lin Yuan dashes forward like lightning. You think you can escape? He swung his sword, cutting through them. Ask my sword first. Suddenly something falls from above, striking Lin Yuan, and another blow is aimed directly at him. Lin Yuan quickly dodges backward as the boss unleashes its heavy strike. The dog-headed leader roars, his voice filled with rage. He's a level 7 leader with 1000 HP, 150 attack, 80 defense, and the skills Dig and Heavy Strike. He scoffed, I've been waiting for you. The weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, and a crimson light illuminated the area. The axe slammed into the cliff face with terrifying force, cracking the stone. The dog-headed leader was stunned, staring at the axe stuck in the rock. Taking advantage, Lin Yuan darts forward with his sword like lightning. This is it. The cold blade flashes, striking his body, but it has no effect. The force of the blow sends his sword flying. Lin Yuan leaps back, eyes scanning, ready to defend against the next attack. So, this is a leader-class defense. It can't be pierced. In a fit of rage, the dog-headed leader pulls out his charm and roars. He suddenly froze, eyes widening as he stared ahead. Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the massive axe about to fall. Just as the hammer struck, he leaped back, kicking up a cloud of dust as he dug in his heels to keep from being blown away. He lowered himself slightly, his eyes carefully assessing the situation. As expected, the boss's attack patterns were far from as simple as the elite mutant. Its overall strength is at least 2 to 3 times greater than that of an elite monster. The undead slowly advanced, forming a circle, lashing, striking, and howling as they unleashed their attacks in unison. But the boss quickly retaliated with a powerful blow, triggering double critical damage. He raised his hand, issuing a decisive command, and they immediately tore into the dog-headed leader. The undead dire wolf roars its last, unleashing a group skill, Undying Rage, increasing attack by 10%, and critical hit rate by 20%. Though thrown back, the undead relentlessly tear into the dog-headed leader. The undead's fury activates, increasing attack by 10% and critical hit rate by 20%. Its eyes turn bloodshot as lightning explodes. Lightning tears through the sky as the undead cling relentlessly to the dog-headed leader. A fireball ignites in Lin Yuan's palm, activating the Soulfire art skill. The fireball in his hand splits into dozens of smaller flames, attacking the dog-headed leader, who, if he remembers correctly, has very low magic resistance. 20, 30, 30. The dog-headed leader is hit, roaring in pain, its mouth wide open, saliva flying, and its red eyes filled with rage. The dog-headed leader lunged, swinging a powerful arm at Lin Yuan, who smirked, his eyes sharp with confidence, and activated his stealth skill. Lin Yuan shifted, suddenly appearing behind it. If you insist on coming to me, I won't hold back. Lin Xing keenly observes, spotting an opening on the dog-headed leader's neck. That's the spot. Unprotected by armor. Lin Yuan immediately took aim, his sword finding its mark, and with a sickening thud, blood gushed from the back of its neck. Lin Yuan swiftly jumps back, snaps his fingers, and a foot launches into the air. He leaps up, grabbing its thick fur. The colossal zombie crashes down, its deathly shriek tearing through the air. The undead surge forward to attack the dog-headed leader, but it swings its axe, armor already breached. Lin Yuan focuses his power, creating a series of circular blue flames. The next attack sends them hurtling toward the dog-headed leader, smoke and fire erupting, killing them. 30. 40. 40. It howls in agony, head thrown back. Suddenly, the dog-headed leader's subordinates emerge from the shadows. Lin Yuan coldly grunts, his sharp eyes watching them struggle before death as both sides clash, the sounds of battle and system notifications ringing out. You have successfully killed 15 kobold miners and 10 kobold overseers. You have successfully killed 20 dog-headed foremen and 35 dog-headed foremen. The dog-headed leader sensed the danger and tried to flee, but he instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his path as blue lightning flashed around Lin Yuan's body. He gripped his sword, ready to flee, but Lin Yuan slowly drew his blade, scoffed, and decided to spare him for now. He soared into the air, his blade whistling as it struck the dog-headed leader. With a single strike, its head was severed, and crimson blood sprayed everywhere. The dog-headed leader's massive body fell to the ground as the system announced, "You have successfully killed the dog-headed boss." Experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. "Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 7. He frowned, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Level 7 is excellent. Player Lin Yuan, level 7, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent. Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld 2070. Strength 27. Constitution 23. Speed 45. Spirit 50. Experience 168 to 27. Churn Fatimyon. He couldn't help but ponder how much closer level 10 and West Desert City were. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the two screens before him. As for the Stealth Art and Soulfire Art, their proficiency has also been raised to level 2, doubling their effectiveness. Soulfire Art, Black Iron level 2. Deals 200% magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 10-second cooldown, proficiency 2200. Level 2, Black Iron Invisibility lasts 10 seconds, consumes 10 mana, 3-minute cooldown, proficiency 10200. His eyes suddenly darted to the side, as if he'd noticed something. Lin Yuan approached, a strange yang symbol appearing on his body. The bronze yang. He paused, reached out and opened the yang. As it opened, a blinding light flashed. Immediately, countless gold coins flew out as the system chimed. Received dog leather bag, undying candle, shadow fist set, item opening, dog leather bag, received 20 gold coins. I recall that soon, major global banks will open channels for the flow of currency between the game world and reality. 20 gold coins can be exchanged for 200,000 in real currency. Not bad. The system immediately identifies each item, noting that the everlasting candle provides visibility within a 3-meter radius in dark environments. No time limit. Skull mask, bronze, weapon type, effect. Once equipped, it reduces physical damage by 5%, constitution plus 10, and strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reaches out and grabs the glowing shadow gauntlets. The system immediately provided information about it. Shadow gauntlets, silver, weapon type, effect. The gauntlets rival the dog-headed leader's physical strength, granting 30 to defense and 30 to attack. He immediately equips it, and with a stroke of luck, another silver-grade weapon emerges from Yang Qing Tong. Gauntlets that rival the strength of a dog-headed chieftain? This makes you want to try it out. Near the two dog-headed men, their corpses lay scattered on the ground. This is Crimson Blood Guild President, Huan Fai Long, a level 8 warrior. Standing on a high rock, he tosses his weapon into the air, remarking that his recent training has been effective. In just 1 minute, we've slain 30 desert wolf demons. He sneers, saying that nothing is impossible when they work together. Bloodcrow Guild Vice Captain, Huan Fai Ho, a level 5 rogue. The onlookers fawned, praising their leader's ability to slay so many demon wolves, a testament to their extraordinary strength. That's right. When we meet those small fries from the Thunderclap Guild again, we'll wipe them out completely. Yes, indeed. Huan Fei Hu coldly scoffed. If it weren't for that Lin Yuan popping up out of nowhere, we would have already gotten the first kill on the world boss. No guild would dare to act up in front of us. On the massive screen in the desert, the system's voice echoed. The world boss, Dire Wolf, has been slain by player Lin Yuan. Hearing this, they were all shocked. What? He smirked, his eyes showing disdain. Who knows what kind of luck that guy had? If I ever run into him, I'll show him what's what. How many times has Tiger told you? Don't act rashly. He frowned, sizing him up. Lin Yuan's strength is considerable. Rather than antagonize him, let's have him work for us. I remember there's a dog-headed man dungeon nearby. I'll scout the location. You guys stay put, await orders, and recover your strength. The lackey beside him nodded. Yes, sir. Instead, he glared resentfully at the departing figure. He's scolded me 3 times because of that mutt, damn it. I'm so frustrated. Unable to contain himself, Fei Hu shouts, Lin Yuan, just you wait. One day I'll rip out your teeth in front of the boss and chop off your head so he can see who the real strong man is. Hushan blushed, seemingly embarrassed. Vice President? Don't get angry over something so insignificant. What's that over there? He suspiciously looked in the direction he was pointing. Fei Hu saw a figure approaching in the distance, a blonde girl dressed like a witch. His eyes and those of his subordinates immediately turned greedy, their smiles twisted. On the other side, Lin Yuan walked invincibly, his eyes distant. Just a few steps in, the system chimes, identifying a level 7 jackal-headed zombie leader with 1000 HP, 150 attack, 80 defense, and skills including burrowing, zombie body, and heavy strike. A powerful addition to his undead forces. The number of undead beasts in the underworld has also been replenished to 70. Keep up this pace. Lin Yuan coldly glanced over as he heard someone cry out. Don't come over here. I'm covered in wounds and trembling. Don't come any closer or I won't be polite. He smirked, a sinister grin spreading as he stepped closer. How lucky to find such a pretty little thing today. Flying Tiger chimed in. Don't worry. We're just playing with you. It's better to enjoy it than to suffer. Hu Shen nodded. That's right. As long as our vice president is satisfied, there will be many benefits. Mai brandishes her weapon, shouting, "Come any closer, and I won't hold back." He doesn't hesitate, striking her like a storm with a kick that sends her reeling in pain. Let's see who's not going to be polite. Fihu grabs her hair, sneering, "Did a useless mage really think she could hurt us?" He pinned Amai to the ground, his eyes filled with lust. Don't be naive. If you don't give up, then keep trying to fight back. Fehu, mouth agape, gripped her head, forcing Amai to look at him. Come on, keep going. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Fiho tore Amai's clothes, causing her to scream and cower. Suddenly, a powerful punch slams into his face, the haunting fist clenching before unleashing a devastating blow that sends Flying Tiger hurtling backward in a cloud of dust. The henchmen who witnessed the punch were horrified, their faces pale with fear, as Vice President Fi Ho was sent crashing to the ground, leaving deep furrows in his wake. His face was smashed inward against the rock. It was Lin Yuan who delivered the blow, his eyes sharp. Not bad, more effective than he thought. One of the henchmen, disregarding his own safety, turned and fled to deliver the news. This is bad. We have to inform the guildmaster. The remaining two slowly regained their senses, pointing at Lin Yuan with tense expressions. Who are you? You're dead for offending the Blood Crow Syndicate. He removes his hood and cloak, staring coldly at them. Lin Yuan's eyes fell on the badges on their chests. The Blood Crow Guild, led by the immortal Master Chi, a rising force in Blackrock Town. He stood silently, his eyes thoughtful. Most guild members were red players who specialized in dangerous misdeeds. Red players, as they're called, are those who've committed crimes like malicious attacks, theft, or robbery, and have been flagged by the system as dangerous players with a crime score of 10 or higher. Lam Yen pursed his lips. Even though the demon god hasn't invaded yet, being defeated still results in lost equipment and levels, a significant loss for any player. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice cold. You're members of the Blood Crow Guild? In my past life, these guys caused me no shortage of trouble. The royal member behind him raised an eyebrow in doubt as Hu Shen confidently stood up and pointed at himself. That's right, the #1 guild famous throughout Blackrock Town. You've offended our vice chairman. Are you scared now? He paused, rolling up his sleeves, ready to attack. Too late. If you don't want to die a miserable death, break both your arms, kneel like a dog, and bark grandfather a few times. In a flash, he decisively lunged forward, his blade aimed at the arrogant duo, severing their arms. They fell to the ground in agony, wailing, I've collected your arms, save your dog barks for the road to the underworld. Only then did Ame stand up, her eyes blank. So strong. On the other side, Fei Hu was still on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly, and a vial of medicine fell out. You have used a life recovery potion, restoring 20% of health and mana. Gritting his teeth, Fei Ho contorted his face in pain, but after drinking, his body surged with power, and he stood up. You must die. Fei Long slowly approaches them. I want to see who has the gall to act out, who has a death wish. The lackey immediately snitched. The president is up ahead. The two men turned around, startled by the voice. He points towards Lin Yuan, shouting that it's this kid who almost killed the vice president. He loudly calls out, Who goes there? But Fei Long, eager to show off his power, suddenly stops in his tracks. Wait. He noticed the man's eyes cold and indifferent, yet possessing the rumored overbearing power, like moonlight condensed into a glittering, cold light, sharp as a sword that could cut through anything. To Fei Long, he was a monster, an oppressive force that suffocated all who stood before him. But as the leader hesitated, one of his men foolishly charged forward. Chairman, teach this kid a lesson. You blind dog, how dare you mess with us? Are you tired of living? You're dead meat, Fei Long gritted out, hesitating slightly. Damn, this aura and that sword. It must be a boss-level monster drop. This guy is almost certainly Lin Yuan. He hesitated, not daring to act rashly. These fools picked the wrong person to mess with. Success is rare, but failure is abundant. Meanwhile, his underlings continued to stir behind him. You're dead, just wait and see, he spoke slowly. You're the leader of the Blood Crow Guild. Fei Long, torn between choices, remained silent, unwilling to lose face. After a moment's thought, he makes his decision. It seems today's battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, another figure rushes towards Lin Yuan from behind. Ah Mei is terrified and rushes to protect him, warning him to watch his back as Fei Hu roars, gripping his twin swords and vowing to kill him. He charged forward, seeking vengeance, as Fei Long smugly spun his double-sided axe. Kid, Opposing our Blood Crow Syndicate is the stupidest decision you've ever made. He thought to himself. The opportunity has arrived. Immediately, Fai Long and Fai Ho rushed in from both sides, targeting the two. But just as they were about to close in, he paused. What? Where Ame was standing, a dog-headed zombie leader now stood in her place. The undead howled at the sight of their enemies, quickly raising their weapon and slammed the massive hammer into his abdomen. Unprepared, Fei Hu is sent flying back several meters, and Lin Yan seizes the opportunity to close in on Fei Long. Before he could react, he coldly declared, "You're next." Dragon was dead, lying pathetically on the ground as he emotionlessly glanced at the corpse. The number 1 guild, not even worthy of my full attention. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, warning him that his crime stat had increased by 2 points for killing a human player. Lin Yuan was stunned, but unafraid, figuring the points would disappear if he didn't accumulate more within a week. From afar, Ame cried out, "They're getting away. Should we pursue?" Lin Yuan calmly reassured her, "They're just small fry. No need to bother." With that, he turned toward Flying Tiger's corpse and the spoils of battle. Flying Dragon's double-bladed axe, the violent battle axe made of silver. Upon striking a target, it unleashes a powerful explosion, dealing area damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Attack plus 40, strength plus 30. Next up, his twin swords. Dragonfang crossbow, silver-grade weapon. Its effect is to release fire upon striking a target, causing continuous burning damage. Speed, plus 30, attack plus 40. Finally, a compact dagger. The Bramble Dust Dagger. Bronze type. Weapon. Effect. Plus 15 attack, plus 20 speed. Lin Yuan considered these items. Their stats were not bad, and even if he didn't use them, they could be sold for a good price. With everything settled, Ame cautiously approached him, expressing her gratitude. "Great hero. Thank you for saving me today." Ame spoke sincerely. "I don't even know your name." Her sudden closeness startled Lin Yuan. He turned to leave, his lips barely moving. "My name, you ask?" Lin Yan raised his brow. One day she would see his name at the top of the global power rankings. Hearing this, Amai was stunned. Top 10. She quickly regained her senses and hurried after him. Who cares about some stupid leaderboard? Oh, great one. Please lead the way. Lin Yuan's journey quickly took him to the Aihao Desert, when suddenly a monster's rigid scales appeared behind him. These are Aihao scorpions, usually level 6, with 400 HP, 110 attack, 20 defense, and paralysis-inducing lightning strikes. Now, Lin Yuan faces not 1, but 3 at once, and he quickly reacts, lowering himself into position. With a few sword strokes, Lin Yuan effortlessly sent them to the afterlife, his brow furrowed, his eyes as cold as if he wanted to kill them all. Lin Yan spins around, wiping out another wave of Aihao scorpions, and the system notifies him that he's eliminated 60 of them, leveling him up to level 8. After reading the system notification, he smirked with satisfaction, already at level 8. Although collecting paralysis grass was a bit of a hassle, it was still an unexpected gain. Cut to 2 days prior, when Lin Yuan met an old man. He gravely extended his hand, saying, "Brave one, I've finally awaited your arrival." The system immediately displays a notification, a commission from the alchemist Imo. Accept the quest? Imo's request: collect 100 paralyzing herbs from the desert and deliver them to Imo within 1 day. The quest level is Black Iron. Paralyzing herbs are lightning-attributed herbs that grow in the desert. Lin Yan read it over, lost in thought for a few minutes. Soon, a special dungeon would open in the main city area. The dungeon is full of lightning-type monsters, so you need high lightning resistance to pass it, making the potent lightning resistance potion extremely valuable, worth over 10,000 gold. In his past life, someone made a fortune from this. And completing this quest to gather paralysis, Grass will reward him with the recipe for a highly effective lightning resistance potion. He glanced back at the old man. Today was AO's first day in Black Sand Town. After this quest, he'll retire for good, meaning this is the only chance for players to get this formula. The only chance. With that in mind, Lin Yuan chose the affirmative without hesitation. Back in the present, after dealing with them, the scarab beetles proudly kicked their corpses. Scarab beetles. A level 6 lightning beast guards the paralysis grass, but it poses no threat to Lin Yuan's current strength. He easily approaches the herb, successfully steals the quest item, and conveniently trains the newly learned gathering skill. As he gathers them, the system displays Black Iron Level 2. Gathering technique: 5% increased gathering speed and chance to find rare herbs, consumes 1 spirit point, 3-second cooldown. Proficiency 120-200, all done. Lin Yuan gets up and goes inside to investigate, when suddenly the ground beneath him begins to shake. Lin Yuan was shocked and confused as a monster emerged from the ground. It attacks him with its sharp stinger, but Lin Yuan narrowly escapes. Silver lead slash. He retreated a few meters, keeping his distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in stunned alarm as the mutated monster, the star-shattering scorpion, appeared before him, triggering a series of danger warnings. Lin Yuan was shocked, never expecting a mutated monster to appear here, with a whole host of information floating above its head. Scorpion Star, level 10, health 2800, attack 400, defense 55. Skills include Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Ground Ripper Pincers, and Thunderstorm Starstone. After a moment, he regained his composure, a slight smile on his face. It would be a little difficult. With that, Lin Yuan excitedly charged forward. But today, I'll use you to truly hone the Silver Rend. He used his lightning-fast speed and successfully approached the star-shattering scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword strikes repeatedly against its shell, but to no avail. He falls silent, contemplating the impenetrable armor, sealed tight without a single gap to exploit. Suddenly, the scorpion demon's entire body emits a blue light as the system warns of paralysis lightning strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into piercing the shell with his sword and lightning strike. But before he could, the scorpion struck with its tail. The boss unleashes its piercing venom skill, but Lin Yuan's quick reflexes allow him to evade the attack. He retreated, brandishing his sword. Lin Yuan frowned, realizing its power exceeded his expectations. He had to divide its forces first. Just as the scorpion demon pounced, he unleashed his power and summoned his allies, the dog-headed warriors. As he spoke, a horde of dog-headed men charged forth, swinging their axes and dealing 200 damage to the scorpion demon. Lin Yuan watched carefully, wondering why double critical wasn't activated yet. Suddenly, the boss thrashed wildly, sending the dog-headed men flying. Before the scorpion demon could react, he summoned fireballs as the boss unleashed its earth-shattering roar. The fireballs strike, and the scorpion takes heavy damage, unable to evade, as Lin Yuan unleashes a flurry of attacks. Taste the power of my upgraded fire magic. The scorpion demon is now gradually losing health. -40, -50. He smirked, his hands still casting magic. A rope quickly appeared and wrapped around its pincers. The scorpion star assassin thrashed and roared as the dog-headed men pulled it taut. Seizing the opportunity, one of the dog-headed men charges forward with a hammer, bringing it down hard on the scorpion's head. Instantly, the stats appeared. -200. Heavy strike activated double storm. Lin Yuan was surprised, feeling a sense of awe. The double storm strike had appeared. The star scorpion, stung, roared, and broke free, realizing it had to strike him first. But before it could react, Lin Yuan was already gone, floating in the air, leaving the star scorpion stunned. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, a surge of demonic energy erupting forth, leaving no openings for defense. The system appeared, detecting the player's equipped title of Annihilator, granting a 10% increase in attack power, critical hit rate, and magic damage. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and flew forward. Then I'll crush your entire body, turning you into a pile of scrap. Prepare yourself. Unaware of its impending doom, the mutated scorpion roared, only to be smashed into the ground by Lin Yuan, its bones shattering. The scorpion star assassin was pinned to the ground, and it howled in agony. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and finished the job. You have successfully eliminated a mutated demonic beast, the star scorpion. The system displays information. 560 experience points gained. Level 10 Stinger Scorpion Corpse. 2800 HP, 400 attack, 55 defense. Skills include Paralysis Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Shattering Pincers, Lightning Crystal Burst, and Undead Lightning Strike, which paralyzes for 1 second. Piercing Venom Tail Attack deals 10 poison damage. Earth-Shattering Pincers deal 250% attack damage. Lightning Crystal Burst fires crystals in a 360-degree radius, dealing 100% attack damage. Suddenly, a swarm of eye-house scorpions rushed in from afar, startling Lin Yuan. They charged straight towards him, as Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the approaching horde. Perfect timing. He unleashes his skill and controls the Star Killer Scorpion. Let me play with you using my newly tamed pet. System, activate Lightning Storm Water Prison. A series of attacks significantly reduced the HP of the dire scorpions, 50-60 points at a time. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yan swiftly moved behind them, striking their weak points and cleaving the scorpions into pieces. Soon, the last scorpion fell to Lin Yuan, leaving a pile of corpses in its wake. The system continuously notified him of his level increasing. Congratulations, you are now level 10. At the same time, his stats appeared. Player, Lin Yuan, level 10, Class Forbidden Necromancer, Talent, Dark Summoning, Gate to the Underworld 21, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility. With 47 Spirit, 53 Experience, and 152 he felt satisfied. Leveling up twice felt great. The system then granted Lin Yuan rewards: a silver-grade lightning spear, a paralysis guard ring, and a phantom crossbow. He figured the spoils were all silver-grade weapons. Selling some would improve his parents' lives. Lin Yuan looked at the scattered scorpion corpses. The system notified him that all monsters in the area were eliminated, congratulating him on receiving a gold-grade skill book exclusive to his class. A light began to surround him. Lin Yan watched the book materialize in his hand, the golden dark lightning source, which the system had just described as a skill exclusive to the Necro Hunter. He placed his hand on the book, marveling at his good fortune, just as the system appeared as he channeled his magic. The skill book is automatically memorized. Congratulations, you've obtained a Death Hunter exclusive skill. A blinding pillar of light now surrounds him as the system displays Dark Lightning Source. Golden Dark Lightning, level 1, deals 20% damage to the target's health or restores 20% health to the undead. Costs 100 mana, 10-second cooldown, proficiency 0/100. Lin Yuan stared at the glowing flame in his hand, intrigued. 20% HP recovery for the undead, huh? A new idea sparked in his mind, and he turned around. Before Lin Yuan was the Star Sand Scorpion with 60% health, and without hesitation, he decided to experiment. The flame rushed towards the scorpion demon, instantly restoring its health, causing it to roar with excitement. The scorpion's life force recovers to 80%, and Lin Yuan nods in satisfaction. The startup is complete. Time to head to the main city, brave the sandstorm, and find my first follower. An unknown entity suddenly appears behind him, silently touching his shoulder. Surprised, Lin Yuan turned back. Wait, could it be? The scene shifts to reveal Mrs. Lin, who frantically patted his shoulder. Oh no, Yuan, your father just threw out his back. Come quick. Lin Yuan quickly rushed to help his father sit down. Take it easy, Dad. Helpless, Mrs. Lin scolded him. Why do you insist on doing things yourself at your age? You weren't careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to call someone? Now look what's happened. You've thrown out your back. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was trembling in pain, but he stubbornly tried to reassure everyone despite his pale face. We save where we can. Didn't I fix the washing machine last week with a simple tweak? Mr. Lamb continued. This little wound is nothing. A good night's sleep will fix it. I have to pick up Tiodan from school tomorrow. Without a word, he quietly retreated out the door. Lin Yuan bit her lip, saying nothing as time slowly passed until the next day. While he lay in a drunken stupor, Madame Lam was awakened, helping him up and towards the door. Is Uyen your son? Why all the commotion so early in the morning? Before them, 2 workers were mounting a TV on the wall when one suddenly approached, startling the Lins. Are you Mr. and Mrs. Lam? This is the new product that Lam Uyen ordered. We brought it over quickly to install. Please confirm and inspect the installation. She was stunned, pinching her cheek. Hello, honey, am I dreaming? What's going on? Meanwhile, he's working out hard at the gym. As Lin Yuan was running, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Excuse me. A gym employee approached, asking if he'd like to sign up for the VIP package, requiring a year's payment up front. Hearing this, he took out his bank card. Here's my bank card. Lin Yuan thought to himself that he could sell some unused equipment, and after renovating the house, he could also get a family gym membership. Thinking this, his expression darkened, as his parents and Zhao Tan should train early so they can adapt more easily when they enter the immortal state. Meanwhile, she was still dazed by Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has been working out for so long without getting red-faced or out of breath, and he's in great shape. Does she have such an admirable older brother? Jim's gym employee suddenly froze. She stares in shock at the card in her hand. A VIP card only given to those with over 5 million yuan in the bank. He ignores her gaze and answers his phone. Hello. Yes, it's prize money from a previous gaming competition. Yes, you two can rest at home today. I'll take care of Xiao Tan. Hearing this, the gym employee's eyes grew even more admiring. This customer is so young and so talented. The scene shifts back to Tuthui High School, where students are pouring out as classes end. School's out, let's go. How about we hit up the internet cafe and play a game together? Hey, don't forget about me. A figure slowly emerges from within. Lindan's eyes darted around while behind her 2 classmates gossiped. Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party and my brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, it's so nice to have a brother. I'm so jealous. I want a brother too. Hearing this, Lindan's eyes darkened. Is having a brother something to admire? Memories of Lin Yuan in his disheveled state surfaced in her mind. Thinking this, Lindan quickened her pace, annoyed. She didn't need a brother. She hadn't gone far when a guy stopped her. So, the school's flower is too proud for us, huh? 4 shady-looking guys appeared, saying they'd been trying to get her out for ages. I've come to invite you personally this time. Won't you show me some respect? Lindan frowned, questioning unhappily. What do you want? Her 2 classmates hesitantly approached. Class monitor, who are they? An Dung, emboldened, moved closer to tease Lamdan. Seeing how soft and smooth you are, let's see if I can squeeze some water out of you. She immediately slapped his hand away in anger. Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost. Pointing at them, Lindan threatens, if you keep bothering me, I'm calling the police. Seeing this, An Dung rushed forward and struck her hard in the back, cursing her ingratitude. Before she could react, Lindan was struck and fell to the ground, sending her classmates into a panic. The class monitor, not satisfied, continues to strike, spewing vulgarities. Touching you is a privilege. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Unable to fight back, she could only raise her arms to shield herself, but at that critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and firmly gripped the attacker's wrist. Lindan was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise, as Lin Yuan glared at the bully with murderous intent. He growls, Who gave you the right to bully my sister? She calls his name in disbelief. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he noticed the injury on Lindan's face. An Dung, stopped in his tracks, angrily tries to attack. Where the hell did this rabid dog come from? The others rushed in to help. We'll knock your teeth out today, I swear. You want to die? Enough talk, break his arms first. But then, without hesitation, Lin Yuan landed a punch right in the first guy's face, followed by a blow to the second and a swift kick to the third's head. And finally, Lin Yuan mercilessly stomped on the brave man's face, so angry that he repeatedly stomped until Hada. The 4 men could only lie there, crying in pain as everyone watched on, and Lin Yuan turned to signal her. Let's go. Meanwhile, Lindan and her friend were speechless with shock. The 2 of them headed outside, and on the way home, she hesitantly spoke up. Why is he here today? Lindan couldn't help but wonder. This guy is always glued to his games, so why is he picking me up from school today? Lin Yuan explained emotionlessly, Dad has a bad back and Mom is at home taking care of him. She was startled to hear this. Lindan turned in alarm. A backache? Is it serious? He calmly reassured her that it wasn't too serious, and silence fell once more. Her eyes wavered. Had it really been that long since they'd spoken like this? Meanwhile, he remained expressionless. Suddenly, 2 girls waved them down from behind, calling out, Class monitor. The 2 girls approached Lindan, whispering, Class monitor, your brother is so nice, picking you up from home, unlike mine. That lazy bum. So you have such a handsome and talented older brother. Why haven't you ever mentioned him before? She wondered in astonishment. Observing Lin Yuan closely, she thinks, this handsome guy? Meanwhile, someone passing by quietly sighed, who is he? So handsome. Yes, he looks like an alumnus returning to campus. He's way more dashing than any of the boys at school. Lindan thoughtfully observed the expressions of those around her. His popularity is off the charts. Suddenly, a girl runs up to talk to him. Hello, senior, Lin Yuan responded politely. Hello. She suddenly pouted. His height is impressive too. I never noticed before. Perhaps it's because she hadn't stood close enough before. Lindan was lost in thought. He must have been working out for a while now. You can really see the muscles. I didn't expect him to be this strong after just one fight. What a surprise. She recalled his former self. It was clearly the same person. Yet Lin Yuan used to be so scruffy and careless, always glued to his games. Thinking about it, Lindan pondered. How could someone change so drastically? Her 2 friends waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, she says with a smile. See you then. But as she turned, she froze, eyes wide, seeing Lin Yuan crouch down to give her a piggyback ride, prompting cheers from her friends. Hop on. Flustered, Lindan blushed and awkwardly tried to hide her hands, refusing, I can walk on my own. What is going on? I don't want to be carried like this in front of everyone. But before she could move, a strong force pulled her back, causing her to stumble, and before she knew it, Lin Yuan scooped her up onto his back, ignoring her struggles. Hey, you. Lin Yuan stood up, his expression calm and collected. The classmates are gone. Don't push yourself if you can't walk. His eyes lingered on her ankle, still oozing blood. She must have sprained it when she was pushed. Lin Dan grew silent and stopped struggling, simply hanging her head. When did he figure it out? Lin silently carried her inside. We're back. Mom, Dad. The two parents exchanged a look of confusion. Mr. Lin glanced at his wife, then slowly turned to observe the two. Good that you're back. He went into the kitchen and began washing the pile of dishes in the sink as Mrs. Lamb proudly watched. Dan, look at your brother. Doesn't he seem like a different person now? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's right, he can cook, do dishes, and even replace electrical appliances around the house. Lin Dan's lips twitched upon hearing this. She leaned in close and whispered, What's more, you two are getting along like when you were little. Even better than before. Lin Dan nearly choked on her water. What was that all about? She gently cools the water, her eyes lost in thought. This guy is strange. Has he really changed? Lin Yan stood in the kitchen, neatly dressed in an apron, all cleaned up. With that, he coldly took off his apron, saying he was going back to his room. Lin Wen quietly closed the door, and Lin Dan's eyes unconsciously glanced over. She suddenly felt a little sad. What was she expecting? Just as she thought, he's still a shut-in gamer shirking his responsibilities. Lost in thought, Lin Tan suddenly notices a bottle of medicine placed before her. He turned and left after handing it over, reminding her to use it after her bath, saying that this stuff is very effective. With that, Lin Yuan headed back to his room, ready to shut the door, telling her to leave him to his game and not to bother him. She didn't reply, and Lin Yuan only tightened his grip on the medicine. Lin Dan's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled. I know. No one wants to go into your room. Her eyes lingered on the medicine, a faint smile gracing her lips, while inside he sighed, overhearing Mrs. Lin speaking with Lin Dan. See, I told you, you two are getting along great. What happened at school today? Nothing at all, Mom. I'm going to take a bath first. Lin Yuan sighed, leaning back in his chair. Perhaps these family matters can finally come to an end? He rubs his head, turning to look at the helmet beside him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on his head. Time to return to the game. He entered the game, landing amidst billowing smoke. The city of forsaken wind. Lin Yuan smirked, a smile playing on his lips. Let's go catch that rat. A system notification suddenly appears before him. You have entered the distant windfall. Elsewhere, a man is brutally kicked to the ground. I swear to God, esteemed chief. This is just a misunderstanding, he croaked. Take your filthy lies and repent in prison. Lin Yan's figure gradually emerged from the dissipating smoke. The chief glanced back suspiciously, but seeing no one, he narrowed his eyes, a strange doubt flickering across his face. 6 cents, huh? He calmly hid behind the wall, biding his time. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless, but his deep eyes held a contemplative air as patrolmen on the street were highly sensitive to criminals. Calculating the time needed for his crime value to reset to 0, he'd need to evade capture for at least 3 days. He quietly turned and walked away. It's time to collect. It's been a while, hasn't it? Old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent cathedral, where Father Lauren, from the highest step, spreads his arms in blessing. In the name of God, I cleanse you of the fog of the past. From this day forward, may your soul be as pure as fresh snow, and may your path be guided by holy light. Now, I shall baptize you. But just as the ceremony is about to begin, Lin Yuan appears. I come from the house of decay. His eyes slowly scanned over, suspicion mixed with caution. Seeing Lauren remain silent, he spoke in a deep voice. I heard you were taking in a seriously ill person, so I came to treat him. At the closed wooden door in the corner, the esteemed Victor asks to trouble him regarding Darkway's condition. He agrees. Lying motionless in bed, his face gaunt, a strange green liquid oozed from his chest. This was Darkway, once a member of the Lion-Scorpion Knights and one of the strongest knights in the ancient West Deer Kingdom. Lin Yuan recalled Dak, a member of the Scorpion-Tail Lion Knights in his past life, when he had just reached level 15. He had obtained a gold-tier weapon thanks to Dak. He frowned at the pale face before him. Dark, I've come to cure the toxins within you. Beneath his pale skin, blue veins pulsed on Dark's forehead. Dak scrutinized Lin Yan, assessing his level 10 strength, then struggled to sit up, a self-deprecating smile twisting his lips. Just you, a level 10 mage? Even the patrolmen on the street are a higher level than you, he said, before erupting into a violent cough. He hunched over, coughing up thick black blood, and within it a strange object was expelled. The toxins in your body have already begun to corrode your internal organs, unless you accept my treatment. He glanced over, his voice low. Otherwise, you won't live another month. After a moment of thought, he finally looked up and rasped, "To detoxify my body, I need 1,000 grams of rancid fish fat. If you're not afraid to die, try the Gobi mudflats." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "System, you have triggered a request. Rank D quest. Do you accept? The quest: gather 1,000 grams of rancid fish oil to treat a toxin." Lin Yuan smirks, agreeing, and the scene shifts to the Gobi mudflats, where rancid fish slowly emerge from the murky water, their white skulls and red eyes piercing the gloom. The rancid fish, level 15 elites, attack with sharp teeth and a barrage of skills. Xu Ming tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, reminding them to hold their ground. These beasts have razor-sharp teeth. Whatever you do, don't get bitten. He rushed forward as his men lay groaning on the ground. "My back!" Its spiked tail lashed out, creating a fierce gust of wind. Ziming's men couldn't dodge in time, but he narrowly avoided the blow. Two men fell into the water and were surrounded, desperately fighting for their lives. It raised its tail, preparing to strike with its signature move, Wave Surge. Meanwhile, the foul-mouthed fish roared and lunged at Ziming, who could only grit his teeth and stare as it attacked, its long, slimy tongue flicking out with a horrifying hiss. Ziming's eyes widened, his body frozen. This was it. But then, a sharp aura surged from behind, and a figure shot forward. It's him. Lin Yuan quickly grabs his collar and pulls him away. He throws Min back, his hand forming a blue orb, and warns him not to get in the way. Lin Yuan's power quickly strikes towards the rotting shark, hitting its head and causing a massive explosion. He grabbed him and hurled him to the ground, leaving Xu Min confused about what was happening. Clutching his throat, Xu Min coughed and collapsed, confused. Was he saved? A black cloak flashes by, and Xu Min quickly rises to stop him. Wait. As Lin Yuan passes, green energy emanates from him, and Xu Ming realizes he's the great master from before. Lin Yuan leaps into the air, power gathering in his hand to form a magic orb, unleashing it upon the swamp sharks, draining their life force. Minus 320. They roar in pain, thrashing their tails to escape the swamp. The foul-smelling fish roared as they lunged to attack, and Ming, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm. "Careful, brother. They're trying to bite you," but Lin Yuan leaps back, effortlessly dodging every attack. "Is that all you've got?" He kneels on one leg, one hand on the ground, the other clenched in a fist. Lin Yuan retrieved a sword from his dimension, his eyes sharp as knives, and coldly stated, "A school of trash is still just trash." He moved with blinding speed, taking down several stinky maws in quick succession. Witnessing this, two men exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! Where did this master come from? 8 of us almost got wiped out, and he just took down 5 of them alone? He's got some skill, but it's a pity he can't kill the stinkfish alone." Hearing his friend Don Hyen's words, he panicked even more. After all, the monster's ultimate move was a group attack. Below the swamp, the putrid fish growled, creating a chain of lightning. The green smoke suddenly flared up, obscuring Lin Yuan's vision, unable to assess the situation below. His face darkens, a glint of interest in his eyes, as green smoke envelops him and the system blares a warning. The stinkfish have activated a group skill. The curse resonates, poisoning enemies within range with bone toxins, triggering negative states like chaos, hallucinations, and deafness. Lin Yuan smirks, a magic circle already forming in his hand. "I won't fall for that trick in this world." He summons the undead dire wolf and gives the order. "Zombie dire wolf, go. Use your skill." Howling, hungry wolf. It stands on the cliff, howling, and the wind circle strikes the stinking manta. The system quickly announces a hit, and the stinking manta falls into a state of unconsciousness. Lin Yuan covers his face as lines of text flood the screen, the system displaying that the mask of sobriety is in effect. A disposable gas mask now covers the lower half of his face. Holding his sword, Lin Yuan moved quickly, with the undead giant dragon protecting his back. He moved into the swamp and lay down, ready to die. Each time Lin Yuan passes a stink-scale fish, the system announces a critical hit, and one by one, he takes them down. Lam Yen leaps onto one, plunging his sword into its head, and the system displays a message as the swamp sturgeon cries out, "Weak point hit!" Looking at Lin Yuan, Ziming pointed and exclaimed in awe, "Amazing!" Yunyan warns him that it's too early to let his guard down. More rotting fish emerge from the swamp. "Look, the fish are coming." He commands the undead scorpion to unleash its undead lightning seed. It growls as purple energy gathers, unleashing its skill. Crystal lightning explodes as the undead scorpion's head fires purple magic orbs, striking the swamp demons and sending them thrashing back into the mire in a carpet bombing. Sharp meteorites continue to pierce through the mud, impaling the stench fish. which gape and groan as Yizhong clutches his head in disbelief. It's no use. The difference in level and numbers is too great. It's impossible to catch the entire school of fish in one fell swoop. Lin Yuan leapt from the head of a stink scale, landing on the cliff opposite Yi Hong's group, and spoke indifferently. Who said we couldn't kill them all? He pulled his hood over his head, shrouding himself in mystery. Min's eyes widened as he looked down into the swamp. Wait, is that Li? He pointed, fear in his voice. This scorpion seems to always target the females' bellies, and beneath the swamp, bright eyes watched the defeated stink-scale fish. Look, everyone, it seems the fish are starting. He stared in stunned silence as they began to attack each other. The stench fish devoured their fallen brethren, a gruesome symphony filling the air. Lin Yan calculated that when the female stench fish died or spawned, they would release a large amount of musk, attracting the males into a frenzy to protect the eggs, instantly triggering a charge mode that didn't distinguish targets. From the high cliff, he overlooked the swamp, using the fish's nature to make them kill each other. A stink-scale fish dove beneath the mud, leaping out with its jaws wide open to attack Lin Yuan. From Min shouts a warning, "Watch out, Great One!" But he stands there, calmly watching the fish fly toward him. Dan Hien recoils defensively. What is that? Is that also a female fish? How can it be almost the size of a fish? Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice turning grim. Just in the nick of time. He summoned numerous desert ghost wolf zombies and gave the order, "Zombie ghost wolves, go." They jumped in, tearing at the unfortunate rotting maw fish, surprising Lin Yuan. As expected, of a level 15 elite monster. He stood before the sharp teeth of the stinky manta ray unafraid, and even commanding 6 desert wolf ghouls did no fatal damage. Lin Yuan drew his sword, but realized it would be easier to simply immobilize the creature. One strike would be enough to take it down. The system immediately announces the elimination of the elite rank 6 stench gillfish, and Lin Yuan orders the dog-headed undead to advance. He swung his axe, striking the rotten fish's head with great force as Nut Trung watched with suspicion. "This is the blue poison sac inside the male fish's body," he answered, not letting him wonder for long. That's right, the blue poison sac inside the male fish is like capsaicin. The poisonous gas and odor will force the living fish to smell the danger signal. Those fish still able to swim quickly dove underwater to escape, while the others struggled in the green water. They gasped for air, feebly thrashing their tails, keeping at least a 5-meter radius, afraid to stop. Moreover, they aren't completely immune to their own toxins, and once poisoned, they're at the mercy of their enemies. Ming jumps for joy. The fish are really gone. Lin Yuan leaps down from the cliff into the swamp, and now it's time to reap the rewards, leaving Li. He's stunned in disbelief. To clear out the entire swamp, it's unbelievable. Shu Ming's eyes shone with admiration, thinking he'd love to be a trinket hanging from his thigh, down in the swamp. With a few slashes, Liam had cleared the swamp of the stinkfish in under 30 seconds, reappearing on the cliff face before Shu Min and the others. The system displays a notification, 12,000 experience points gained, level increased to 11. Lamu Yen stood still, thinking to himself, thanks to accumulating hundreds of runs in this dungeon in his previous life, he was able to advance so quickly this time. He closed his eyes, smiled, and removed his mask, inwardly praising it for its contribution to the battle. The vial in Lin Yuan's hand collected all the life force of the putrid fish. He clicked his tongue, regretting the 5 gold coins spent on a one-time use item, but decided it was worth it. The system displayed detailed information. Stinkfish oil, 1,000, produced from the fat glands of stinkfish in the Gobi mudflats, is a component of high-grade healing potions. It has a miraculous effect on necrotic wounds caused by decay, regenerating dead tissue back into healthy flesh. Lin Yuan suddenly remembers something, saying he almost forgot about this. A red ball appears in his hand, and the system displays more information about it. The nose of the Tide Defier, a silver-grade item made from the skin of a rotten gillfish. It's a bouncy, spherical nose covering that makes a cluck sound when squeezed, and it can even vibrate and glow. The pheromones emitted by the rotten gills cause fear in small and medium-sized aquatic creatures, and Lin Yuan looks at the floating nose of the rebel with some disgust. He imagined himself wearing it and looking like a clown, his face darkening as he wondered if the quest rewards were always this high, or if the game designer just had weird taste to drop something so bizarre. From somewhere, Ming appeared next to Lin Yuan, covering his mouth as he praised how cool it was and that it could even light up. He stared at the Wave Rider's nose with glee. Oh dear. It even moves. Lin Yuan asked suspiciously, "You like this nose?" Shu Ming grinned, his eyes squinting. "Huh, so unique, master." Can you sell it to me? Name your price. Sweating bullets at his enthusiasm, Yizhong awkwardly put a hand on Xu Ming's shoulder, embarrassed for his teammate, who might as well go live in the mountains. He awkwardly said, "Sorry, he's always like this." Lin Yuan generously gave the item to Tu Min as a gift. He quickly stopped him. "Wait, at least let me pay for one, he interjected. "No need." In Xu Ming's mind, Lin Yuan had already sprouted angel wings, and he was moved to tears. He's a god, truly an angel, the two thought speechlessly. What the heck? People actually pay money for this stuff? Later, inside the church, two guards stood watch outside a room where Lin Yuan poured a blue liquid from within himself onto his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" Wei sat up, looking at him in surprise, not expecting him to actually collect it. The system chimes, announcing the successful completion of the Gold Tier quest. The requirement for obtaining the Gold Weapon quest reward, Soul-Severing Sword. Lin Yan looked at the sword with satisfaction, thinking, finally, the Soul Blade. The first Gold Tier weapon I ever received in my past life. Detailed information appeared. Golden Soul Blade. Weapon type, plus 150 attack power, plus 150 magic damage, plus 100 spirit with the Soul Imprint skill. Soul Imprint Charm. A 100 to 150 meter radius, dealing 150% spirit damage to the target enemy, no cooldown, and coated in lightning magic. While its effects are ordinary, the Soul Imprint Charm skill is extremely effective in combat, especially its hidden effect. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened as he imagined attacking monsters with the sword. Each strike would accumulate soul energy within the enemy's body, and after 3 strikes it would deal an additional 250% mental damage. He imagined himself standing on a cliff with the sword, overlooking countless defeated people. It was the Soul Imprint that helped him sweep through the Western Desert until he rose to become the #1 mage of the West. As Lin Yan touched the blade, a system notification echoed in his mind. Received Fame Reward. City District Fame, Spouse 1000. Lion Scorpion Knight. Fame. Sali 500. Lin Yan calculated that the reputation gained was similar to his past life, only at a neutral level, but enough to operate in the main city area. He glanced at the system panel, but the system said, because your character has completed the task, you have received an NPC favorability reward. D's favorability has increased by 10. Wei looked happily at his hand, and Lin Yan wondered if something was different this time. He looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you so much, young brother. If it weren't for you, I might have died in bed next month." Lin Yuan politely replies, "You're too kind." Wei adds, "As thanks, there's something I must tell you." He wondered, did gaining 10 favor points trigger some hidden plot? The old man cautiously warned, "If you meet someone named Kuai, you must stay away from him." Lin Yuan asks, "Q is my guide. Why do you say that?" Yu exclaims in shock, "What? He's your guide?" He turns and gets out of bed. "Though you concealed your profession, are you actually a necromancer hunter?" Wei asked, standing up abruptly. Lin Yuan's face darkens. How did he know I was a death hunter? He thought to himself, puzzled. Even the QC shouldn't be able to identify me after concealing my information. He explained seriously, "I thought you were a member of the Scorpion Knights under the direct command of the king, responsible for carrying out secret missions including hunting death spirit hunters. So I learned a special skill called Shadow Perception." Lin Yan was suspicious. Darkness Perception. W explained that it was a unique skill of the Scorpion Knights. Once a death hunter appears, I can sense them automatically, and the closer they are, the clearer the perception. Lin Yan looked at him and asked, "So, you discovered my identity a long time ago." He was incredibly surprised. He never imagined there was a special skill specifically for dealing with death hunters. W stared at his palm in disbelief. "No, I was too poisoned to notice at first. Now that I'm cured, I can sense the Dark Lord's aura on you." "Of course I couldn't let that slip by," Lin Yuan asked vaguely. "Dark Lord, if we're being serious, then we have to go way, way back." W begins to recount the most popular legend among immortals, that this world once had a total of 5 gods. The god of light, Moon Shadow Monarch, the goddess of nature, the Tide Lord, and the Soulless One. But in reality, there was a 6th god from the very beginning. A cloaked figure wearing a raven mask. The Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, also known as the King of the Undead, was the most powerful of the 6 gods, and because of his strength, he acted as he pleased, without restraint. Many subordinates knelt before the Dark Lord, who granted his most loyal followers immense dark power, transforming them into death hunters to carry out his divine will. W's voice drips with resentment as he recounts how, under the Dark Lord's brutal reign, Death Hunters spread plagues that killed tens of millions and turned spirits into zombies, causing endless disasters everywhere. And so the great nations began to resist the Dark Lord, destroying the temples that once worshipped him, burning all records to ash, and executing Death Hunters on sight. From then on, the profession was forbidden, hated, and hunted by all. Yu clutched his chest and said, "Years ago, I was poisoned by a Death Hunter in battle, and I suffered from illness for 10 years. At first I thought I was just waiting to die, until you came along." After hearing the story, Lin Yuan frowned, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "In my past life, I was just a mage. I never imagined such secrets lay hidden behind those legends." He recalled his stats: player, Lin Yuan, level 6, class, Forbidden Death Hunter, talent, Shadow Summoning, Underworld Gate 35-100, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 49, Spirit 156, Experience 5-27 and Set 726. No wonder the Necromancer is a forbidden class. A good thing I've been keeping a low profile. Long Yen stroked his chin in silence, deep in thought. Things were getting complicated. I thought that after dealing with the sin points, I could secretly investigate the clues about the emblem in the Holy See. But now it seems if I don't quickly find a way to hide the aura of the Dark Lord, my identity will likely be exposed immediately. "Is there any way to avoid the dark detection of the Scorpion Knights?" W asked, his expression tense, his hands clenched. "Unless Quincy helps you, but once he knows your true identity, he will surely kill you." He added a shocking piece of information. Because a necromancer had killed the wife he loved most. Lin Yuan's expression turned grim as he earnestly warned, "That's why I'm advising you to stay away from him." Time passed, and he walked alone in the shattered stone desert. As Lin Yuan arrived back at the shattered stone desert, he heard the system's voice. Rewinding 10 minutes, he saw Lin Yuan storming off and quickly tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? He really wants to find Q. That guy would love to tear every Necropolis hunter to shreds." He paused, glancing back to say, "I have no other choice." Back in real time, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, realizing that carrying this dark aura would cause trouble even in other maps, forcing him to eliminate the root of the problem. From out of nowhere, ice magic arrows flew, and he glanced around warily. What was that? The ice magic fell upon the desert, and Lin Yuan recoiled, dodging the attack. "What's going on?" he said, landing safely, one knee on the ground. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the figures rushing from afar looked like a Mongol army, led by Fei Long, who announced that after days of searching this forsaken place, they had finally caught up to him. He stood in the crowd, a cruel smile on his face, remembering how he'd been tricked last time, so this time he brought over 30 brothers. Fei Ho followed behind Fei Long, eager to see how he would die. A contemptuous smirk crept across his face. "When your head hits the ground, make sure you scream loud enough for me to hear. I love hearing the flapping of insects' wings as they circle the crowded desert and their eyes serving as high-definition cameras." A notification rings out. The Centipede Blood Union you follow is now live. The roar of the flying tiger echoes from phones on the train. The audience is lucky to have caught this broadcast. He rubs his chin with a sinister smile. We're about to demonstrate how to slowly disassemble a person, piece by piece. The stream's already jumped from 88 to 123, and now 212 viewers. In an office, 4 people curiously watch on their computers, and the person in the middle exclaims, "What? Killing guild members and streaming the abuse of the weak?" Everyone on the street is glued to their phones, as a man in a black hat wonders, 30 against 1, who is this unlucky guy who pissed off these thugs? Meanwhile, in another office, a man clicked his tongue, puzzled. He looks familiar. The girl beside her sighed. That guy's pretty handsome, too bad he's done for. Meanwhile, in the desert, Lin Yan coldly rotated his wrist. Just 2 wild dogs aren't enough to warm me up. Since you're offering your lives, I'll gladly take them again. After that display, the comments section went wild. So cool. He really dared to call out the Blood Crow Guild. Say it again. I think it's kinda cool too. The front row is stocked with snacks, ready for the slaughter to begin. Flying Dragon roars, "Attack!" The 30-man squad obeyed the order and charged forward, a mage casting a rock spell and an archer firing from above. Some wield axes, others swords, and still others dual blades as they all fly to attack Lin Yuan. A system notification appears, warning him that an encirclement attack has been identified and he has 15 minutes to retaliate. During this time, killing those who attack won't count towards his crime points. He's been waiting for this and grins as he pulls a sword from the void. 15 minutes is enough time to kill about 3 of them, and Lin Yuan summons a host of undead. They growl and charge, attacking Fei Long's group. Zombie army, time for a stroll. He scoffed at the approaching purple orb, calling these sparks lightning. Meanwhile, the scorpion demon Stinger took down an infected thunder scorpion zombie. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Fei Long shouts an order. Everyone. Warriors fall back and form a shield wall to protect the mages as they focus their attack. Rogues and archers harassed the enemy as the others retreated, following his plan, with shield bearers taking point. The mages plant their staffs firmly in the sand, the 3 of them combining their magic. Empowered, the mage in front grips his staff, creating a massive sphere of lightning. He shouts, swinging his staff towards Lin Yuan, unleashing lightning bolts at the elite undead. Meanwhile, the 2 archers work together, firing arrows that pierced the dog-headed zombies. They're losing hundreds of health points at a time, and the online viewers have dropped from 212 to 168. The audience comments in dismay, these summoned beasts are nothing more than easy prey for level 78 elites. Disperse, disperse, just as I thought, another loudmouth with nothing to back it up. Let's start the betting pool. How many minutes will this kid last? Fei Long scoffed. So what if he summons zombies? Even if he summons the same monster, our relentless attacks will turn it into mincemeat, Fei Ho boasted, sealing his fate. Lin Yuan, unfazed, smirks. Is that so? He asks, leaving the man bewildered. He's smiling, and amidst the flurry of comments, one stands out. What the hell? Beneath the feet of the flying dragons, the sand suddenly trembled, and golden sand shot up, attacking the vulnerable mages behind them. They were sucked into a dark abyss, desperately crying for help as their bewildered comrades looked on, attacked and surrounded by the dog-headed undead. The mage was in a panic, moving erratically, taking down well-guarded mages one after another. They screamed in terror. One hit is all it takes. Retreat now. The front lines braced themselves against the dog-headed zombies' ferocious assault, as cries for help echo through the air. What could have made Fei Long and Fei Hu pale? Because of this scene, the number of online viewers jumped from 168 to 302. The viewers are going wild in the comments, wondering what's happening. An ambush from underground? Do these zombies know how to coordinate? He told those chickens to come out and take a beating, but who said they had to be torn to pieces? Now the ground is littered with spare parts. The surviving mages warned each other to be careful, to cleanse the poison before treating the wounds, but before they could finish speaking, they were struck by a devastating attack. And the one who struck the blow was none other than Lin Yuan, while a subtle movement stirred behind him. He coldly swung his sword in that direction, not even bothering to turn around. The dark assassin, impaled by the blade, asked in disbelief, How did you know? Lin Yuan glanced at him, replying with disdain, At least I wouldn't be stupid enough to hide in the sand. Furious, Fei Ho gripped his sword, gritting his teeth and cursing the useless trash. Leaping into the air, he roared, I'll kill you myself. Lin Yuan frowned, a slight smile playing on his lips as he gathered magic around his sword, unleashing a surge of energy and skeletons. Then let's see. The skulls opened their mouths wide, as if to swallow Tiger Fei whole, a soul-reaping incantation. He freezes, stumbling backward in terror. Tiger Fei gaped, eyes wide at the skulls. This is Lin Yuan, moving like the wind, piercing through Tiger Fei. Slash! His feet, now firmly planted, strike the ground. He lands successfully, his hair obscuring his expression, revealing only a faint smile as he stands back to back with Flying Tiger. He opens his mouth, ominously beginning to count. Flying Tiger's face trembles, sweat pouring down as Lin Yuan's voice echoes in his ears. 2! As he counted down, the man's body exploded, sending stone fragments and dust flying. Lin Yuan rests his sword on the ground, pleased, saying his old friend is still the easiest to use. On the live stream, the number of online viewers jumps from 302 to 558. Comments flooded in, stunned. Holy crap, were those special effects pay to win? Fei Hu was all talk. The big boss set off fireworks. This is what happens when you threaten to chop someone up and end up chopped to pieces yourself. Does this master lack accessories? I'll shout. 666, top tier. Player Huang Fei Hu has left the physical livestream, leaving Fei Long frozen amidst the groans and cries for help. Paralyzed like he's been hit by a devastating blow. Am I hallucinating? In Fei Long's eyes, Lin Yuan was a demon, striking down person after person. It had only been a few days, but the boy standing before him evoked a deep-seated fear, as if facing a demon from hell. After dealing with the lackeys, Lin Yuan cast a sharp glance behind him. Fei Long trembled, unable to stand, his voice pleading, Don't. "Don't kill me. Help." He coldly withdrew his sword from a soldier's back. Lin Yuan slowly approached him, saying, "Now you control the sword and stab Fei Long in the head. It's your turn to taste despair." He fell backward, seizo berries scattering, watching as Fei Long collapsed, his body emitting a blue light. Lin Yuan said indifferently, "It's over." His crimson eyes narrowed at the buzzing in his ear. A live stream drone was approaching. Lin Yuan indifferently reached out, almost forgetting, and unleashed magic that blasted the live stream bug into smithereens. Lin Yan stood idly by as pieces of equipment fell around him. Peace, at last. Under the dark, starry sky, in a skyscraper on Blue Star, a netizen exclaimed in bewilderment, "He even blew up the live stream bug?" Another person commented, asking if anyone knew who the Great One was, and someone immediately replied, saying they knew. It was the same Great One who killed the Death Colossus Wolf. I was there when a young man with 2 servants witnessed it all. On the computer screen, people kept leaving comments asking where the Great One was now. "I want to meet him. Looks like a rubble wasteland." The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-Class invitation. The mysterious young man clutches his wine glass, spitting out the name, Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, in Immortal Black Chariot Town, Quincy sleeps soundly, embracing a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan casually opened the door, recognizing the sound. His eyes snap open. It's him again. Quincy, holding up his wine, refused in a soft voice, "No getting up, no getting up. I have enough for drinks. I'm too lazy to move today." Lin Yuan, unconcerned, coldly said, "I want to talk to you." The system screen displayed a message. Cancel hidden profession. His stats appear in detail. Player Lin Yuan, level 11, class, Forbidden Necromancer, talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of the Underworld, 35-100, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 49, Spirit 156, Experience 520 yin to 8,726. The wine jug fell to the ground and shattered with a thud. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. "You're a necromancer." An unnatural silence fills the air as their eyes lock, and Quincy speaks first, his words laced with venom. "How many years has it been?" He activates his ability, a necromancer. MQ turned blue, lightning crackling around him, and he dares show his face before me? All the frustration of the past was converted into power and unleashed. The wine barrels shattered and lightning rained down like meteors, cracking the earth. Every attack misses Lin Yuan, leaving him stunned. "Too fast." Quincy grits his teeth, helplessly watching his dark silhouette move like the wind. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, sword pointed at his throat. Quincy froze, staring at the blade inches away. His eyes narrowed, his voice laced with command. "Can we talk civilly now?" He clenched his fist, reluctantly asking, "What do you want?" Back in Lin Yuan's memories, W sighs in concession. "Fine. If you insist on going, consider this clue a repayment." Once, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the immortal world was mired in endless despair to maintain justice. Quincy led his wife in a battle against the Death Hunters, the Dark Lord's close henchmen. After a bloody battle, the Death Hunters were destroyed, but his wife, seriously injured while saving Quincy, was afflicted by the death curse of the undead, her soul tainted by the forces of darkness, becoming a creature devoid of memory, forever unable to be free. He watched the woman he loved turn into a monster and cried out in anguish. No. The only way to break the death curse and save his wife was to destroy her tainted soul with his own hands. But after that battle, Quincy was so wounded he could barely hold a sword. Everyone thought he'd drink himself into oblivion, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. This mission could save his wife, and the righteous would receive his life's treasure, while the Death Hunters would learn how to break the darkness perception. It was a secret treasure he'd obtained from the corpse of a dead soul reaper. Quincy intended to use the spoils as bait, both to save his wife from the curse and to make the remaining soul reapers pay in blood. But of the 158 who accepted the quest, none have survived to this day. Back in the present, Lin Yuan threatens Quincy with his sword. "Tell me, what is your mission?" He lowered his head slightly, exhaling. "Excellent, you've come to my doorstep. And here I was, worried it had been too long since anyone played games with my beloved wife." At that moment, the system screen displayed a message. Quest detected. Commissioned by QC. Accept the nameless quest. Soul of his wife? The mission, help QC's wife find peace and be freed. Time limit 10 days. Difficulty, silver. He glanced at the screen and tersely accepted the quest, then coldly turned and left. The roly-poly figure stood and said, "Then good luck. Perhaps you really can complete my task." Behind him, a sly grin crept across his face as he thought, "Of course. That's if you return in one piece." Later, at the Black Rock Town Memorial, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed through the halls. His crimson eyes glowed, enhanced by night vision, as he was escorted by 2 alpha wolves and a scorpion. He walked with extreme caution. The memorial sanctuary had 5 levels. The deceased NPCs of Black Sandtown are buried here, but a mutated creature suddenly leaps from a coffin. It lunged at Lin Yuan, snarling, but before it could reach him, the death spirit scorpion pierced its body with its stinger. He stared at it, thinking that undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and wraiths would occasionally appear here, their levels increasing with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor is filled with level 1 to 3 zombies, all low level. The second floor has level 4 to 6 skeleton monsters. The third floor's monsters are wraiths, levels 7 to 9, while the fourth floor holds level 10 coffin keepers. A death wolf with a torch stops before a spatial gate, and a look of barely concealed excitement flashes in Lin Yuan's eyes as he smirks. Guess I'll clear all 4 floors in one go. Lin Yuan arrived at the 4th level with ease, the dark space silent. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, finally stopping before the 4th level's funeral home. He stood at the entrance, cautiously observing dozens of red eyes in the darkness, suspecting he heard something. Corpse-eating ghouls emerged, using their wall-crawling ability, while 3 more appeared, activating their inverted tier ability. Lin Yuan quickly counted over a dozen, and the system displayed their stats. Elite corpse-eating ghouls, level 10, 2000 HP, 400 attack, 40 defense. Skills include Venomous Bite, Wall Movement, Inverted Tear, and Venomous Bite. His eyes sharpened, and he commanded, "Charge!" Just then, the elite zombie scorpion was about to use its pincer crush skill, scattering the corpse-eating ghouls. It growled, and the circle on its tail began to gather lightning. The elite zombie scorpion lashed its tail at the corpse-eating ghouls, sending them flying. Lin Yuan, sword in hand, joined the fray, moving in a zigzag pattern, and before the corpse-eating ghouls could react, Lin Yuan had already decapitated them. He paused, leaving a trail of carnage behind him, bodies severed, others impaled. One ghoul still writhed, struggling to crawl forward. Lin Yuan coldly stomped on its head. "I almost missed you." The monsters he defeated lay scattered on the ground as a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 12. He thought to himself, that was faster than I expected. Seeing the dog-headed zombie's eyes light up at the sight of Guyan's corpse, Lin Yuan lamented that the dark art of necromancy could control zombies, but had no effect on undead monsters. A dark purple energy suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Yuan, eyes wide with alarm, glanced back to see a pillar of purple magic hurtling toward him. He leaped up, managing to cleave the spell in 2 with his sword. "What is this?" Sensing something amiss, he gritted his teeth in fear. "I'm doomed." La Muyen is enveloped, powerless to resist, in a place lit by blue flames where a demonic statue with a gaping maw stands atop the steps. A black and purple pillar of energy erupts from the void, and Lin Yuan plants his sword to brace against the dark force. He glanced around at his surroundings. Above him, a coffin was tightly bound by black iron chains to a circle high above. Disbelief washes over him. He's been transported to another area? Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair and long crimson claws. She licked her lips with an eerie smile, saying she'd finally waited for him. With a mighty explosion, the she-devil breaks free of her coffin, chains snapping. She smirks, savoring the scent of fresh blood as the system panel displays her stats. Vengeful Spirit, Area Boss. Level 18, HP 6000, Attack 800, Defense 200. Skills include Death Bloom, Fury of the Enchantress, and Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan shields himself from the debris. "Is this the 5th level?" The vengeful spirit cackles, flying toward him. "I'll tear you apart." Lin Yuan quickly parried her attack with his blade. Vines erupt from behind the vengeful spirit as the system announces the boss has activated the Death Blossom skill. All the vines targeted Lin Yuan, who leapt away to evade them. Lin Yuan landed far from the thorny vines, which turned to the ground they pierced into poison. The vengeful spirit then commanded the vines to attack him again. Lin Yuan wondered if the poison also had corrosive properties, as debris flew everywhere. This level of attack is nothing. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Yuan slashes through the incoming vines. "Useless against me." La Muyen continued to cut off the vengeful spirit's vines. His blade is stained black with resentment, and her body begins to crack and shatter. In a panic, she shielded her face. The vengeful spirit clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead, bloodshot eyes glaring, and a growl escaping her lips. She screamed, and circles of resentment radiated from her body. The system warned that the boss had activated the Banshee's scream skill. Lin Yuan was nearly blown away. This was an area of effect skill. No. This is a summoning. The wails of vengeful spirits echo through the space. Pale purple resentment drifted, seeping through every crack as he narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. A skeletal hand reached out from the wooden door. Lin Yuan gripped his sword tighter. Could this be? He watches in shock as the skeletons break through the door. NPCs from Black Sand Town, buried here. Seeing the vitality rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Lin Yuan thought to himself that in addition to the original townspeople, there were also those challengers who failed the Kunte quest. He frowned uncomfortably, dropping into a fighting stance. Damn it, she's trying to resurrect them. Skeletons crawl from the cave, mouths open in silent screams. Lin Yuan's face, partially obscured by his hair, still revealed his anger. The number behind that door was definitely more than one. I didn't expect this boss could revive those skeletons. Summon all the dog-headed undead. Lin Yuan coldly pointed his sword and said, "Block their path." Immediately, a jackal-headed undead rushed forward to block the door with its scythe. He calculated that he would use his zombie army as a shield to stop them first. With a wave of his hand and a bloodthirsty command. Meanwhile, the elite scorpion undead received orders to block the door, as the dog-headed leader undead used a vine bow. Together, with fiery eyes, they fearlessly attacked the vines, entering a bloodthirsty state. The dog-headed zombie leader gripped his weapon, growling incessantly as Lin Yuan's face darkened, and he coldly called out, "Dog-headed zombie leader, Tin Sat Loi Hayet." He gave the order, and the undead charged forth with savage courage. They flew to attack the vengeful spirit, unleashing their skills, and the elite scorpion undead struck her with its massive tail. The vengeful spirit was slammed into the wall, shattering it around her, and she frowned in astonishment as she looked up. Boulders rained down on the vengeful spirit, but she emerged from the rubble, vines snaking around her, a smug smile on her face. Lin Yuan was astonished by the vengeful spirit's terrifying power, and as he watched her gloat, he recalled what he knew about her. Wraiths are a type of netherworld monster, able to phase through buildings and immune to half of all physical attacks, but they're also twice as vulnerable to magic. Lin Yuan attacked and moved relentlessly, but she easily evaded him, so he decided to use the Soul Curse mark to inflict damage. The vengeful spirit wasn't afraid at all, dodging with ease, and he wondered how she suddenly became so fast. He also noticed the dog-headed zombies blocking the skeletons, and sweat beaded on his face. The NPCs in the tomb could break through the zombie army's defenses at any moment, so he needed to act fast. He retrieved a ring from his inventory, knowing he had to limit her movements first. Lin Yuan gripped the ring tightly, small bolts of lightning crackling from it. The system displays information about the paralysis ring, a silver accessory that grants 100 to health and mana, +15 to agility and spirit, and the paralysis toxin enhancement skill, giving a 5% chance to paralyze enemies for 3 seconds upon attack. With the ring equipped, Lin Yuan flies towards the vengeful spirit, sword in hand. Once he closed in, Lin Yuan activated the ring's paralysis toxin skill, catching the vengeful specter completely off guard. At that moment, the system notified him that he had hit his target, triggering the paralysis toxin. He leaped up again, attacking with his sword, but he wasn't finished yet. Unable to cast magic in time, she could only brace herself. The vengeful spirit was sent flying into a crumbling wall, the vines torn to shreds. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan drops to one knee, sending rubble flying toward her. The resentful specter swiftly leaps down, narrowly avoiding the blow. He praises, "Not bad luck." Lin Yuan concluded that her speed had indeed decreased after being struck by the soul-cleansing seal. He summoned the undead giant wolf and pointed to the sky, issuing a command. The dire wolf howls, and the undead giant wolf raises its head, unleashing its skill. The dire wolf howled, its attack hitting home, and the system notified him that the target was stunned. Lin Yuan begins to focus his power into his sword. Though the stun only lasts 5 seconds, it's more than enough. He moves like lightning, wielding his sword in a flurry of blows. "How many of my attacks can you withstand?" She was helpless against the onslaught, the system screen flashing with damage reports of 280. The vengeful spirit seethed with rage, veins bulging as the system announced a loss of 280 health points. Even a worm will turn when stepped on. She leaned back, deciding to unleash one final blow. The system sensed danger and warned Lin Yuan that the boss was activating a forbidden technique. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts and purple lightning fills the space. The undead he summoned were obliterated by the lightning, filling the vault with smoke and dust. When the vengeful spirit's magic subsided, Lin Yuan stood unharmed, surrounded by his dog-headed undead. He plunged his sword into the rubble to steady himself, Corpse explosion, and this person detonated all the zombie NPCs, blowing up the entire tomb. Now, only the scorpion fiend, the dog-headed leader, and the dire wolf zombies remain by Lin Yuan's side. He looked at her, calculating with heartache. His zombie legion was down to only 3. A truly devastating loss. The vengeful spirit collapsed, but Lin Yuan stood firm, his eyes sharp, his voice stern. It's time to end you. Lin Yuan summons numerous skeleton heads and charges with his sword, disappearing in a flash as the skeletal heads pierce the vengeful spirit's abdomen. Her eyes widen at the powerful surge of magic, and she screams in agony as the system flashes warnings. The boss is near death. Life value 300, the boss is near death. Life force at 200, boss is near death. Life force at 100, boss is near death. Life force at 30, congratulations on defeating the vengeful spirit. Gaining 800 experience points, Lin Yuan gently touched down. Standing alone amidst the rubble, he wondered if it was finally over. Small orbs of light gathered, catching Lin Yuan's eye, as Guy's wife's spirit leaned in, sincerely saying, "Thank you, brave human." Then her soul began to dissipate, a relieved smile gracing her lips before she departed. Lin Yuan reached out and gathered the light into his palm, revealing a gold ring with a purple gem as the system displayed its information. Ring of Affection. A quest item that cannot be discarded or sold. Note: this ring was a gift from Guy to his wife, a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, a little disappointed. Was this ring the only reward for defeating the monster? Suddenly, a red book with a demonic symbol appeared, radiating murderous intent and emitting clanging sounds. La Muyen stared at the book suspiciously, then picked it up, marveling that the corpse explosion used by the vengeful undead was a skill exclusive to the necromancer. The system immediately announced that he'd obtained Corpse Explosion, a skill exclusive to the Deathly Hand Lich. Looking at the book, he wondered if it was because the sealer was a confidant of the Dark Lord. Then beams of light emanated from the book and enveloped Lin Yuan as the system announced that the skill book was automatically saved to the player's memory. The book in his hands vanishes, becoming a pillar of light that merges into him, and the system notification rings out again. Level 1, Golden Corpse Burst. Technique. Detonate a corpse, dealing fire damage equal to 60% of your max HP to nearby enemies, costing 100 mana, 10-second cooldown, proficiency EUO 1. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Though it consumes zombie energy, the attack power and range are excellent. A welcome surprise. Back in his familiar town of Black G, Lin Yuan held out the ring to QC. He looked at him in surprise. This is the engagement ring I gave her? He reached out and took the ring. He couldn't help but recall his beloved wife. The moment the souls are sealed, they have no consciousness. Only when freed can they recover their memories and drop the item they cherished most in life. His voice trembling, Lord Gui asked, "My wife. She wasn't in pain when she passed, was she?" Lin Yuan, his hand still outstretched, replied, "That's right." Clutching the ring, he recalled his wife's image and couldn't help but weep. "So that's good." Bowing slightly in gratitude, he says, "I never imagined that the necromancer I hated most would help me resolve my regrets. No matter what, I will remember this kindness." Then a wooden box appears in Q's hand. Opening it, he finds a crown, radiating dark energy. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. The system issued another notification. Dark Crown, a unique headgear item. Effect 1. When equipped, crime value becomes invisible. Effect 2. Conceals dark energy, unperceivable exclusive equipment of the deathly hordes. Lieutenant cannot be sold or destroyed. Holding the jet black crown, he couldn't help but think that while the dark crown didn't come with additional effects, concealing his crime value and dark aura was exactly what he needed. Now that he thought about the monsters he had slain, with it, he could avoid trouble from the Griffin Night Order, and he wouldn't have to be restrained in the city. The system then asked, "Does the player wish to equip the dark crown?" Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Yes." Instantly, wisps of dark green energy enveloped him, and the crown settled on his head. Was he finally one step closer to the truth? Stepping out into the town where guilds recruit members amidst the whispers of the wind, he sees countless guilds, big and small, but only a few truly worthy of being called powers, the ones on the system's list. Number 1, the Fury Guild. Number 2, the Mirror Flower, Water Moon Guild. Number 3, the Wandering Star Guild. Number 4, the Holy Hymn Guild. Number 5, the Eternal Guild. And number 10, the Dark Tree Guild. He wondered, Could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking, right now, I'm just a newbie in the distant Wind Society, so it's not easy to get close to these big guilds. As he walked, he kept looking around, thinking he needed to find an opportunity first. Sensing he's being followed, Lin Yuan suddenly veers into a narrow alley, disappearing the moment his pursuer enters. Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against his neck from behind, as Lin Yuan's dangerous voice echoed. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. It was Xu Min, after all, who rushed forward with glee. "It really is you, Wu Yenthan." In a daze, he instinctively dodged, sending Xu Ming tumbling to the ground. Lin Yuan asked, a little helpless, "It's you?" Sitting on the ground, he rubbed his leg, looking dejected. "You remember me, God Uyen?" Uyen's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You still remember my name?" Xu Ming stood up quickly, proudly proclaiming, "I recognized you back when I stumbled upon that Blood Something Guild's live stream." He recalled sifting through countless comments. "I worked hard to find your trail among tens of thousands of comments." Xu Ming rubbed his nose, his voice smug. "Then I spent another 2 million to upgrade the corporation's latest facial recognition system to confirm it was you." "Hurry up and praise me," Lin Yuan asked helplessly. 2 million? Just to find me?" He scratched his head, a little confused. "Is that a lot? Our Han Corporation spends millions just checking the system on a normal day." He frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. The Han Corporation, the $100 billion giant that dominates the global high-tech market? This guy has such a background. Just what else does he know? Should I just end him here? With eyes shining like stars, Xu Ming eagerly raised his hands. Wu Yin, team up with me. There's an S-rank hunt in the Bloodscale Cave tomorrow." As he rushed forward, he tripped on a rock. Rumor has it that someone discovered the elusive Thor lizard. All it took was for Xu Ming to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold as he turned and walked away. "Go away, don't follow me." "Oh well, what's the point of arguing with this idiot?" After a moment of silence, he sat cross-legged and burst out laughing, saying that for a god-level player like him, soloing the elite Bloodwraith Guild was as easy as cutting melons, so there was no need to form a team. Seeing Lin Yuan's indifference, Xu Ming rubbed his head, sighing. This hunt, 3 teams from the Black Tree Guild will attack the rookies to test their strength. If he stands out, there's still a chance. He silently opens the system panel to check. 720, 820, 920, and 1020 for the Black Tree Guild. He stood, feigning anguish. "Looks like I'll have to try my luck on my own." While Xu Min was still in a daze, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. The specific time. Hearing this, his face lit up with joy as he turned around. Impatient, he coldly asked, "I'm asking about the specific departure time for the hunt." Upon hearing this, he knelt down and tried to hug Lin Yuan's leg. 8 a.m. tomorrow. "Has Master Yuan agreed?" Annoyed, he quickly covered Xu Ming's mouth, telling him to just call him Lin Yuan. He glanced over, seeing Xu Ming's face red and struggling to breathe, but there were still preparations to be made before they left. Xu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Elsewhere, a skull hangs in the air as if observing its surroundings, impaled on a tree amidst the dust and smoke of the Vulture Gang's camp. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the surrounding area as Lin Yuan coldly observes the vultures lying agape on the ground. The boss must be just ahead. He lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh. The system initiates a scan and issues a notification. Level 12 Undead Vulture Bandits. HP 1600, Attack 250, Defense 70, Skill, Corpse, Spirit, Curved Throwing Knives. They surrounded Lin Yuan, but he stood his ground, ready to strike. When Lin Yuan turned, the vultures remained eerily silent. Immediately they raised their heads and screamed, their eyes turning blood red as they emitted terrifying croaks. He flung his cloak's hood back and waved his hand forward, saying, "Go." And so, the undead and the vultures clashed in a chaotic free-for-all as a vulture soared into the air, launching a throwing knife from its claws. Activating his skill, Curved Throwing Knives, Lin Yuan coldly watched as the knives hurtled towards their target, slamming into the ground and sending debris flying. The vulture's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked around, finding no sign of him. Then, Lin Yuan appeared behind it, landing a deadly blow. In moments, he slashes through the vultures before him. "I'll take your lives. You have successfully eliminated 3 and 6 members of the Vulture Bandit group. You have successfully eliminated 10 Vulture Bandits." It collapses to the ground behind Lin Yuan. His eyes scanned forward, a hint of doubt creeping in. The Vulture Bandit was nowhere to be seen on the high seat. Vanished. Suddenly from behind, the level 19 Vulture Bandit leader lunges to attack, with 6200 HP, 820 attack, 220 defense, and skills including curved throwing knives and stealth assassination. Activating the stealth assassination skill. He stands still, his hand moving slightly, initiating his own skill. Corpse explosion. The vulture zombies swarmed from all directions, completely surrounding him, as a brilliant blue light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. From the sky, a violent explosion erupts, shaking everything around. As the smoke clears, it's still intact, only coughing slightly. Lin Yuan crouches, swipes through the air, and rushes forward. He hurtles toward the vulture, his hand emitting a powerful aura. Lin Yuan's eyes gleam with a terrifying coldness. The haunting blow of his boxing technique has taken effect. He unleashed a silver fist, a powerful blow sending the vulture lord crashing to the ground, eyes wide with pain. Sending you to hell. Upon landing, Lin Yan maintained his stance. You have slain the vulture bandit lord. It's over. Congratulations on leveling up to level 13. With a quick tap, he opens the system panel as the notification appears. Dark Lightning's Golden Level 3 inflicts 20% HP damage to the target, or restores 20% HP to a zombie, consuming 60 mana, with a 6-second cooldown and 20/300 proficiency. Sumih. Zombie Explosion Technique. Golden Level 2 detonates a zombie, inflicting fire damage to nearby enemies. His own HP is multiplied by 80%, consumes 100 mana, 10-second cooldown, to 100 proficiency. Dark Lightning, Golden Level 3, deals 20% HP damage to the target or restores 20% HP to the zombie. Consumes 60 mana, 6-second cooldown, 20/300 proficiency. Corpse Explosion, Golden Level 2 effect. Explodes a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Multiplies own HP by 80%. Consumes 100 mana, 10-second cooldown, to 100 proficiency. A system notification appears, asking if he wants to use the skill scroll to upgrade the skill. Lin Yuan reaches out to accept it. Yes. After completing the process, he fell into thought. That was effective. He used a skill scroll to level up. The Dark Source Flame has been upgraded to level 3, and he's also leveled up his corpse bag technique. His face grows pensive. As for the Zombie Legion, it's sufficient for now with 130 zombie beasts. The system continues to speak. The zombie leader, Vulture Thief, is level 15 with 3,500 HP, 500 attack, 100 defense, and skills like Crescent Blade Throw and Stealth. The zombie lord, Vulture Thief, is level 19 with 6,200 HP, 820 attack, 220 defense, and skills like Crescent Blade Throw, Poison Hand, deals 20 poison damage, Stealth, Backstab, and Undead Body. Lin Yan's eyes lit up with power. After the Vulture Thief Lord was reborn as a zombie, it gained another skill. He recalled his battle with the giant wolf, who gained the Immortal Wolf's Howl skill upon resurrection, dealing 400% damage to nearby enemies and stunning them. Behemoth's Gaze grants the owner life points, Death Grip grants attack power, Undying Rage grants a 20% critical hit chance. Lamien continues to analyze each possibility. Could it be that reviving a Lord-level monster grants an additional skill besides the usual ones? How intriguing. As he pondered, the system chimed, announcing that the hunt he joined would officially begin in 2 hours. Hearing this, he merely smirked. Lamu Yen flicks his tattered cloak, excitedly preparing to depart as the scene shifts to a forest, deep within which lies the Bloodwood Cave. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light, watching Xu Ming writhe in his garish golden outfit. Cosplaying a gilded knight statue, he prances around with confidence. Uyen, I spent 50 gold coins to have a top craftsman make this super armor. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back today. No sooner had he spoken than Xu Ming's belt snapped, but he continued to ramble on, oblivious to the fact that his pants were already falling down. Suddenly, Xu Ming stopped, sensing something was wrong, and fell silent as Lin Yuan pointed and teased, barely able to contain his laughter. This is the first time I've seen armor like this. It's so unique. He pulled up his pants as he walked, justifying himself, saying the blacksmith told him it was the latest model. As he spoke, Xu Ming's helmet fell, completely obscuring his vision, and he struggled to lift it. Wait, I can't see. Uyen God, save me. Ming realizes he's standing on someone's foot and screams, hitting his head on something hard. This caused the latch on Xu Ming's helmet to open. Regaining his vision, he looked up in astonishment, only to see a figure twice his size staring down at him with a fierce expression. Zhao Kuai forces a smile, but the more he smiles, the more terrifying he becomes. Are you all right? The system announces Zhao Kuai, level 15 warrior and captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd squad. Xu Ming freezes, breaking out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Why does this guy's smile feel like a viper's bite? Is it just my imagination? Suddenly, a hand gripped his collar from behind, impatience brewing. Lin Yuan sternly reminds him to quickly remove that ridiculous gear. Ming rubs his head, grinning foolishly. You're right. Zhao Kui glared at him, a snort escaping his lips, while Lin Yuan remained calm and unafraid, meeting Zhao Kui's gaze. This caused him to grit his teeth, his anger flaring. This kid dares to look at me like that. He's really irritating. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. Hey, you two. Huang Yu arrives with his entourage, shouting, Who here is Xu Ming? Holding a resume, he scanned Lin Yuan's group, his eyes glued to the paper. Then he pointed directly at him. Are you the one? You're dressed so strangely. As he finished speaking, Huang Vu's men burst into mocking laughter. What kind of fashion sense is that? Look at his gaudy gold outfit. Is he trying too hard with some over-the-top cosplay? Calmly, Xu Ming stepped forward, pushing the hand away with a smile that betrayed no anger. It is I. It is I. The strangely dressed man says, You three must be the leaders of the Black Tree Guild? Oh, right. This is my friend. Before he could finish, a sword was at his throat, Huang Yu sneering with contempt. All right, we're not interested in knowing the names of small fries. Remember this, we let you lead the way, not for the double registration fee, but because our captain is especially merciful. Lin Yuanxia remained silent, while Zhao Kui stepped forward and spoke. What are you doing? You need to be friendly with your new friend. He sneered. I was just kidding. Captain Huang Vu casually sheathed his sword. He tilted his head, a clear warning. Don't get cocky just because our captain is easygoing. Be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Understood? Ming nodded obsequiously. Yes, yes, we will certainly do our best. From behind, Yan Cheng clapped loudly. Everyone stand at attention. I'll begin the roll call. He fidgeted awkwardly, too nervous to believe he was really working with members of a major guild. He remained silent. Was this the player participating in the S-rank hunt? Up ahead, Huang Yu frowned. The equipment's definitely okay, right? It won't break down midway, will it? With that in mind, Lin Yuan closed his eyes in thought, seeing only rookies who had just entered the main city area. He stepped forward into the cave. Now that everyone was gathered, there was no more time to hesitate. It was time to set off. Zhao Kui halted, his eyes cold. Don't worry, even the Grim Reaper avoids the Black Tree Guild. You'll be safe. Hearing this, the others followed, shouting in unison. He walked ahead, and Xu Ming could only see him smiling foolishly at the red door. Xu Ming turned back and shouted, "God Yen, hurry and catch up." Rumor has it this cave even has a slim broadcasting. Huang Yu was speechless. Good heavens, is this guy here for a picnic? He calmly moves forward, not responding at all, and as he approaches, Lin Yuan can't hide his excitement. I smell something exciting. In the blink of an eye, the group enters the Bloodscale Cave. A moment later, they stopped before a series of entrances. That was fast? We've already reached a fork in the road, and we haven't even encountered a single Bloodscale Iron Eater yet. These iron-eating beasts are nocturnal, so they're likely resting deep within the tunnels. One of them raised a hand, voicing his doubts. Team Leader Zhao, which branch should we take? He smirked, still not showing any impatience. I think we should split up. No sooner were the words out than the others protested. Split up? Isn't that a little dangerous? What if we run into a level 16 elite? Wu Hai stepped between them, his tone conciliatory. Quiet, everyone, quiet. Our captain, to ensure the safety of this operation, led us on a reconnaissance mission beforehand. When you all met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting to prepare to regroup. He frowned, disbelieving what he had just heard. What? Captain Zhao scouted ahead? His eyes narrowed, and he nodded, blocking the cave entrance. Yes, after our scouting this morning of the 3 paths, the middle one clearly showed the pheromones of the iron-eating beast, making a surprise attack highly likely, while the other 2 paths were indeed very safe. Zhao Qi continued to ramble on, saying that the more dangerous the place, the more likely one is to find valuable discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and safety, the Black Tree Guild will take the middle path, while the rest will take the sides. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, a scheming smile playing on his lips. See that? They still hang on Zhao Kui's every word. As expected of a major guild, every action is so meticulous. You're the leader of Black Tree's 3rd squad, the highest-ranking senior among us. Lin Yuan, however, pointed in the other direction, saying they'd go left, prompting a sneer from Zhao Kui. Of course, no problem. Anyone want to go with them? The others still looked a little worried about Xu Ming and the other guy. Those two? Wu Hui hesitated. One felt strange and didn't seem trustworthy. As for the other one, he sizes him up, calling him a freak with a face full of pimples. He's even hiding his level in class, probably too low and afraid of losing face. But I think it's kinda cool. Then go on, Zhao Kui mocked, unable to resist after hearing their chatter. Looks like your compatibility is a little off. Too bad I can't force anyone, even as the leader of this operation. Ignoring the comments, he glanced back and said, let's go. He stared at their backs as they entered the cave, a contemptuous smile spreading across Zhao Kui's lips. Two fools who knew nothing. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hung precariously from the ceiling as droplets of water trickled down, forming small puddles on the ground. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the cave, Shu Ming in the rear, his sword and shield held high, a hint of fear in his eyes. Young Master Yuan, the temperature is dropping rapidly. It feels strange. Moreover, fear has made his face pale. I feel like we're being watched, Lin Yuan said coldly, emphasizing each word, and the feeling is only growing stronger. So, you've finally noticed there really is something here. Hearing that, Shu Ming felt a surge of panic. What? But Captain Zhao didn't say he'd scouted this path. Is it safe? He smirked, a cynical smile playing on his lips. You trust him that much? So, an S rank leading a group of rookies, he's clearly using them as bait to test the path. He looks on with suspicion. Lin Yuan, why didn't you say something earlier? Lin Yuan glanced at the wall, noticing the small water bubbles flickering. Why didn't you expose him? He clenched his fist, crushing the water bubble. He suddenly ripped it from the wall and threw it forward because I want to see just how much we can catch. A strange sound echoes from the darkness within the cave's mouth, and glowing red eyes flicker in the shadows. How interesting. From the darkness, iron-eating lizards began to emerge. Iron-eating lizard, elite, level 16, health 3300, attack 440, defense 100, skills include iron tail sweep, wall-breaking non-corrosion. Suddenly, a pillar of light descends from above, and in an instant, a vortex of fire erupts, burning fiercely. Flames erupted, incinerating everything in their path, while Wang Yu moved like lightning, launching an attack. Before the lizard could react, he swung his sword. Fools, witness my power! With the deed done, Huang Yu turned to Zhao Kui, a confident smile on his face. Captain, those decoys are drawing the monsters away for us. Sharing the combat power makes things much easier. They actually believed the lies about scouting the path. He swung his mace, striking the lizard head-on. By the time the others were dead, the iron-eating lizards in the two caves would be near death as well. The blow sends it crashing into the wall, giving us the perfect opportunity to strike. From behind, they swarm toward Zhao Kui, but unafraid, he clenches his fist, a confident smile spreading across his face. Hey, you rude bastards, who are you yelling at? Come at me with everything you've got. In a flash, Zhao Kui unleashed his power, felling all three beasts. He stood still, his face twisted with interest. Useless things, only fit to lie at the bottom of the food chain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shu Ming stammered, Yuan Shen is turning to strike with its tail, activating the Iron Tail sweep skill, using its metal tail to sweep across and inflict 60% damage. Lin Yan commands the vulture zombies to counterattack, activating the skill. Curved throwing knife. Hurls a curved knife at a target within 10 meters, dealing 60% damage and can be retrieved. Activates the stealth skill, partially concealing himself. Reduces the chance of being detected. Activates the backstab skill, attacking from behind to deal 80% damage. The two sides clash, fighting fiercely, neither willing to yield. Since when did he tame so many zombies? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Even more intense than the battle in the quicksand desert. It was truly epic. His eyes flickered coldly as he replied, I did say I'd prepare a little that day. Shu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. What? In less than a day, Yen Than has tamed so many powerful monsters? As he spoke, a system notification appeared. You have successfully eliminated 55 iron-eating lizards. Not bad, Elite. Your efficiency is impressive. Witnessing this scene, his eyes welled up with tears. How he longed to be as powerful as Lord Yuan. Suddenly a tremor shook the cave, throwing Shu Ming off balance. Was this an earthquake? He turned to inform him, only to be shocked. Yuan was absorbing the lizard god's life force. Uyan is busy, so let me check things out first. I can't bother him with everything. I need to do my part too. Ming turns, shield in hand, toward the opposite direction. It seems to be coming from over there. Beneath him, he could feel the formation closing in, but when he looked down, it seemed to vanish. Before he could relax, a tongue shot up from the ground, sending him sprawling with a look of terror. Calmly standing up, Shu Ming only had time to notice the tongue wriggling before his eyes widening with surprise and tension. What in the world is this? Suddenly, the tongue lunges toward Zhu Ming, carrying a dangerous force. Hit by the tongue, he fell to the ground, screaming in pain, as the tongue shot up and stitched him in two. Instantly, it coiled around Xu Ming, holding him captive and silencing his cries for help. It powerfully coils around Xu Ming, dragging him straight into the earth, his eyes reflecting utter terror. Xiao Xiao is done for. A streak of light flashes, tearing through space with incredible speed. In a flash, its tongue was sliced in two. This beast that dared to lick its chops before me? Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. He grabbed the collar of the trembling man, and Lin Yuan pulled Xu Ming away like the wind, ignoring his fear. Moving to one side, Xu Ming leaned against the wall, coughing repeatedly, his face pale. Yan, that thing is definitely a giant. We need to hurry before it gets out. Before he could recover, the ground cracked open and shook violently. He was terrified. Xu Ming's voice echoed through the cave, trembling as he shouted, "We're too late!" From beneath the earth, a colossal monster suddenly emerges, roaring to the heavens, an elite level 20 Iron Hunter Lord, with 6,300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense, and skills including Iron Tail Strike, Unripe Rampart, Subterranean Movement, and Poison Sand Spray. Reading that information, his face paled and his body trembled uncontrollably. The mission stated the Bloodscale Cave was home to elite Iron Scale Hunters, but this was clearly a Lord-class monster. Though terrified, Xu Ming gritted his teeth and stood in front of him. Yuan Shen, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster here. Let me hold it off while you retreat. But Lin Yuan wasn't afraid. He just smirked. A terrifying monster? For a moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Looks like you're worthy to be my prey. He was stunned. What? It's crawling on all fours. The growls echoed through the cave as it approached, and without hesitation, Lin Yan drew his sword and charged toward the iron scale predator. Then let's see. Take it down. Ming worried. The Abyss God. His voice deepened as he commanded the carrion undead to attack, and the carrion leader threw a knife. As soon as the order is given, they launch their weapons, but it quickly blocks their attacks with its tail. The boss unleashes its iron tail sweep, and the vulture's weapons clang against its tail. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaps onto the steel-armored lizard's head, seizing the moment to unleash his full spiritual power and activate the Azure Soul Curse. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupts. Lin Yuan slowly lands, observing, but as the smoke clears, it's unscathed. The iron-devouring beast's tough hide suffered only minor scratches. He frowned, wondering how such power could only create small scorch marks. Enraged, it roars, the sound shaking the cavern as the iron-armored lichen unleashes a venomous attack. The boss is using a skill. Poison Sand Spray. Poison Sand Spray unleashes high-pressure poison attacks. After being hit, they inflict a poison debuff, dealing 3 to 10% of your health per second for 5 seconds. Poison billows from the monster's mouth in streams of green smoke, clinging to the air as Ziming cries out in fear. Yan, watch out! An attack slams into the ground. The ferric iron predator watched as Lin Yuan retreated, scrutinizing the ground which had been corroded by its attack, a highly concentrated corrosive strike. Lin Yuan frowned, assessing the situation. It was proving to be a bit more difficult than he'd imagined. The ferocious Iron Eater's tail lunged, attempting to strike while Lin Yuan was off guard, but he quickly leapt away, dodging its attack. Even so, it only made things more exciting, and with a dark look, Lin Yuan summoned his undead. Come forth, the foolish overlord commanded. A vulture thief undead appears, immediately plunging its blade into the tail of the armored blood lizard. Standing to the side, Ming looked bewildered. Was the undead monster that Yuan Shen summoned also one of his new subordinates? His eyes lit up with admiration. It was so cool. The vulture zombie thief swiftly moved behind the armored scorpion, raised the knives in its hands, and the system activated the double stab skill, plunging them straight into the scorpion's tail. The boss activates the impenetrable rampart skill, increasing defense by 150% for 10 seconds. Almost immediately, the iron-armored lizard's tail strikes. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly warned his undead, "Be careful." But it was too slow to react, and the tail of the scarlet iron lynx sent it flying into the wall. Ming exclaimed, his face filled with horror. Its reaction speed is too fast. Does it have eyes in the back of its head? Hearing this, Long Yan couldn't help but wonder. Did it have eyes in the back of its head? He replayed the Shuk Tailiachi's actions and reactions in his mind. Lizard eyes are simple, relying on changes in light to perceive their surroundings, making it difficult to spot motionless enemies. Lin Yuan then considered the characteristics of lizards, noting their exceptional motion detection. Their hearing and sensory membranes can detect even the slightest movements of enemies, and some species even have infrared sensors to detect body heat. So, A lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movements far surpasses that of a human. Realizing this, Lin Yuan smirked, knowing he'd have to trick this thing into walking into his trap. With a plan in mind, he bombarded the armored lizard with fireballs, taunting it. "Come on, let's see if your scales are tougher than my fire." Without a doubt, it lunged towards Lin Yuan, who retreated while launching fireballs. Lin Yuan then focused on luring the armored iron lizard to the back, saying, "Good. Keep it excited. Keep its attention on me." From the other side, two men hurriedly tried to stop him, saying it was too dangerous. He explained urgently that the defense of the Lord-level armored ice lizard was too strong. "These fireballs can't hurt it at all. Uyen Than is taking a huge risk." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Uyen is running towards... he's heading straight for the iron-eating lizards on the other side. The iron-eating lizards and Lin Yuan quickly approached the pack ahead. Seeing his moment, he immediately turned around. This was it. Lin Yuan then dodged to the side, leaving the armored lizard dumbfounded as it lost its balance and crashed into the swarm of iron-eating lizards, quickly being torn to shreds. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. "You big-headed idiot, you don't even know how to break." It roared in pain and fury, and as it turned, Lin Yuan prepared to unleash his skill. Experience this, a truly delicious explosion. The system chimes, activating a skill. Treasure Arts. Instantly, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing tons of damage to the armored lizard. Seeing that it had lost a good chunk of health, Lin Yuan smirked. Its armor was broken. Seeing him before its eyes, it roared in fury and charged. Lin Yan quickly retreated and ordered the vulture thief, "Vulture leader, to the left." The two landed on either side, disorienting the iron-eating lizard, which had another weakness. Its eyes couldn't lock onto enemies on both sides at once. The vulture thief immediately drew a crossbow, aiming straight at the iron-eating lizard. It opens its mouth wide, gathering energy for a big attack, but Lin Yan leaps above and strikes from above. This attack will send you to hell. It howls in pain as it struck in its weak spot. The armored iron-toothed tiger is defeated, and system notifications flood in. A critical hit. "Level up, level up, level up. Congratulations, you've reached level 14. He stood silently over the corpse of the ironclad predator, surrounded by swirling dust. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his own undead. At the same time, a system notification rings out, indicating that his health has recovered by 85%. Another notification appears. Dark Curse, Amethyst, level 3, inflicting 20% damage and health drain on the target. Or recover 20% of the iron-eating lizard's health, consume 60 mana with a 6-second cooldown, and a proficiency of 200-300. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pondered that using a skill scroll again could directly upgrade the Curse of Darkness to level 4. Looking at the iron-eating lizard in front of him, he thought that even though the corpse explosion technique had consumed a lot of iron-eating lizards, it was worth it to obtain this one. The system displayed its information. Iron-eating lizard lord, level 20, 6300 HP, 850 attack, 280 defense. Skills include Iron Tail Strike, Impenetrable Shield, Subterranean Stealth, Poison Sandspit, and Undead Body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan made a decision. "From now on, you're my meat shield." Just then, Xu Ming's urgent voice rang out, "Uyuan, Uyuan!" He held a pile of equipment and rushed towards him with shining eyes. It was the first time he'd seen so much loot. "Now shall we count them?" Lin Yan looked back at the chaotic scene. "What's the rush? There are still a few old rats that haven't been cleaned up yet." Amidst the charred corpses of the iron-eating god lizards, Zhao Kui wields his weapon, a sinister smile plastered on his face. These fools were never a match. The soldier flattered him, saying, "It's all thanks to your leadership, Captain. Even a Lord-class monster would kneel before you." Standing nearby, Wu Hui chimed in, "Captain, judging by the sounds, the battle should be ending soon. Now's the perfect time to swoop in and scavenge." He kicked the corpse at his feet, and then Zhao Kui led the other two forward, saying, "Let's go scavenge." A sudden, unexpected attack left them reeling, and they scattered to avoid the falling rocks. Zhao Kui roared in anger, "Who dares to ambush the Black Tree Guild?" As the dust settled, a figure slowly emerged. Lin Yan gripped his sword, his gaze as cold as ice. "Didn't you want to pick up corpses? I'll collect your corpses myself." Ohoi's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, pointing directly at him. "No, it can't be. The iron lizards clearly devoured you both." Furious, Zeming berates him, not holding back, yet he still has the gall to say that? I thought the Black Tree Guild was a great and honorable guild. Unbelievably, they used players as bait to clear the dungeon. Without hesitation, Huang Yu rushes to stand before Zhao Kui. So what? Being a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is an honor for you small fries. His face, on the other hand, was pale, his lips pressed together in a grimace. What the hell? Those two actually made it out alive. Could it be that there weren't many iron lizards when they entered the cave, and all the monsters were gathered around those unlucky guys? He was so angry that he stomped his feet, cursing incessantly. You two really have no shame. Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh inwardly, a mocking look in his eyes. That guy's getting on my nerves. Might as well take care of him. He slowly stepped forward, his voice low. I don't know what stroke of luck allowed you to survive, but your time is up. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan gripped his sword and lunged forward, thinking, just you wait. He seized the iron chain of the azure mace, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The clash of metal echoed, and he quickly retreated, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. Zhoukui's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. So what? This is the game the little devil wants to play. As Lin Yuan swung his sword, black skulls emerged from the void, and he charged forward, smashing them one by one. Zhouqui stood before the thick smoke, his eyes fixed ahead, when suddenly he froze, visibly startled. Damn it, you can't escape. He swings his sword, striking directly. Zhao Kui reacted in time, raising his shield to block the fierce blow. You think I'm really defenseless, you fool? He smirked, staring directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, proving that some people only survive through luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kui's figure vanished into thin air, but Lin Yuan remained silent, observing his surroundings. Without a sound, he swung his weapon from behind, thinking of Lin Yuan as trash. Lin Yuan tilted his head, his cold gaze piercing the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of magic, a power so immense it could snuff out a life at any moment. A deafening explosion erupts, sending rocks flying as Ming looks on in fear and worry. But then, the Ao Hui and Huang Yu deities stood before him, unimpressed. Leave this amateur to me. You weren't warmed up enough before. Now it's my turn. Zhao Kui looked at him lying motionless under the rocks, clothes torn. All right, I don't have time to play games with you. He grinned savagely, raising his fist to send Lin Yuan on his way. Just die quietly. But Zhao Kui's eyes widened in disbelief. What? His fist was stopped by Lin Yuan's hand, so he was the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third squad? Zhao Kui was now utterly terrified. What is this guy up to? Lin Yan kept his head down, but a cold smile crept across his lips. His eyes glow red as magic gathers around him. I think I know what the 10th-ranked guild in the main city area is capable of. Lin Wen gripped his wrist, the force causing Zhao Kui to tremble uncontrollably. He struggled to break free, but the iron grip held him like a prisoner in a steel cage. His eyes turned red, muscles tensed with effort, before Lin Yan grabbed him and slammed him into the ground like a sack of sand. Zhao Kui was thrown, skidding across the ground in a straight line, before finally stopping, coughing violently through gritted teeth. I truly underestimated you, you bastard. Zhao Kui angrily grabs his mace and charges forward again. Don't just stand there, charge. Oh Hoi and Huang Vu acknowledged the order. All right, all three rushed towards Lin Yuan, screaming for his death. Unafraid, he simply stares, a smirk playing on his lips. A disorganized rabble is just that, disorganized. The blow lands, but Lin Yuan's figure vanishes without a trace, and high above, two undead vultures appear, wings spread, attacking them. Caught off guard, they scrambled to react. What? His eyes widened, revealing anger and panic as skulls rushed toward Zhao Kui, as if to tear him apart. The attack sends Zhao Kui sprawling, and he tumbles to the ground before the two men, only to look up and see their feet in front of him. He panicked, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wait, stop. Damn it, if you really kill me, the Black Tree Guild will come after you. Think carefully. Lin Yuan stared intently at Zhao Kui, his eyes full of power, then glanced down to see Zi Ming hugging his leg with hearts in her eyes. Yuan Shen, I knew you'd never give up. You scared me half to death. He shoved him away with a disgusted look. Get out of my way. As Lin Yan's expression changed, he raised his sword high and coldly declared, From what I know, your Dark Tree Guild is not only tyrannical to outsiders, but also cruel to its own members. If you drop in rank and lose guild equipment, they'll come after you, won't they? Have you thought about how you'll explain that to them? He panicked slightly, sweating as he desperately tried to bargain. Consider this my loss. Tell me, what will it take for you to spare my life? Lin Yan lowered his sword, pondered, and then spoke. Then give me a list of all your guild's top-level executives, including their classes, ranks, and special traits. At that moment, thunder roared around him, a skill the top believer used in his past life that he'd never heard of before. No one knew what it was or how to deal with it. He definitely had a rare hidden class, one that remained a secret until the very end. Hearing this, Zhao Kui stammered, asking about the list. "What do you want that for?" Lin Yuan ignored him and stabbed his sword straight through Zhao Kui's hand. As he watched the blood flow from Zhao Kui's hand, he coldly sat down. "Write it or not?" Zhao Kui, pale as a ghost, relented. "I'll write it down." Moments later, the list was in Lin Yuan's hands, seemingly containing all the Black Tree Guild's elites. Though some of the professions were unique, none matched the first disciple's characteristics as he examined his injured hand. Sir, can you let me go now?" He turned around, his words a bit hesitant. "I can let you go." Before he could finish, Zhao Kui hurriedly spoke up. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you." Before they could react, Lin Yuan unleashed a spell that pierced through them. But after harming so many innocent players, it was time to give them an explanation. The three's treasures appeared one after another. Moon Blessing Hammer, Silver, Weapon Type, Attack plus 45, Crits plus 230, Physical Attack plus 30. Attached Skill, Explosive Force. The first attack increases attack speed by 20%. Bronze Mad Dance Longsword, Attack plus 30, Hit Rate plus 20. Azure Light Mage Robe, Magic Damage, plus 20, Spirit plus 20. He glanced suspiciously to the side, seeing Ziming secretly holding something. "Yuan Shen, look. They found treasure too." He brought it before Lin Yuan. "I'll pick first, and the rest is yours." Seeing him open it, Ziming quickly shook his head. No. Lin Yuan sighed, retracting his hand as the other man flattered. "I want to buy it. I can't take advantage of you, Yuan Shen." Not wanting to argue, he simply said, "It's up to you." Lin Yan examined the items in the yang, shaking his head. "Nothing suits me. Take them all." He happily nodded. "Okay, Yanshen, I'll transfer the money to you right away." 54 gold coins received, the two finally leave the cave. Outside the Bloodscale cave, silver equipment was still the norm. Acquiring gold equipment wouldn't be easy. Uyan Than, there's something I don't know if I should say. Why do you look so doubtful?" As he spoke, his body trembled involuntarily. The Black Tree Guild was known for its ruthless revenge. If they can't beat you online, they'll come after you in real life. Perhaps you should take my bodyguard with you. Having heard him, Lin Yuan remained neutral and simply waved goodbye, saying thanks for the reminder. "They're just a bunch of worms. I have my own plans." Back in reality, he had just removed his game helmet when he heard a voice from outside. Uyen, come eat." Lin Yuan gets up from his chair and replies that he's coming. He approached the door, his hand reaching for the knob, but as he opened it, a towering figure wearing a similar device stood before him. Mr. Lam picked up the helmet, tilted his head, and asked his son, Uyen, is this the helmet you need for the game?" "Is this helmet broken?" he asked, surprised. "It can be activated, so it doesn't seem broken." "But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a game helmet?" He waved his hand, sounding a bit flustered. "If you didn't buy it, then who did? Your mother and I found it while cleaning your room." In that moment, a strange feeling stirred within him, and a hazy memory flickered through his mind. In his past life, it was around this time that Lin Dan awakened his hidden class. Lin's mother came out of the kitchen, smiling. "All right, you two, stop standing there and come eat." She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. "Your father doesn't understand new things. He's always trying to find common ground with you. He couldn't even start the computer all afternoon." Mr. Lin chuckled awkwardly. "It's not like that, Uyen. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried she'd break Xiao Tan's things while cleaning, so I was checking." He lowered his head slightly, his eyes deep. "If my parents are exposed to the world of immortality, I can use my game resources to support them. When the world changes, they'll be able to protect themselves." Lin Yuan smiled softly, his eyes firm. "This game isn't hard. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets. Mom, you should try it too." Mrs. Lin frowned, her voice a little stern. "Don't waste money." He smiled faintly. "It's okay, Mom, don't worry about it." "Oh, right. Is Xiao Dan still not back yet?" She glanced at the clock and said softly, "It's Friday, so she's probably out with friends." "I'll call her later. You eat first." But Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Let me call her." He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number, his sister's name appearing on the screen as it connected. Then a recorded voice said, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Lin Yan stared at the screen, his eyes darkening. Even if Xiao Tan didn't want to answer his calls, she'd at least text him back, not ignore him completely. He shook his head gently, his voice calm. "Mom, Dad, go ahead and eat. I need to pick something up, and I'm afraid the store will close if I go too late." She grumbled. "Well, your food will get cold." Seeing this, he suggested that Yuan go. As he left, Mr. Lin's voice echoed softly. "I remember when Uyen and Tiu Dan were inseparable. I don't know when they grew apart. Let's let them talk more and worry less." Mrs. Lamb smiled. "That's right. Uyen just isn't good at expressing herself, but she's still his sister." He trudged down the stairs, darkness enveloping him as fragmented memories flooded his mind. In the previous timeline, Lin Dan painfully opened the door just as he was about to eat. Startled, he asked worriedly, "Xiao Dan, what's wrong?" But she ignored him, wearily heading to her room. Reaching her door, she suppressed her pain, telling him it was none of his business, that he shouldn't call the police or tell their parents. Understood? He stopped, his eyes filled with unspoken anguish. Back in reality, he thought to himself that in his past life, after Lin Dan started playing Immortal World, she soon awakened a hidden profession, but also shouldered many things that didn't belong to her. It all started when that mysterious organization appeared and brought it to her. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Order organization, a mysterious group founded by 9 chosen individuals, and only they were eligible to join. Yan Yu thought further that among them was a prophet who could sense the chosen ones in reality and send members to invite them to join. Before he knew it, the Order's power in the game had become unstoppable. Not only that, but their influence on the real world is growing stronger, and despite their mysterious actions, they do some good deeds, maintaining social stability. Their true purpose remains a mystery. With that, he thought with a pang of bitterness. After Xiao Tan was invited to join, she frequently carried out dangerous missions but never mentioned it to her family. Thinking of this, an image of Lin Dan, wounded and struggling to walk, appeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, hoping it wasn't them. Stepping out to the door, a spark flashed in his eyes. He thought, even if it is them, he won't let Xiao Tan get involved haphazardly this time. He strode into the night when he spotted a familiar figure. He hid himself, his eyes following the person talking in the cafe not far away, his breath slowing as he sensed every small movement in the space. As expected, Zhao Dan has already met with them, but they're too far away to hear the conversation, and it's too soon to make a move. It's been a while since I've used this. Feeling a bit rusty, he focuses his mind and activates his stealth skill. A faint light envelops his body, and the surrounding air shimmers. His breath and presence completely vanished. He thought to himself that his stealth art was currently level 3, with a duration of 5 minutes. Lin Yuan King surveyed the area, then entered the cafe, stopping within earshot of the conversation, thinking, this distance should be sufficient. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Hixin were talking with Lin Dan, Hixin's deep voice resonating clearly. "Little sister, I've told you what I needed to, and it's up to you to decide what's true. Joining us isn't just about the organization, but about the calamity that will strike in 3 years. He seems calm, yet there's a pressure in his eyes. I'll be like them, bravely standing up for this world." Xiaofa smirked, his voice light and teasing. "Look, you've scared the girl. Quickly retract your terrifying aura." Harkson frowned slightly, his voice serious. "I'm talking about something important, and it's for her own good. The situation is what it is, and it involves her whether we like it or not." Suddenly realizing something, he looked towards where Lin Yuan was standing, his heart racing. Haxon's eyes flashed with anger as he tapped his ring, activating the Dispel skill. A powerful wave of energy spread out, and the system announced that the stealth effect had been dispelled, counting down the time. Hach Sam frowned, looking in the direction he had been standing, speechless. Fearing discovery, he looked toward the drink stand and said, "Hey, do you have iced cola? I'll take one to go." The owner's voice echoed from the drink stand. "Coming right up, just a moment." Soon after, the owner emerged with 2 drinks, saying, "Here you go." From afar, Lin Yuan paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, realizing he'd used the ring's Dispel skill. Thankfully, the Dispel stealth has a 3-second delay. Just then, the system's voice rang out, announcing that the stealth effect had been removed. Haksum took a sip of his drink, turned to Lin Dan, and said in a low, decisive voice, "Lin Dan, I hope you'll consider joining us. A righteous person can't stand idly by in the face of disaster. Call this number when you've made up your mind." With that, he placed a business card on the table, which Lin Dan picked up, bowing her head slightly as she spoke in a small but firm voice. "Okay." With that, the 2 men got up to leave, but Xiaofan suddenly turned back with a teasing, meaningful tone. "Little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You have to come." From afar, Lin Yuan activates his stealth skill to monitor the situation. As the two men left, he got up and followed, but they were gone the moment he stepped outside. He exclaimed, "They vanished!" Suddenly, a glass of water was thrown at him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. From afar, Hoxham's voice echoed, confirming something was indeed wrong. Suddenly, the cold voice of the system rang in his head, announcing the end of the stealth effect. The area falls silent once more, save for the steady beat of his heart. A growing sense of unease suggests this is only the beginning. Hoxham slowly approaches the discarded glass, his eyes fixed on the ground where a faint glow lingers, the remnants of the broken stealth skill. He frowned slightly, his voice low and steady. "Maybe I'm just being too sensitive lately. It's nothing." Xiaofan stood beside him, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his face. "Big brother, you're too tense. Relax a little." He finished speaking and turned to look around. "Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us?" Hoxham rose, paused in silence, then slowly replied, "According to the oracle, she will come, sooner or later." Xiaofan shrugged, his eyes gleaming, and said with amusement, "That's true. The oracle's predictions have never been wrong so far." He chuckled softly. "But I'm more curious to see which beauty I'll be flying with." Hoxham glanced at him, frowning slightly. "Let's see if you can even keep your life in the coming calamity." Xiaofan chuckled. "There's still plenty of time." His voice was deep and cold, with a chilling undertone that momentarily froze Xiaofan's smile. Nearby, Lin Yan stood high above, silently watching the two men disappear into the distance. Luckily, he had activated his movement skill just before his stealth was broken. Escaping at the last moment, he closed his eyes slightly. "These guys are harder to deal with than I thought. Any more contact and my forbidden profession might be exposed." The faint blue light fades around him as he gazes at the starry sky, whispering, "I'm already an outcast in this immortal world. I must be more careful. It's time to move out." As Lindan returned to her neighborhood, she nervously fiddled with the business card that Sam had given her, her mind in turmoil. Just as she looked up, she saw a familiar figure and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Lin Yan stood there with the bag of food, his hair slightly ruffled by the wind, and said, "I just happened to come down to buy some things. You haven't eaten yet, right?" Lindan shook her head. "It's okay." He held up the bag of food and said softly, "It's late, so don't make Mom work too hard. I bought some food. See if there's anything you want to eat later." She looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. This guy can barely take care of himself, so what's this all about? He turned and headed inside, saying, "I'm off." As he walked, he glanced back at Lindan and quietly said, "Come home." The door bursts open, and their voices ring out, "We're home!" Madam Lin rushed out, asking Lindan with a worried voice, "This child always forgets the time when playing. Have you eaten? Do you need me to heat up some food for you?" She shook her head thoughtfully. "No need, Mom. I'll go to my room first." Her mother watched her go, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, have you, Yuan Yuan? Let me make a little more for you both." He gently shook his head, his voice soft. "No need, Mom. You should rest early." Exhausted in her room, Lindan sighed, her mood sinking as she struggled to understand what had been happening to her lately. Wearily, she collapsed onto the bed, muttering to herself, "Ever since playing that game, strange things have been happening." Dark memories flash of Lindan battling a ferocious monster. The purple-haired mage and her teammate suddenly cried out, piercing the air. "Xiaotan, run! You're faster than me. I'll hold them off." The blades gleam, sending rocks flying as a massive monster with long scythes appears. A cold system voice echoes. "Mantis Bladesman, Level 5, HP 300, Attack 50, Defense 8, Skill, Chaotic Blades, Skill Effect, Rapid Dual Strikes inflict double damage." The monster closes in, its scythes felling her mage teammate. Lindan gritted her teeth and shouted, "You go on ahead, I'll hold them back." Her eyes were resolute, ready for battle, as she declared, "I'm the vanguard. The vanguard doesn't abandon the rear guard. Leave this to me." But there wasn't just one. Dozens more moved in unison from afar, the sound of hundreds of scythes cutting through the air, creating an ear-splitting screech, as if the world was about to be swallowed whole. Lindan grits her teeth, her grip tightening on her sword as spiritual energy erupts from her body. She charges forward, her blade sweeping across, a streak of blue light cleaving through one of the monsters. An explosion rings out, and she spins to parry the blow of a second, but their strength is overwhelming, each impact sending tremors through her arm. Lindan, on one knee, gasped for breath, her hand still gripping her sword. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her, slashing with its sharp blade. A massive beam of light swept away the dust. Suddenly, Lindan's body began to glow, her hair flying wildly as a silver light enveloped her. The system chimed, its cold voice mixed with a heartbeat. Congratulations, you've triggered a hidden profession that's helping you awaken. Now, Lamton struggles to stay standing, using her sword as a crutch, coughing roughly. Suddenly, she grips her sword, her gaze now as sharp as the blade itself, each strike a blur of motion. A chorus of mantis blades screams in agony as their bodies explode in the brilliant swordlight. Dust flies as Lindan uses her sword for support, panting, her lips trembling, her body almost completely drained of strength. The system's voice echoes again, a heavy blow to the mind of the Dawn Sword. At that very moment, a massive pillar of golden light erupted, obliterating the darkness. Within that blinding light, Lindan's eyes shone with a brilliant emerald hue, deep as gemstones, reflecting the golden rays spreading throughout the space, swirling around her body like a gathering of a myriad stars, forming a colossal surge of energy. The system's words still echoed in the air. Dawn's light sword. Lamdan paused amidst the smoky battlefield, her hand still gripping the sword. Returning to the present, she wearily wiped her forehead, realizing that the sensation was real. The changes in her body could be felt in reality. Lindan took a deep breath, feeling every vein light up from within. If the disaster he spoke of truly comes, can I protect everyone? Her hand rises into the air, enveloped in a mystical blue light, as if absorbing or releasing a vast power. Can I really do this? Lindan clenched her fist, doubt fleeting before dissolving into resolve. If even this power can't withstand the coming disaster, what chance do others have? She suddenly sat up, turned to the shelf, picked up a photo frame and said, "Whether I join them or not, I must quickly become stronger. I must protect them." At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was holding a photo frame, thinking the same thing. He knew he couldn't delay moving. His energy needed to be focused on the game, and he wanted them to live in peace. The next morning, as the sun rose and shone on the cobblestone streets, a polite woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, sir." The neatly dressed agent stood beside Lin Yuan, gently asking, "Are you here to view properties today?" He glanced around, his eyes both curious and proud, and asked the woman, "Do you have any fully furnished villas? Security must be top-notch." She wondered if he really had that much money, looking so young. The broker looked at him and asked, "Sir, are you familiar with the prices in this area?" "Anyway, this area will do." Long Yan interrupted her, holding up a shiny black card. "I haven't, but I think this should be enough." She happily says, holding the card, This is a special VIP card, only for customers with tens of millions in deposits." "Oh my God, my lucky star!" The woman's voice suddenly rose as if she wanted to scream, leaving everyone around her dumbfounded. "Welcome home, sir. Employee number 2345 at your service." A few days later, he brought Mr. and Mrs. Lamb to the villa he had purchased. His parents stared blankly at the contract, and Mrs. Lamb asked, Uyen, did I hear that right?" She asked, "Did you say, this is our new home?" Her voice was a mix of shock and disbelief. As he led his parents inside for a tour, Mrs. Lamb asked in stunned disbelief, "A private pool? This is just like on TV. It's so grand." Meanwhile, Mr. Lin, overwhelmed by the sight of each room, could only tremble and exclaim, "This bed is enormous." As they entered the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting off the gleaming furniture. The spacious living room, the soft sofa, and a pristine white vase adorning the tea table. His parents were frozen in place. Lin Jiqi's mother turned to him and asked, "Yuanyun, how many years will it take you to pay off this house? Should we just move back to our old place?" His father quickly agreed, saying they didn't want to put too much pressure on him, but Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. "There's no mortgage. I used my prize money from previous matches and my gaming income to pay it all off. Please, stay here and relax. I'll be right next door. I usually just stay home and focus on gaming." His words were concise and firm, surprising, and filling his parents with pride. Mr. Lin happily took Mrs. Lin's hand and said, "I never thought I'd live in a villa in my lifetime. It's all thanks to our son." She smiled happily, saying her son had grown up so fast and could handle anything on his own. The look in his parents' eyes was unmistakable. It was pure, unadulterated pride, free of any demands. Lin Yuan's smile wasn't one of gloating, but a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Finally, all his efforts had been worth it. That afternoon, he strolled along, bathed in the fading sunlight. As he turned into the alley beside the store, Lin Yuan thought that the villa's security was nothing to worry about. Next, he would guide his parents to try the game as well, just in case the Order organization showed up. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he sensed something and stopped. His gaze followed his unease, landing on a group of dark figures approaching, their demeanor aggressive and threatening, the dim light barely outlining their large forms. Each of them carried crude weapons like sticks or steel pipes, when suddenly a man in the group spoke up. "I've been waiting for this." He and his cronies looked at him smugly and said, "You weren't easy to find." Recognizing the animosity and familiarity from the leader, Liam thought, "It's the Black Tree Guild's captain. The one I took down?" Immediately, without waiting for orders, his comrades charged forward. The shadow of the falling pipe loomed menacingly as he roared, "Aren't you supposed to be a good fighter? Why don't you act tough now? Go get him, smash his dog head for me." One of the goons thought he was paralyzed with fear. He laughed, thinking he'd finally gotten under Lin Yuan's skin, and charged forward, swinging a steel pipe and screaming. To disrespect Master Kue is to seek death. Little did his accomplice know it was a fatal mistake. Lin Yuan remained, his eyes sharp and cold. Activating his stealth skill, he smirked at his attacker and said, "Too slow." Lin Yuan seemed to vanish, and the steel crashed into the ground, shattering the stone and echoing through the alley. His comrades were startled, only catching a glimpse of a blue light flashing in the air. In that instant, Lin Yuan materialized before the captain, his body radiating a swirling electric light, his eyes frighteningly sharp and focused. His fist clenched, he unleashed a devastating blow, a thunderous explosion erupting as a whirlwind scattered everything around. The punch landed squarely in his stomach. His eyes rolled back and blood gushed from his mouth as his body contorted from the impact. Intense blue light erupted from Liam's body, sending shockwaves outward. The captain's body slammed into the ground, cracking the earth. A heavy thud echoed as blood trickled from his mouth. He wondered in terror, was this man a human or a demon? Just as the captain's frantic thoughts subsided, a heavy metallic clang echoed. Lin Yuan slammed the steel bar into the concrete next to his ear, making him jump. Cold sweat pouring down his neck as his eyes widened, seeing him standing there, a dark aura mixed with a thick, murderous intent. His eyes flashed a cold red, and his low voice rang out. "Looks like you don't value your life." Before the captain could react, Lin Yuan stomped on him. A pained groan escapes him as he looks down, muttering in annoyance, "These leeches are a real pain in the neck." He lay trembling on the ground, convulsing, his voice shaking as he desperately pleaded, "Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm still useful. Don't kill me. I know of a hidden quest." His breath grew ragged, his voice lost in the unnerving silence. His eyes burned red as he stared down at the man, his voice laced with menace. "Speak." The captain, pinned to the ground, gasped for air and spilled the information. "In the main city, there's a blacksmith named Hoa Kiem who always gives out odd jobs. When his favorability is high enough, he'll make you a piece of golden equipment." Lin Yan frowned, thinking that in his past life, someone did acquire golden equipment very quickly. Rumored to be related to an NPC, perhaps this guy isn't lying. He questioned, "Is that so?" as he tightened his grip on the steel bar, bending it out of shape. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold as he stared at the captain, his voice laced with an undeniable threat. "I hope you don't do anything foolish, because I have many ways to deal with you, both online and off. If you dare lay a hand on my family, then this is what will happen to you." He cowered, answering in despair, "I understand." The scene shifts to the West Desert Tavern, steeped in the evening atmosphere. Under the moonlit night, the air is thick with the smell of alcohol and hushed conversations. A lively evening tinged with the weariness of a long day. The clinking of beer mugs seemed to ignite the tavern's atmosphere. Huo Qian slams his beer down, eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. "You're saying you can get me 100 portions of star ore?" "No way," he continued. "You look too clean to be a miner. If you can really do it, then I'll make you a weapon for free." Lin Yuan stood silently by the table, his eyes as calm as ever, nodding slightly. He thought to himself, it seems Zhao Kuai wasn't lying. The next step is to mine the ore. As he turned to leave the table, he saw a drunk staggering to his feet, slurring, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Have a drink with me." He grinned, staggering toward a girl who just walked by, startling her. "Stay away from me. I don't even know you," she snapped, the beautiful, curvy woman slurring, "Don't touch me." She dodged him as he chuckled. All right, come with me, and I promise I won't touch you." The strong smell of alcohol made Lin Yuan frown involuntarily. Before he could react, the drunk turned to him and shouted, "What are you looking at? You think I won't gouge your eyes out?" He barely finished his sentence when our hero used his strength to send the drunk flying. Lin Yuan scoffed. "They have no idea what they're getting into." The tavern air went still, and the beautiful woman turned, her voice full of cheer. "Handsome, thank you so much. Let me buy you a drink." Lin Yuan simply glanced over and curtly said, "No need." Then he turned and left, leaving her calling after him, Don't go so fast." Hasty footsteps echoed amidst the chaos, her slender heels slipping slightly on the wooden floor. A heel caught in the floorboards, and she stumbled forward, her brown hair flying. In that instant, a cold, fiery glint flashed in Liam's eyes. He reacted almost on instinct, but the one who reached out to catch her was close enough to steal her breath. Lin Yuan's strong arm firmly grasped her waist, halting her fall. In his arms, she looked up, her cheeks flushed with wine, her eyes hazy but with a hint of playfulness. "So you like dancing, little brother," she began, but suddenly she fell fast asleep. Lin Yuan frowned, a hint of helplessness on his face, saying, "What a nuisance." He opened the door to the room, the hinges creaking softly in the stillness. Moonlight spills through the window, casting a glow on the cool stone floor as Lin Yuan gently lays her on the bed, her brown hair splayed across the pillow, her lips parted in a soft breath. With that done, he turned and left, silently closing the door and leaving the room to the pale blue light of the western desert night. Quietly, the scene shifts to the venomous snake mine, where moisture seeps from the rock walls into the air. The torches lining the walls blaze as the dog-headed miner's picks strike the stone in the cramped space, each blow echoing with rhythmic precision. In the dim light, Lin Yuan stood in the heart of the cave, stone in hand, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he calculated. He had 12 dog-headed zombie miners in his nether gate, just right for mining, and he could collect quite a few heads in a short time. Suddenly, a crash echoed from the depths of the darkness, sending the dog-headed miners flying. He was caught off guard, with no time to react, as a swarm of small figures charged into view. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of a man, poured out from the cracks in the rocks, their gray fur, sharp claws, and red eyes gleaming. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, identifying the creatures as level 10 common berserk rats with 1200 HP, 70 attack, 15 defense, and the frenzied Ren skill, which allows them to attack continuously with a 10% damage bonus. Lin Yuan summons the elite scorpions, ordering them to leave no rat alive as their claws tear through the horde. Each rabid rat was torn to shreds in mere moments, blood splattering everywhere, the air thick with heat and the stench of gore. The elite scorpions swiftly annihilated them all, leaving none alive. The formation glows green, its arcane patterns blazing as they slowly spin in the air, and Lin Yuan muses, "Adding more monster types will make my tactics more comprehensive." Demonic energy spread from the magic circle, engulfing each creature in a blazing blue-black light, transforming them into hazy soul bodies that twisted and were sucked straight into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. Fire and dust erupt throughout the tunnel, the shockwave so intense that even the rock walls tremble. Lin Yuan immediately leaps back, his cloak billowing in the turbulent surge. He raised a hand to shield his face, eyes narrowed, and exclaimed, "What?" A massive red figure bursts from the darkness, its fur standing on end, eyes glowing blood red, and sharp teeth gnashing together, as a figure stands behind the beast amidst the dust. A figure in a gray cloak appeared, wielding a long spear, as the system announced, "Rabid Rat Fiend, Spirit Master, level 16, HP 3800, attack 300, defense 150, skills, Rabid Pursuit, Keen Smell." Suddenly, the figure swung the spear, causing the beast to roar even more ferociously, and driven by an unseen force, it charged towards Lin Yuan like a whirlwind. He raised his sword in preparation, the blue light on the blade rising in waves like the sea, his voice low and chilling. "Is this the mine's boss? Someone is deliberately leading monsters here." A brilliant golden light erupts as the weapon takes effect. The ancient sun raises his hand high, unleashing his attack as the dog-headed miner growls incessantly beside him. Caught off guard, Lin Yuan stumbled backward, struggling to maintain his footing. But the sheer, overwhelming force sent him reeling. Lin Yuan immediately wondered if it was a target-locking skill, but something wasn't right. At the same moment, the system panel displayed detailed information. Ancient Sun has cast Holy Armor on you. Holy Armor grants 20 defense to allied targets for 60 seconds. As Lam Wuyen faces the storm of light, his body confirms this is a priest's buff. Amidst the intense battle, a news hunter glanced around, muttering, "What's going on today?" Where did all the ore go? Isn't that the priest from the super god Iron Triangle? Why is he acting alone? With a sinister glint in his eyes, he orders, "Hurry and grab some fame." He released a demonic, blood-sucking fly, while the old man desperately urged Lin Yuan to flee, saying, "I didn't mean to lure the monsters here. Run. I'll take responsibility for my own actions." The system updates detailed stats, showing 15 viewers online, and comments flood in. Soloing a boss? Are all the Water Moon Mirrors priests this OP? This priest is as nimble as an assassin. A battle priest, that is. Lin Yuan, seeing the engagement, nodded with an idea. Since it's come to this, and they're still showing loyalty, I just bought a villa, which cost a fortune. Since the boss is offering itself up, I'll gladly accept. The atmosphere grew more heated as the online audience surged from 15 to 70, then to 130, and the comments became increasingly curious. Doesn't he look familiar? It's the master who soloed the world boss. Grab a seat. Today, we're definitely in for a show. Has the master not made a move yet? Hurry up! A sharp, piercing sound echoed violently in his mind. The dog-headed miner relentlessly pursues the former solar, its massive feet poised to crush him. But fortunately, Lin Yuan intervenes. Looking dazed and covered in sweat, Tae Yang babbles incoherently. The scene shifts to Zhao Kuei, who's intently observing something, muttering in annoyance. Damn it, there's no shame in losing to a monster like that. That infuriated Flame chimed in, while some online big shot was spamming everywhere. How annoying, all this flattery. The subordinate beside him agreed, saying that when it comes to skill, no one can compare to our leader. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Zhao Kuei spoke with calculation. Wrath Flame of the Fury Guild. He's seen that live stream too. Frankly, Mad God only has the advantage of guild and class. When it comes to maneuvers, no one can compare to the Great One. Upon hearing this flattery, Rage's eyes widened, and he demanded, "Say that again." Zhao Kuei feigned surprise and continued, "You're Rage Flame of the Furious Guild, right? Look, it's not just me saying it. There are tons of comments on the live stream praising him, and some even say that Mad God, as the leader of the #1 guild, Feng Thuizha, should have yielded his position long ago." Enraged, No Yom presses his blade to Zhao Kui's throat, demanding, "Just who do you think you are?" He tried to explain, "Why are you taking it out on me? Everyone's saying it. But you have to understand, the god of frenzy is just too modest. Without him, these nobodies wouldn't be famous." No DM began to pay more attention to the current situation. "So that kid is still live streaming, right?" Hakui continued to confirm his suspicions. "That's right, in the mine." The flame tyrant angrily roared, demanding the guild be notified. With everyone online watching, Lim Uyen bravely battles the dog-headed miner within the mine. Each strike left a trail of light, and in the nick of time he told Tai Yang, "You can go now. I'm its only target." Just as he predicted, the dog-headed miner furiously charged, ready to tear into Lin Yuan, each step shattering the ground. The shifting earth below him made him stagger, his body sinking, but it was all a feint for a high-quality strike. Lin Yuan's voice boomed, "Go!" The dog-headed miner carelessly receives a flurry of direct hits. The system updates with shocking new data. With 1297 viewers studying every frame, they're determined to learn it all. The pros' moves are insane. Monster aggro is so consistent, it's blindingly fast. Wow, this master strategist really knows how to fight. He's so strong. The dog-headed miner's grip weakens as he claws at the rocks below, desperately trying to reach the figure of Lin Yuan just ahead. But an unexpected situation arises as the dog-headed miner zombies rush out, tearing into the dog-headed miner without mercy. Lin Yuan warned him not to get distracted and leave himself open to attack, but he knew the warning was pointless because he was about to strike him down with an unstoppable blow. The dog-headed miner screams in agony as the undead sink their teeth into him. The zombie leaps into the air, weapon in hand, ready to strike, and in a flash, that weapon is buried in the dog-headed miner's skull. Meanwhile, Lin Yan prepares himself, donning the phantom gauntlets. He rushes forward, declaring it's time to end this, a fist burying deep to end its existence. The crowd murmurs, wondering who the real boss is. It's hard to tell. Did my husband hit me? Did my husband hit me? I've really been hit by a god. The system swiftly notifies Lin Yuan, "Congratulations on defeating the frenzied chain rat lord." He levels up to 15 and receives the silver chasing dagger and swift boots, with detailed item information displayed. The silver pursuit blade, a weapon that grants +20 attack power, +5 attack speed, and +25 agility, with the pursuit blade skill. Pursuit Blade enhances the next attack after every 6 strikes, increasing attack speed by 10%, and Swift Boots of Silver, an equipment type that grants agility +30, movement speed +5, and the Swift skill. Agility increases by 10 in a non-combat state, as Giga-sun stumbles over, dazed, and asks, "Are you the master who single-handedly defeated the Death Wolf? Let's be friends. With my help, we'll be invincible." He turns away, telling Tai Yang he's mistaken. His words left Tai Yang in bewildered thought. "No way. I've watched your videos countless times. Even if you turn to ash, I'll still recognize you." Just as they were about to leave the mine, a sneak attack of fire came from behind. Realizing the situation, Lin Yan retaliates with a fierce green light, his eyes blazing with anger as he destroys the sneak attack from the low-rank fighters. Laughter echoed from the cave's entrance, causing Lin Yuan and Tai Yang to turn back in confusion as the newly arrived Wrath Flame spoke arrogantly, daring him to turn into ash and see if he could still recognize him. The crowd beneath the Flame Demon's egg also began to murmur, "All for a piece of trash. Isn't this a bit much? What are you even saying? He's a big shot, after all. Start the live stream. Let's show them what happens when you mess with the Frenzied Guild. Make sure they remember this. Our Mad God Guild leader is the strongest player in the West." Lin Yuan observes the situation carefully, thoughts racing through his mind. "So, the Mad Rage Guild wants to defeat me to show off? Looks like I have no choice but to accept these free handouts." Meanwhile, the system identifies a malicious siege and sets a 15-minute counterattack window, defeating the besiegers within. This time will not incur sin points. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a dazzling golden weapon appeared out of nowhere. The Solar Greatsword boldly declared its challenge. A long-awaited moment. Fighting alongside comrades, and I will shine in this desolate hell. In the name of this bond, to protect those who matter, Lin Yuan contemplates warily. "Who's your soulmate? Just stay away from me." The enraged man shouted, "Hey, you trash, listen up!" Before the berserker could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan swiftly attacked, crushing him and taunting, "What were you saying?" His attack doesn't stop there. His arm swings around, turning Rage Flame's face red on both sides, and his seemingly large body can't withstand it, spinning and crashing headfirst into the ground. The data is skyrocketing, with the stream reaching 5,630 viewers. Everyone's buzzing, taking a slap before the fight even starts. That flame guy's something else, taking hits to the face from a god and embarrassing himself on live stream. That's a rare sight. So, the great player just defeated a boss and now he's taking on a crowd alone? He's getting beat up, but he's still thinking about the ladies. A stray dog with no guild dares to attack. "Do you think you're some kind of god? Charge him." He commanded his underlings with resolve. "Take him down." The subordinate charged forward, shouting, "Follow my lead. Warriors, attack. Mages and priests, stay back. Archers, keep moving." I doubt he can handle this alone. Lin Yuan analyzed, realizing their teamwork was seamless. He decided to target their backline first, activating his stealth skill. Enraged, Nodin's subordinate roared, "The kid's gone invisible. Mages, activate elimination mode." The mages in the back nodded in response. However, Lin Uyen appeared too quickly, and his warning came too late. The unexpected situation causes the group to cry out in dismay. "What? He's behind us?" No DM, standing outside, continued to bark orders. "He's just a spent arrow. He just took down the boss. He's definitely low on health and mana. Charge. We have the numbers advantage. Take him down." Comments are already racing to the top. Impressive. It's the first time I've heard a group bullying an individual while acting so high and mighty. Hard to say what will happen. After all, the Rage Guild is ranked first in the Western Desert. If they're overturned by a god, they'll have nowhere to hide. The Rage Flame uses words to provoke his subordinates from behind. "Take him down. Bring him down, and you'll be paid for the damage you inflict. No limit. Bring him down." The crowd surged forward, unleashing a barrage of fire at Lin Yuan. But with a few swift strikes of his sword, he effortlessly dispelled their attacks. Lin Yuan assessed the situation and formed a strategy. The narrow mine tunnels prevented the undead legion from using their numbers, but taking them all out at once wouldn't be difficult. Facing the oncoming fireballs, he stood firm, as if expecting them. Everyone watched Lin Yuan intently, and even the online viewers were on edge, commenting anxiously. Even a god can only take so much. No one could withstand such an onslaught. What a pity. A terrible pity. They've found his weakness. Remember, the Great One is alone against a whole group. Hang in there, Great One. Lin Yuan soars above the fiery attacks as the crowd shouts, "Look, the trash is running away!" "Danton, Datan, defeat him," the arrogant Nuo Yan commanded. "Chase him down, don't let him escape." He muttered, unaware that Lin Yuan was ambushing him from behind. "Today, I'll play the turtle in a jar trick." No Yan finished his sentence, only to see Lin Yuan diving straight down from above, delivering a fatal stomp. Without mercy, he pinned Nuo Yan down, the man's blood splattering. A painful reality for the arrogant fool. Even so, as he was pinned, Nuo Yan still tried to argue. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Immediately after, he's silenced as Lin Yuan holds a sword to his throat, threatening, "Call them here, he's here." He then whispered to No Diem that they wouldn't be returning, adding, I wonder if your mad god will blame you for leading a whole team to their defeat." This one still doesn't get it, his words filled with confusion. "What do you mean?" Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, the dog-headed miner zombies are closing in on the group. Lin Yuan, determined, activates his corpse explosion skill, his hands gripping Rage Flame's head as he screams, "What do you want?" Lin Yan coldly demanded, "Go ask them yourself." Just seconds later, his sword sliced across No Diem's neck. The online viewers are shocked. The viewership exceeds 1 million. Oh my god, I knew it. How could a master make such a foolish mistake? No Diem looks like a fool, destroying the whole formation. Easier than grinding monsters? I'm impressed. That was a flawless play. As soon as Fury was defeated, the spoils appeared, and Lin Yan hurriedly spoke. "There's an unexpected harvest. We must quickly pack up all the equipment inside and take it away. This place is about to be swarming with people." The weapon he obtained this time is a golden iron ring, a weapon that grants plus 50 to physical attack, plus 20 to attack speed, plus 30 to critical hit rate, and has a lifesteal skill. Lifesteal. 10% of damage dealt is converted into HP. Cut to a different scene, where an unusual silence hangs in the air. Suddenly, Joachim's voice broke the silence. "I take back what I said before. You truly are a remarkable young man. I hope you'll visit often. I still need a lot more ore, and the system has an update. The blacksmith's favorability has increased by 100 and is now at the friendly level." Faced with these numbers, Lin Yuan pondered. The blacksmith can only accept 100 iron ingots per day, so this seems like a long-term task, but this mining trip should be enough for a month. This time, too much equipment dropped from the Fury Guild. Selling it all to Han Cheng would cause him trouble, and selling it to individual players, while a bit of a hassle, would be faster than he thought. But finding my first follower through the guild is too passive. I should start with the clues I already have. I remember the first follower's subordinate had the ability to control snakes. This may be related to the clues about the snake people civilization hidden in the sewers. Perhaps the breakthrough lies there. His feet moved forward quickly, everything seemed rushed, and the scene inside was dark and gloomy. After a while, Lin Yuan encountered the rat spirits and began to carefully consider his options. The quest from the map's police chief is to eliminate 30 rat spirits, a normal task. But there's also a hidden dungeon in the sewers. The Serpent Demon's Lair, a hidden dungeon that may drop the flesh seed. This rare item permanently increases stats, but the dungeon has limited weekly entries, and if word gets out, it'll be fiercely contested, so I must use the undead to secure the entrance first. If I find a room with snakes, that's where the hidden dungeon is. It's the only dungeon I know of related to sewers and snakes. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan finally pinpointed his target. A furious clash was unfolding before his eyes, accompanied by heavy shifting sounds. Lin Yuan was shocked. No, could the snakes in the Serpent Witch's lair really be this big? This is the Serpent King, level 60, with unknown stats for life, attack, defense, and skills. Lamuyen panics, his feet running non-stop, fear consuming his thoughts. Is this a product of the Serpent Folk civilization? How is it so high-leveled? Level 60. He can't let it hit him. In this desperate situation, he decides to activate his stealth skill. Otherwise, activating stealth would result in a huge level loss and dropped equipment. Plus, stealth is useless in this situation. Running away like this won't work. Lin Yuan began to strategize. He decided to use the terrain to his advantage, darting into a triangular crevice that the underworld serpent couldn't immediately reach. But before he could take 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes went red as he realized the Nether King serpent was too large. It smashed through the terrain, its massive maw lunging for Lin Yuan ahead. Boulders crashed down, and dust obscured the scene as the king cobra used its massive body to destroy everything in its path. Above he ran, anxiously watching the situation unfold. This isn't good. It can't be stopped. Lin Yuan reached the iron-eating beast and planned to use Thundercry to buy time, forcing magic against magic. He thought, I don't believe he still can't handle you. Shutieli moves quickly to confront the King Underworld Serpent, and a tense clash begins. The King Underworld Serpent was still ferocious, its mouth gaping wide, even causing Lin Yuan to glance back with some concern. but thankfully he used the triangular hole in the terrain to escape the immediate danger. Outside, the king cobra thrashes, destroying the surface and sending rocks flying. The tremors cause Lin Yuan to lose his balance and fall to his knees. However, this was all within his calculations, his eyes filled with confidence. The Serpent King glances down, but it can't enter. It's all been calculated. With confident words and movements, Lin Yuan knows that even monsters like this can't cause trouble here. After all, this is the Western Desert Imperial Palace, where the National Protector resides. Any monster that approaches will be easily eliminated without exception. The Underworld Serpent King looks around, still wary. Lin Yan analyzed that the Serpent Folk civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom had a deep-seated blood feud. The Western Desert Kingdom's overwhelming power forced a portion of them underground, plotting revenge. Any monster that dares approach the palace will be unhesitatingly eliminated by the National Protector. Though this snake is strong, it's no match for the Royal Preceptor. Perhaps the Snake Demon's lair is near that monster. Following its trail might yield something. But to prevent a repeat of that situation, he'll try his luck at the market for snake bait that attracts low-level snake monsters. Something that won't attract another behemoth. The scene shifts to the Western Desert Kingdom, grand and ornate. The shopkeeper is overjoyed at your visit. Come again soon. What Lin Yuan bought was snake bait, which emits a special scent that attracts low-level snake monsters. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from the distance, saying he searched far and wide for me. Long time no see, old friend. From the voice, Lin Yuan recognizes the guy who was chased by the boss in the mine. Kunien Taiduang sent a friend request, saying it wasn't easy finding him on the map, but he could feel their souls calling to each other. Ignoring the other's sincerity, he coldly asks, "What do you want?" At that moment, a notification appeared. Sunien Taiduang has sent you a friend request. Of course I do. Hey, want to raid the Tanchi Valley together? Taiyang declared. We'll fight faster side by side. Lin Yuan coldly departs. No, I have things to do. But Taiyang wouldn't give up, launching into his reasoning. Wait, buddy, don't you think a super divine trio is cool? Join us, and with Ling Yue and Xing Yin, we can become a super divine quartet, wings to each other, awakening the world from its slumber. Hearing this, he suddenly paused his analysis. In his past life, Leng Yue was the leader of the second-ranked Kin Hoa Thui Nguyet Guild and a core member of the Order faction, rumored to be one of the chosen few who founded it. This is an opportunity, whether it's a clue about the Order or the #1 believer, but the hidden dungeon resets tomorrow. Missing it means losing this week's rewards. He should get the reward first, then approach Lan Nyuyet. Spurred by this clue, Lam Nyuyet immediately accepts Tai Duang's friend request. Before leaving, he told Tai Yang, "Let's raid a dungeon together next time. I really have something to do, so I'll head out first." Tai Yang happily replied, "Okay, I'll wait for your invitation anytime." Bone intelligence. Lin Yuan wandered through the cave, thinking that based on his past life's experience, a snake would be near the entrance of the hidden dungeon. Then, let's try to find traces of the giant snake nearby. His eyes narrowed as he examined a crack in the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd spotted something suspicious. A multitude of small snakes were moving, their long tongues sensing the surroundings. He realizes these small snakes are monsters from the serpent demon's lair, but it's best to proceed with caution. Appearing with a dog-headed beast, Lin Yan happily exclaims that he's finally found it. The scene inside is illusory, and a torch lights up the surroundings. System update. You have entered the hidden dungeon behind the serpent demon's lair. After reviewing the data, this is a normal, secluded serpent demon, level 10. Life points 1000, blood flesh seed plus 500, attack 100, defense 10. Skill, condense blood flesh. The serpent demon condenses seeds of flesh, adding 500 to its life points. Lin Yuan sets his sights and attacks. Upon his command, the Iron Blood Hunters appeared, facing off against the snake hatchlings below. As soon as the hunters were ready, he ordered them to wipe them all out. The skills are gradually activated in sync. Crystal Lightning activates, unleashing Crystal Lightning Storm, and 2 streams of blue and purple light clash intensely. The system repeatedly asks if you want to use the special potion, Flesh Seed, which will randomly increase your main stats by 1 to 5 points. Before, the Karma race used this to increase their endurance by 100th. Lin Yuan is curious about this seed. He deduces that this must be the item dropped from the hidden dungeon, the Flesh Blood Seed. Without hesitation, he used a Blood Flesh Seed, plus 3 to Spirit and 100 to Endurance. After using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, realizing he could only eat 100 of them, but the increase in stats was significant. Moreover, the output of this rare item, which can permanently increase stats, is limited, so it can be sold on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each, and I can earn thousands of them by clearing the hidden dungeon once a week. At this rate, he'll never be short on gold, even without joining a guild, so he decides to use even more. The system notifications kept popping up. You have used a blood flesh seed, physique plus Langyao, tolerance to 100. You have used a blood flesh seed 1, strength plus 3, endurance 3 dower 100. You have used a blood flesh seed 1, spirit plus B, endurance 4 tower 100. Lin Yuan's eyes grew brighter, his determination stronger than ever. Not stopping there, he continued to use the flesh and blood seed, gaining 3 spirit points and reaching a tolerance of 100 out of 100. His current stats: level 15 player, Lam Uyan, forbidden necromancer, talent, dark summoning, gate to the underworld, 89 100 fee, strength 77, constitution 101, agility 119, spirit 318, experience 2040, 116 739. With his impressive stats, Lin Yuan decides he's had enough for now. He'll save the remaining 900 flesh and blood fruits to sell after renting a shop, then sweep the area once a week. He prepares to leave, glancing back to assess the situation. Leaving behind 3 undead zombies should be enough to scare off ordinary players. No one will find this place anytime soon. But these snakes are nothing like the ones he controlled. It seems he has some kind of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster shouldn't be appearing at this stage of the game. Suddenly, a call from reality. His sister is calling him. Lin Yuan finds it strange and begins to wonder. Zhaotan, for her to reach out to me, could something have happened? He answers the call asking, Zhaotan, is something wrong? Lin Dan softly replies, No, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten. Lin Yuan answers slightly flustered, I have. On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friends chimed in, Class president's brother, actually she wants to know if you're free to help her clear a dungeon. He agreed without hesitation, though he was a bit surprised. Zhaotan wants me to carry her through a dungeon. Suddenly, a judgmental voice chimes in. See, I told you. Lin Dan is a liar and her brother is a braggart. Listen to you, so confident. You didn't even bother to ask what dungeon it was? Lin Dan, is your brother crazy from playing games? Do you two team up to lie often? Such unspoken understanding, his sister chimes in, clearly annoyed. I agree. Let's go with the heroic difficulty for the Valley of the Fallen. Still hasn't had a chance to surpass it, Lin Dan whispered into the phone, reminding Lin Yuan. Heroic level Valley of the Fallen, did you hear that? Wang Yan mocked, Don't lie anymore, Lin Dan. Your brother's a liar, and so are you. I bet your parents weren't good people either, to bring trash like you into the world. When his parents were insulted, Lin Dan couldn't hide his anger, and she screamed. But her brother reminded her, All right, Zhaotan, no need to waste words on him. I'll head to Ash Valley immediately. Lin Dan was confused. Though he often played this game and earned a lot of money, the Ash Valley Dungeon's hero difficulty was second only to the death difficulty. Had he caused trouble for his brother? Just then, a voice called out. Xiao Tan turns back, surprised and questioning. Qian, what are you doing here? Just then, the system announced that Chan Chan had joined the team, and she responded to Lin Dan. I heard about it, and this morning your friend congratulated you on moving into the new villa. Wang Yan overheard. That jerk. I'm here to witness it and make him apologize to you in front of the other students. Lin Dan was suddenly grateful for his friend and thanked him. Qian, it's true that we need a witness. Once the results are in, you'll all see, Wang Yan sneered. I've seen plenty of gold diggers like you. Are your parents maids in someone's mansion? I guess that counts as living in a mansion, huh? To be precise, this guy is Yan Xiao Wushuang, a die-hard fan of Yan Xiao's hired team, Mad Dao, and desperately seeking a wife to join the team. Lin Dan retorted angrily. Wang Yan, you only had the luck of a good reincarnation. What right do you have to mock others? Seeing her friend's anger, Chan Chan tries to dissuade her. Don't bother with him, Lin Dan. He's not worth it. Unable to contain his anger, Wang Yan shouts, I can't take it anymore. You two go teach her a lesson. I'll double your pay. His eager henchman jumped at the chance. I've been wanting to touch her face for a long time. Good. Young Master Yan generously watched as I tore her clothes. But things weren't as easy as they thought, as strikes rained down upon them. The weak subordinates struggled, screaming in agony. Lin Wan has arrived, and his appearance has truly made the enemy bleed. He asks, Are you all right? Xiaotan replies softly, No, I'm okay. Behind them, Tian gushes with admiration. So fast, so cool. Wang Yan flies off the handle, ambushing the hired players I invited. Do you have any idea how much I paid them? Can you even afford to compensate me? How am I supposed to clear the level without them? Immediately after, without hesitation, Lin Yuan teleported in front of him, questioning, "You bullied my sister and slandered my parents." Wang Yan, now wary, stammered, Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Just seconds later, Lin Yuan had already swollen Wang Yan's face. He clutches his face as blood splatters. He lectures his opponent, saying no matter whose dog you are, if you like to bark and bite, you deserve to be butchered. Wang Yan lay flattened on the floor, still trying to plead his case. "Are you sure about this? The dungeon requires at least 6 people. How are we supposed to enter if you took out 2 of them?" Lin Yuan coldly declares that he'll take care of finding the missing members himself, and she should just shut up and wait. He already had a plan. The Ashwin Canyon dungeon would drop combat techniques. He'd need that skill eventually, and calling in the Old Sun party would be a step closer to Cold Moon. He immediately sends a team invitation to Old Man Sun, as Chan Chan whispers to her friend, "Xiao Tan, your brother is way cooler than I thought." Lin Danyan nonchalantly replies, "Is that so? He's all right, I guess." Before Wang Yan could finish speaking, he shouted, "Who could you poor trash even find? Probably some useless guys who can't even beat the little monsters at the dungeon gate." The girl beside him was stunned. "Young Master Yan, isn't that Tao Lao from the Super God Trio?" The Old Year Sun had barely arrived before declaring, "When the bell of destiny tolls, you and I are destined to drown in a sea of ambition, with no turning back." From this moment on, the veteran player officially joins the team. Transmission successful. Wang Yan stares in admiration. It's the Old Sun, the main priest of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the West Desert. "Old Sun, are you going to lead us into the dungeon?" "Thank you so much. This is a surprise to Chan Chan. Solar Old Year, why is he here? A big shot like him wouldn't just team up with anyone." Lin Dan followed blankly. "I'm not sure either." But Tai Yang's grand image quickly vanished when he saw Lin Yuan as he rushed over exclaiming, "My friend, you finally remembered me." "I knew it. You'd definitely bring me to the dungeon. I rushed over the second I got your party invite. Imagine the super team we could create together." Lin Yuan quickly shut Tai Yang up, his face clearly showing disgust, while Wang Yanhe looked on in disbelief. What? A veteran wants him to lead a dungeon raid? How could this be? Isn't her brother just an average player? Her jaw drops. "Brother Yom, did a big shot join the wrong party? Let me go tell the old-timers. Ku Ni and Tai Duong will explain it to them. Mediocre players, I came specifically for your wisdom bone. He's the Grandmaster of Grandmasters, a god, if you will. Haven't you heard of him?" Lin Yuan quickly cut him off and urged him on. "All right, let's hurry up and get into the dungeon." Wang Yan pointed accusingly. "I get it, Lin Tan. So her brother also hires players, but a heroic dungeon like Ashwin Canyon is one that even the top guild, Fury, has failed to conquer. How can a priest from the second-ranked guild do it?" Annoyed, Lin Yuan turned back to remind him, "Shut your mouth and watch how I clear this." The system is updating. The team is entering Ashfall Canyon on heroic difficulty. A whirlwind of energy surrounds Lin Yuan as he prepares to teleport into the dungeon, where monsters await. The common ash residue, level 18, with 4,700 health, 580 attack, 75 defense, and the skill Ethereal Flame Emission. Flame Ejection launches a fiery attack, inflicting a burn effect for 10 seconds, and the monster's stats here are proving to be too much, making Lin Dan even more worried. "Are you sure you'll be all right? I wish I was a higher level." Wang Yan followed behind, constantly criticizing. Did he seek out a priest just to eliminate monsters from the stars? "I won't let him get what he wants. Go lure the monsters around here." His sister eagerly nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say, young Master Yom. Let's see how he handles this." The ash residue slimes waited with bated breath, dust swirling around them. A roar echoed, and Lin Yuan glared in its direction. A horde of cinder drakes suddenly appears, shocking Xian Xian. How could so many monsters appear so quickly? Lin Dan questions reality, noting that the video didn't show this. They didn't wait, but immediately rushed towards them. Wang Yan sneers, tilting his head. "It looks like your luck has run out." Meanwhile, Tai Yang eagerly enters battle mode, finding the situation truly exhilarating. "Friends, your fighting spirit has been awakened as well. This battle will elevate us both." He simply summons the Thunder Scorpion, and the Elite Scorpion instantly decimates the Ash Remnants. The Thunder Scorpion Undead activated its Crystal Lightning Burst skill, and before anyone could react, Lin Yuan shot off like lightning. "Everyone, protect yourselves." With a few swings of his sword, he brings some of them down. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he warily scanned their surroundings, while she readied her sword for battle. Lin Dan suggests she hide behind him and let him handle it, but Qian Xian quickly tells him to be careful, as Lin Yuan has already rushed to deal with the monster. Seeing this, Lin Dan was stunned, marveling at how powerful he was in the game. Truly strong. He slowly turned and gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you get hurt." Embarrassed, she lowered her head and pursed her lips. But even without a response, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. As she blushed and brushed his hand away, Chan watched with wide-eyed admiration. It must be nice to have a brother who makes you feel so safe. Suddenly sidelined, Wang Yan spoke up arrogantly. "So this is the Scarred Valley. Not so tough after all. One person can handle it. Could my silver equipment really be inferior to theirs?" His demon spirit immediately chimed in. "That's right. How could they even afford young Master Yan's gear?" Wang Yan, eager to show off again, says, "Fools, watch closely." As he said this, he charged towards the ash remains. This was the true power of young Master Yan. But before Wang Yan could show off, he was smacked in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he began to wail. "Damn, this monster is too strong. Too strong. It hurts like hell." Seeing Wang Yan like that, Lin Yan coldly said, "If you want to die, wait until I get through this." He then slowly used his powers, originally wanting to get a gold item for Zhao Tan, but now he could only use silver first. Lin Yuan took out some equipment but didn't use it, giving it directly to Lin Dan. "These items suit you. Take them." The equipment included the Fearless Armor, a silver piece that granted 50 to Constitution, 15 to critical damage, and a special skill, Unyielding Soul. When dealing critical damage, 8% of defense is converted into a shield of equal value. Seeing these items, Mo Ling's eyes lit up like headlights. How cool! A single piece of silver equipment could buy so many luxuries. That's worth millions, and he doesn't even bat an eye. Meanwhile, Wang Yan is still struggling, reminding him that it's enough. Does he have to be so pathetic? However, Lin Dan refuses, deciding to rely on his own strength, telling her to keep the equipment for herself. Seeing this, Lin Yan can only smile helplessly at his stubbornness. Without another word, he joins forces with Tai Yang to defeat the Ash Lizard, while she and Qian charge into battle. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and Mei Ling were determined not to be outdone, as a Cinderlicker lashed its tail against Lin Dan's sword. She frowned, reassuring herself that she could do it, which only made the creature roar with excitement. Immediately, a barrage of abilities rained down on the ash dust ferret, its life points plummeting from 4,700 to 24. Lin Dan looks toward Lin Yuan in surprise. It must be him. Snapping out of it, she resumes fighting, resolving to remain independent, just like before. She doesn't want him meddling in her affairs. He notices her attitude and sighs softly. Is it really so hard to give her some equipment? And so, the siblings competed to defeat the swarming ash residue goblins. Shanshan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, one secretly offering spoils and support, while the other stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth. The teamwork between these siblings is amazing. Watching them spar is more entertaining than killing monsters. Meanwhile, Wang Yan and Mei Ling are being chased to death in the back. After a long and arduous battle, the group finally finds a moment of peace. Finally, the boss is right inside. He turns to discuss the plan with Lin Yuan. "Let's head back for now, Bone. Leaving the dungeon now won't incur a penalty, but fighting the boss. If we're wiped out, we'll lose levels and equipment." "The risk is too great," he affirmed with a frown. "You're right." Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan shouts out, "Huh? We're going to die. So you're tough against the small fries, but cower before the boss?" Regardless, Chen turns to Lin Dan, saying, "Little Dan, your brother leading us this far is already amazing." Hearing that, she couldn't help but sink into thought. I've caused him more trouble. If only I were stronger. Would things be different? Lin Yan quickly regained his composure and led the team, agreeing that the penalty of death was too severe. As he activated his power, he told them not to interfere. Lin Yuan smirked, opening a summoning gate, saying he could handle it alone. He was horrified by the sight, wondering just what this guy was with so many summons. He smirks. "You've teamed up with Chigu and you still don't know his strength? Whether he's soloing world bosses or taking down the Blood Crow Guild, he's the strongest player I know." Inside the cave, the Cinder Droplet King rests peacefully, eyes closed. Suddenly, an ability orb hurtled toward it. The Ash Drip King sensed the attack and opened its eyes wide, but it was too late to dodge, and it took the full brunt of the blow. Enraged, the King of Scorching Droplets burst from the cave roaring, its stats now visible. Level 21, 10,000 EUR HP, 1,200 attack, 300 defense, with skills including Flame Emission, Flame Shield, and Bite. Unafraid, Lin Yuan slowly approaches it, leaving the observing Chan Jian and the others in fear. 1,200 attack points. Just a graze would be fatal. But stubborn as she is, Lindan secretly resolves to help. Clearly, this was all her fault, so how could she let him be in danger? She shouted, "Let me draw its hatred." But before she could act, Lindan was bound by a magic circle as Taiyang used his skill, Holy Light Restraint. He calmly approached, reminding her, "Just watch from here. You'll only get in his way if you interfere." His words stunned her. "What did you say?" Taiyang calmly suggested, "Let's enjoy Chigu's elegant moves together." Lin Yuan calmly stood before the Ash Residue King's gaping maw as it gathered energy, activating his skill. He leapt into the air just as it unleashed its fiery breath. A gasp of surprise came from behind, as the boss's skill range was perfectly controlled, and the summoned beast seized the opportunity to attack. By the time the Ash Accumulation Drool King realized it, they were already upon it, the summoned beast each tearing a piece of flesh from its body. The situation immediately devolved into chaos, prompting a sigh of awe. Calculating the boss's skill cooldowns with precision, Tai Duong excitedly praises, "It's as if he knows everything about the monster. This fight is truly an art." Trapped, Lindan could only watch the battle unfold. Is this his true power? Even Ma Ling is captivated, thinking Lindan's brother is amazing. Go on and take down that giant monitor lizard. Her words made Wang Yan's face turn dark with anger. "Shut your mouth." He gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on his sword, calculating his next move. At this rate, they really will clear the dungeon. Wouldn't that be humiliating in front of the class? That's right. If I can land a sneak attack and make him slip up, a single boss attack could kill him. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is still fighting with all his might. The system displays King Devourer activates the skill Tear, HP 315 out of 10,000. He immediately wanted to seize this opportunity. It used the shredding skill with an 8-second cooldown, a perfect chance. Wang Yan suddenly charged forward, wanting to ambush him. Still trying to solo the boss? Enjoy your next life. He was right behind him, and Lin Wen had already spotted Wang Yan. He glanced over, pursed his lips, and cursed under his breath. Idiot. With that, Lin Yuan gracefully turned and dodged. Looks like you've got a death wish. This action left him in utter shock. What he couldn't dodge? Lin Yuan raised his leg, ready to kick, deciding to vanish with it. He kicks Wang Yan hard in the side, catching him off guard, sending him crashing to the ground, right beneath the menacing gray ash drip king. Without a word, Lin Yuan unleashes his skill, activating Corpse Explosion. An explosion erupts, affecting both Wang Yan and the Ash Dust Plague King. The system displays congratulations, announcing to the entire server that an anonymous player has cleared the hero difficulty dungeon for the first time with Ku Nian Tai Duong, Tianhang Truong Sadandan following VM Tu. Ashen Dust Valley. Seeing this, Chen Chen grinned from ear to ear. I can't believe he actually cleared it. Xiaotan, your brother is so cool, so amazing. Could he carry us through some dungeons later? Lin Dan mumbled in response. He's busy. We'll see if the opportunity arises. Taiyang was also overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "As expected of someone with maxed stats, I'll let you shine this time, but next time I'll show you the peak of a priest." Meanwhile, behind them, Mai Lin simpered, "Oh, mighty one, brother, can we be friends?" Hearing this, Taiyang glared at her angrily. "Shut up, I get it." He shouted and spun his staff, unleashing his powers, while she and the villain ambushed their comrade. Go die. The game system displays again, confirming that Yan Xiao has been killed. "Did you use dark summoning magic on the corpse of the vanished king?" He answered without hesitation. "Yes." Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, secretly deciding to take this big guy away first. Thinking this, he said, "Now that the pests are gone, let's divide the spoils." Chan Chan demurred, embarrassed since he had done all the fighting. How could we ask for more equipment? Just clearing the dungeon is enough. Yen softly explains that he only needs the skill book and scroll, and they can have everything else. In his hands are 3 tactical skill items, a skill book and a skill scroll. The remaining loot included the Cinder Greaves, a silver-type equipment granting +30 to Constitution, +20 to movement speed, and +10 to Spirit, along with the Blazing Walk skill. Skill effect. Increases fire damage resistance by 10%. Burning Bracers, bronze equipment. Effect. Swap with 10 Constitution, +100 to 15 Strength, +5% critical damage. Fire retardant, longsword, bronze weapon. Effect. +115 attack, +5 Strength, +5 Constitution. Agile long boots, bronze equipment. Effect. +10 movement speed, +10 Constitution, +5 Spirit. Taiyang quickly chose the Ashgreaves. Coincidentally, our president was collecting leg armor, so this was a timely rescue. Suddenly, he had an idea. How about this? I'll buy all this equipment and split the money based on everyone's contribution. Lin Yan politely replied. Just take care of it. I don't need any. Lin Dan had no objections, and Shan Shan just chuckled, thinking she'd struck gold. With everything settled, he decided to leave, so Wang Yan wouldn't cause her any more trouble. If you're ever in trouble, tell me. I'm off to do some quests. Seeing him leave, she hurriedly called out to him. Wait, don't go. Lin Yan turned back, confused. What is it? Do you need equipment? Lin Dan was already suspicious. Ever since entering the dungeon, he'd been displaying incredible skill. I've never seen a summoner with such an endless stream of creatures. Could he be a chosen one, hiding his true class? Thinking this, she cautiously asks, Since playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body? Long Yan frowns in silence. Have I been noticed? But Xiao Tan has been in contact with the Order of Order, so I can't reveal the secret of the necromancer. This is also to protect her. He turned away, lying through his teeth. No, why do you ask? Have you changed somehow? Lin Dan felt awkward after hearing that and hastily turned to leave. No, it's nothing. That's right, I have a mission to discuss, so I'll be going. Lin Yan slightly curled her lips, looking at Lin Tan helplessly. Her acting is still so bad even after all this time, but at least she confided in me. Does that mean she finally acknowledges me as her brother? Peerless. He's brought an army with him, waving incessantly. Great, you haven't left yet. Tiu Nguyet just decided to open the Tomb of Extinction at death difficulty, and I said we had to invite Chikot to join so there wouldn't be any mistakes. Lin Wen frowned, realizing he'd already met Leng Yue. He thought this was a good opportunity to investigate whether the number one believer was hiding within Jinghua Shui Yue. He slowly opened his mouth. All right, I was planning to try the next death difficulty. Taiyang clapped a friendly arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder. As expected of Jigu, let me introduce you to our guild's core members. He introduced the leader of the Super Iron Triangle, who was also the guild master of Mirror Flower Water Moon. The cool beauty, Lady Lan Nuyet, who nodded in greeting. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our core team. Seeing that he wasn't going to introduce him, Taiyang stepped in. This is Jing Yin, a master of magic casting with a rare class. He's the mage of the Iron Triangle, but Jing Yin didn't show him any respect. All right, Taiyang, I don't consider him a teammate yet. Bringing just anyone into the group isn't wise. Xing Yin made his displeasure clear, as the difficulty of death leaves little room for error. A player like him can't keep up with us. He'll just be a burden. I don't want to risk it, you understand? Hearing this, Taiyang angrily stood up to defend Lin Yuan. Xing Yin, what are you saying? It was Chikot who guided me, but he wouldn't listen, sneering instead. I've seen plenty of blowhards like you. We're not trying to bully you, so I'll give you a chance. Xing Yin sets a condition. If he can take down half the boss's health, she'll give him her golden equipment. But if he interferes and causes them to fail, he has to compensate them for all their losses. With that, he issued his order without hesitation. Did you hear me clearly? You can still get out of here, he said. Lin Yuan, provoked, calmly replied, Of course, free golden equipment is welcome. In that case, supervisors please, to prevent anyone from welching on the deal later. And so, the two faced off, until Lan Nuyet finally stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, Xing Yin, we already agreed to let a friend of the Taiyang family join. If you had a problem with it, you should have said something then. This has already been decided, so let's proceed with the original plan. We'll all work together to clear the dungeon. Singled out, he angrily growls, Lan Nuyet, you're helping an outsider? The penalty for death in the dungeon is severe, but Lan Nguyet didn't care, and resolutely turned to leave. I won't repeat myself. Let's enter the dungeon. Xing Yin didn't argue, but secretly made up his mind. I'll show you, Lan Nguyet, that a stray dog off the street is not to be trusted. I'm the teammate you can't live without. His eyes grew ever more hateful, fixated only on me. The scene shifts and the system displays. Hotan Teach Dish. Level 18 Common, HP 4700, Attack 580, Defense 75. The fiery skill erupts as a pillar of light crashes down. The monster immediately turns its attention to the source. The Cold Moon team and Lin Yuan were immediately surrounded upon entering, leaving Taiyang in shock, lamenting the absurd monster density of this death difficulty dungeon. She quickly regained her composure and commanded, Melee fighters, hold the line. There are too many monsters. We need to find a chance to break through. Everyone, take your positions and do your jobs. I'll draw their aggro. You guys find a chance to break through. Got it. Standing behind him, Tu Nguyet Ting Ngan had long wanted to eliminate the root of the problem, annoyed by this clingy guy and eager to blast him with lightning orbs. When suddenly, a volcanic ash parasite lunged toward them. Taeyang is startled by the scene. What's going on? He was now horrified, realizing he'd left their rear exposed. Lan Yue and her teammates had no choice but to charge forward, and she couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking?" Meanwhile, he quickly shouted, "Get it together, Yin. There are monsters behind us. We don't have any top-tier fighters to spare." The team's situation immediately descends into chaos. I have no choice but to use the fledgling primal beast. It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The monster will kill it. This is the battle pet you traded silver equipment for. It was then that Lin Yuan slowly made his move. "Leave this to me." He immediately summoned countless undead beasts to attack, and their overwhelming power forced the dust mites to retreat. They charged madly, attacking from all sides, and of course, he didn't just stand by, but joined the fight. This wave has saved Leng Yue's team from a crushing defeat. He actually stopped them. Good, my battle pet doesn't have to sacrifice itself. Behind him, Xing Yin gritted his teeth, feeling robbed of the spotlight. "You embarrassed me in front of Leng Yue. You won't be leaving this dungeon, you hick." Just as he was about to speak, Leng Yue rushed in front of Xing Yin. "Hold the line, everyone. Don't lose focus." The game system announced a new wave of monsters, and the group immediately rallied. Taiyang closed his eyes, focusing on using his powers, while Lin Yuan relentlessly attacked the ash residue, forced to quickly catch up with the team. Leng Yue secretly observes his fighting style, able to analyze and defuse danger in an instant, a rare talent for reaction and control. He decided to invite him to join their guild after this dungeon, while Xing Yin just stood there, frozen. He secretly decided to play dirty, and now his impression on Lan Nanguyet must have worsened. No, I have to find a way to embarrass him. With that in mind, Xing Yin uses the excuse of providing support to get close to Lin Yuan. "Let me assist you. Be careful not to get hurt." He frowned, cursing inwardly. How foolish, but also an opportunity to get closer to Leng Yue and lower her guard, then extract information from her. Lin Yan desperately dodged his attacks, but with the ash waste fluid in front of him, he was at a disadvantage. Damn it. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Lin Yuan's as Leng Yue pulled him away and suggested they work together. "I'll take the right, you handle the left. Got it?" Lin Yuan quickly responded. "Got it." Immediately after, she released him and charged forward, while Lin Yuan landed and together with Leng Yue took down 2 ash remnants. They attacked from opposite sides, taking them down, then charged forward together, breaking through the encirclement. Seeing this, their teammates' eyes lit up. A combo skill that truly ignited their fighting spirit. The guild leader and that hottie are so in sync. So cool. With the matter settled, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "That's the first time I've seen a skill like that. Is that a skill you learn after a class advancement?" Leng Yue humbly replied, "It's nothing special. I just got lucky and learned it from a skill book." He seized the opportunity to suggest that the second-ranked guild was truly full of hidden talent, asking, "Do you have any masters who know special skills? I want to exchange techniques with them." Lan Yu suggested he join Mirrorflower Water Moon to find out for himself, but Lin Yuan refused. "Never mind, I'm more used to playing games alone." That look on his face made her pause. Was that familiar smile just an illusion? It was exactly the same. Left behind, Tin Ngan gritted her teeth in frustration. What had that bastard said to Leng Yue? Why does Leng Yue look like that? Suddenly, Taiyang rushed over to report, "I've collected the dropped equipment. We can divide it up when we're done." "Little Yue, are we still going to attack the boss according to the original plan?" She simply hummed in response, but he used that as an excuse to step forward and make a request. "Hold on, I want to apologize to this friend. You all saw what happened earlier. His strength far exceeds our expectations. He could be put to much better use." A sinister glint appears in Tin Ngan's eyes. "I propose we have him draw the aggro of the next boss. Could it be you're backing out because you don't want to give up the golden equipment?" Xing Yin replied, "You think you can even withstand a few moves from the boss?" "Daydreaming. You're thinking too much, buddy. If you can complete the task, I can still give you the golden equipment." Leng Yu interjects, "I don't agree. Changing generals before a battle introduces too many uncertainties." He interrupts, "Don't say that, Lan Nanguyet. I think you value him quite a bit, so why not let him decide?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, to get close to the second guild and Leng Yue. Xing Yin is a problem. I need to stop him for now and deal with him later. He agreed to their proposal. "I accept." The group moves to Ash Valley and Taiyang invites Zhigu, eager to witness his full power. Silver Glint sneers, knowing this fool is unaware that the boss's group attack skill hard counters his summoned beasts. This will be fun to watch. He gathers power in his hand, thinking that the boss in the death difficulty dungeon is indeed tricky, but with his past life's experience, he knows its mechanics like the back of his hand. A lightning orb shoots toward the target, hitting the beast by surprise. The system displays its information. King-class Scorching Lava Lord, level 25, HP 15,000, attack 1,500, defense 500. Skills include Flame Emission, Crucible of All Things, Tail Whip, and Flame Shield. The party was shocked. A level 25 boss in a death difficulty dungeon? Players are only around level 15. That's a huge gap. Don't just stand there. Meanwhile, Xing Yin, he thought to herself, time to strike. That kid will regret this. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan approached the boss, sticking to his strategy of attacking the ground first, his moves unchanged. The team followed suit, facing the beast's massive form, seizing the moment. Meanwhile, Silverstream snickered to himself, finding the scene delightful, like watching a pathetic mouse. The team looked so small against such a powerful foe. Leng Yak urges Xing Yin to use his control skills, but he curses, saying it's too late. The barrage sends them flying, and someone can't help but shout, "Xing Yin, what are you doing?" She questions why he didn't use his lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail. Wasn't that the plan? Does he even realize the opportunity he squandered? He stammered, "Lang Yue, I'm sorry." Oh, the remaining two members are despondent. They're useless. Healing takes time, and there's no way Zhigao can face the boss alone. This run is doomed. Even quitting a death difficulty dungeon incurs heavy losses, so they're truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now that things have come to this, Leng Yue sternly reminds them, I only hope everyone learns from this. The new teammate made no mistakes. On the contrary, it was those of us who have always worked well together who held him back. Let me tell him we're quitting the dungeon. The guild will cover all losses. His teammates were shocked. Wait, guild leader, look. He doesn't seem affected. He's still fighting the monster alone. You understand, it seems they can't participate in the battle for now, so I should just fight on my own. The weakness of the Ash Dust Plague King is behind it, and as long as I use lightning to inflict paralyzing damage to its tail, I can unleash my skills. As the boss lunged, Lin Yuan casually swung his sword, unimpressed. Too slow. Lei Yu is summoned, and he commands it to break through. The system announces that Tinset Loi Hiet has activated the lightning strike skill, paralyzing the boss with a surge of power. Lin Yuan directs further, ensuring the boss's rear is secure. Charge! His summoned beasts ferociously rush toward their target. Leng Yu is shocked. He has lightning attribute summons, and he even knows how to deal with the boss. Xing Yin is especially ashamed, wondering if that means she's worse than a summoned beast. Taiyang regains his fighting spirit, relieved that Chikos is confidently facing the boss, urging them to quickly heal up and join the fight. But then he realizes, wait, he's just putting on a brave face after all. His summons won't last long. The boss's shock damage alone will crush them. The summon's health is dwindling, and it's struggling to stay on its feet. Lin Yuan activates the Dark Curse skill, restoring the summon's health and boosting its power. Yunha is stunned. Impossible. How can he still heal his summons? At this rate, he'll be able to defeat the boss alone. He shouts with gusto, telling everyone to prepare, as the boss is near defeat, and to charge together. The system announces the Dung Beetle King has activated the skill, All Things Melt. Leng Yue warns them to be careful, as this is the boss's strongest area of effect skill before death. Xing Yin frantically thinks of a way, refusing to let him win, wanting the equipment, wanting Leng Yue, wanting him and the monster to disappear. So he struck first. Everyone get out of the way. I'll interrupt the boss. The system activates the lightning resistance skill in unleashing a surge of electricity in all directions. Leng Yu barely dodged the lightning and cried out, "What?" Lin Yuan calmly leaps into the air, having predicted this fool's attack from behind, while panic washes over her face at the unexpected turn of events. Leng Yue was sent flying backwards, and he knew this was going to be a problem. Lin Yuan immediately flew to her rescue, and Leng Yue landed safely in his arms. Lin Yuan says, "Don't be afraid, hold on tight." The system announces the activation of the violent corpse technique, and an explosion erupts beneath them. A server-wide announcement rings out, congratulating the anonymous player Su Nian, Tai Duong, Lan Ningu Yet, Tin Ningan, Dao Kach, and Ngoi Kiem Sot Man Hung for being the first to clear the death difficulty dungeon, Ashfall Valley. Blushing, Cold Moon said, "I didn't expect you to be so young and yet so experienced, not panicking at all." Lin Yuan humbly replied, "Is that so? Maybe it was just luck." She extends an invitation. "Even if you don't join the guild, I'd still like to be friends so we can tackle harder dungeons together in the future." Lin Yuan readily agreed. All right. An update appears. Lan Nuet has sent a friend request. Lan Nyet's friend request is accepted, and Tai Duong witnesses Tiu Nyet's bashfulness for the first time. She coughs in embarrassment. Put me down. Xingxian was bitter. How could this be? I haven't even touched her hair, yet the system announces an anonymous player with 87% contribution in the Hall of Extinction's death difficulty. He states that his contribution is 87%, so according to the bet, the golden equipment should belong to him, right? Silver Star Village avoids the issue. The golden equipment, the boss has been killed. Let's see what dropped and divided up first. Lin Yan refused, saying, No need, just give me the golden equipment first. He hesitated. I'll give it to you. Don't rush me. I'll give it to you as soon as I find a replacement. Lin Yuan interrupts, saying it seems he's trying to weasel out of it. Leng Ye tries to smooth things over, saying that the equipment might not even be suitable for him. How about this? You get first pick of the spoils this time, and I'll personally fund a suitable piece of equipment for you. What do you say? Lin Yuan agrees to do as she says. But more than equipment, I'd like to exchange techniques with a master who has special skills. Are you in, master? All right, we were really lucky to have you this time. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they agree. Lin Yuan approached the boss, almost forgetting someone was there. A notification appeared, indicating the use of dark summoning on the corpse of the Ashdust Tixie King. The Kobold Miner zombies have been killed in the sewer. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, What? The undead are dead? There aren't any players leveling up near the hidden dungeon, and those 3 undead zombies should have been enough to scare them off. Could the Snake Charmer be involved? Lin Yuan realizes this is an opportunity, as the clues to finding the first disciple lie with him. As he ran towards the portal, Tai Yang called out to Qi Gut, You haven't taken the equipment yet. Lam Wuyen checked, and although the entrance seemed normal, he decided to take the secret passage to be safe. He examined the corpses of the ferocious beasts, concluding that there were no signs of a struggle. The undead seemed to have been strangled, indicating the enemy was skilled in assassination. Chen Linyuan noticed several small wounds on its body. These aren't normal snake bites. Hidden dungeon snakes don't leave marks this big. With the power of the underworld serpent, the body wouldn't be intact, so this must be the work of a snake charmer. Suddenly, a dangerous aura approaches from behind, and he turns to see that the stealth has been dispelled. Behind him was a bone-eating serpent, a level 15 leader with 4,500 health, 300 attack, 130 defense, and skills including bone-eating venom, suffocating strangulation, and flesh fusion. Lin Yuan quickly dodged its surprise attack. He recoils, maintaining a safe distance from the demon snake as power gathers in his hand. He lunges toward the serpent. These snakes are high level and their skills are unknown, so caution is paramount. This serpent won't escape this attack, but another appears from behind. Lin Yuan is shocked. There's more? He swiftly blocked the serpent's mouth with his sword, preventing disaster as Lin Yuan struggled to hold his ground, ordering the Death Wolf to attack. The Death Wolf holds them off as Lin Yuan analyzes the situation. This horde is too much. He needs to find the one controlling the snakes from the shadows. But then, his eyes dart to something else, as if realizing something. Lam Wuyen looks towards the snake transmitting energy. Found you. He uses his speed to dash forward. Lin Yuan raised his fist triumphantly. You have nowhere left to hide. With the phantom gauntlet equipped, Lin Yuan's punch, cloaked in blue flames, hurtles toward his prey. But when Lin Yuan punched the bars, nothing happened, and he paused. Something's not right. Lin Yuan observes carefully, noticing traces he left on the door. This is where the Serpent King is. He's trying to lure me to my death. Meanwhile, Death Wolf subtly signals from behind, just as Lin Yuan notices the serpent spirits approaching. Let's see who makes the first move. He acts quickly, activating his stealth ability. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished, leaving the serpent demons disoriented. The person who stood before them had disappeared into thin air. A voice echoed from the shadows, untouched by the swamp's fire. Suddenly appearing amidst the snakes, he vowed that no one else would learn the secret within the sewers. This is my territory. He surveys the area, noticing movement in the water, as if sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, he takes action. Any opening will make you snake food. Raising a snake's head, he unleashed a torrent of dark magic, obliterating everything around him. But Lin Yuan suddenly appeared from behind. Where do you think you're aiming? He was panicked by the attack. What? Lin Yuan strikes without hesitation, but he narrowly dodges, gritting his teeth. You dare play me? As he slams his staff into the ground, the serpent spirits rush to attack in a frenzy, only to meet their doom. Lam Yen assesses that his opponent isn't skilled in close combat, maintaining distance thus far. If he can just keep the undead busy, he'll have a chance to win. Thinking this, he charges forward to challenge him. He's not the only one who can summon creatures. Let them play. Stubbornly refusing to believe his eyes, he sees it's a zombie. How could this be? Impossible. As Lin Yuan attacks, he taunts, "Is manipulating these snakes the only trick you have?" Enraged, he cursed, "Dead man, you don't need to know so much." But Lin Yuan didn't back down, firing back a retort. "Without those snakes, you're nothing but a disgrace to the first disciple. How do you know about him?" Suddenly more snakes burst from the ground, and Loke laughed triumphantly. "Didn't expect that, did you? I still have snakes. I'll capture you and interrogate you." But La Muyen remained calm, carefully analyzing the situation. No wonder the attack was so ambiguous from the start. His snakes even knew how to use the terrain to their advantage. He must have become a subordinate of the first apostle during this time. He must find a way to catch him. In a split second, Lin Yuan slashes through the snakes' bodies. Growing impatient, he decides to finish the job. "It ends here, you piece of trash." Lin Yuan remained calm, using this opportunity to lure him closer, but the dark magic was so strong it knocked him down. Lin Yuan was shocked that he was now bound by snakes, his magic damage accompanied by control effects, his movements clearly slowed. As he smugly approached, "I thought I was mistaken when I saw the zombie, but it really is a necro hunter. Too bad your skills seem incomplete." La Muyen was tightly bound by the two snakes, but showed no fear. "Death, spirit, hunter, what are you talking about?" Though he remained calm, he was terrified of being exposed. "How does he know my profession, even the skills of a necromancer?" He laughs, refusing to answer, as if he's gained the upper hand. "Tell me, how do you know about the boss? We have plenty of time today." Lin Yuan smiled faintly, returning Yi Yuan's words. "Soon. I'll make you spill everything you know." Suddenly, a terrifying three-headed serpent appeared behind him. "When did you turn my snake into an undead?" He stood frozen as the two monsters bound him tightly. "My undead are endless, while your snake suffers casualties. Give up the struggle." Refusing to accept defeat, he desperately fights back. "Dream on, I refuse to be captured by a mongrel like you." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan broke free and began summoning the power of necromancy. But before he could get far, the king of the underworld was already in pursuit. In the next instant, it coiled around him with all its might as Lin Yuan screamed for it to capture him, using the constricting skill. He slowly approached, noting how fast the controller had run, confirming their area of operation. Moreover, during this period, the snake controller didn't possess the same power as when the evil god descended. "If I could learn to break this control, these snakes would just be free undead materials." Something suddenly glows from the rubble, catching his attention. Lin Yuan picked it up and examined it carefully. A pocket watch with no stats interface. It didn't seem to be equipment, so could it be some kind of keepsake? If he was hiding in the Jinghua Shuyu Guild, now was the perfect time to verify with Leng Yue before he could teleport away. A system message chimes, "You're Lan Nuyet? Is it a good time to come out for a bit? Wants to talk about the Ashfall Valley?" That night, as the kingdom lit up, Leng Yue approached the empty seat. "Sorry, I'm a little late." With a wave of her hand, a small ring appeared on the table. "This is the promised golden equipment. See if it suits you." It was an extremely rare golden spirit condensation ring. Lin Wen pondered, gazing at the ring on the table. Its mana recovery effect would be quite useful, especially since learning necromancy had been draining his mana quite a bit. Leng Yue was truly thoughtful. With another wave of her hand, Lan Nguyet conjured a variety of items onto the table, including drops from the Ashfall Valley, previously agreed upon for him to choose first. Lin Yuan leaned on his hand, a teasing tone in his voice. "I thought you were the eccentric type. I didn't expect you to come to a place like a tavern." Lin Yuan returned, looking directly at the person opposite him with a serious expression. "I was leveling up in the sewers today and ran into a master whose guild badge looked a lot like Mirrorflower, Watermoons. I'd like to exchange techniques with him if that's all right." Leng Yue also became serious. "Let me ask around the guild." He presented the pocket watch he'd found, the one the man had carelessly dropped. "Does this ring any bells? Does anyone in the guild wear a pocket watch like this?" She held the pocket watch, trying to recall if she'd seen one like it before. "Let me see. This doesn't seem to be equipment. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this kind of jewelry." Lin Yuan wasn't disappointed. "I understand. Then, please keep an ear out for any news about the sewers for me. It's extremely important." Lin Yuan happily agrees, saying she'll keep an ear out within the guild. He continued to ask, while she just kept taking the golden equipment. "Won't the people in your guild have any objections?" She tilted her head away. Silver Star was annoyed, but it was his fault this time. Besides, he looks a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes even I have trouble telling them apart. If he were still alive, he'd probably be about his age. Lin Yuan finally understood the reason behind her actions. No wonder she had been acting so strangely. All he could do was offer his condolences. Leng Yu pushed back her watch. It's all in the past. By the way, if you're willing to trust me, prepare some electro-resistant potions. They'll be needed soon. He pondered to himself. It seems the higher-ups already know about the lightning-based special dungeon. Too bad the strongest anti-electricity formula is in his hands. At the same time, a system notification rang out. 100 devil hemp herbs have been submitted, completing AO's entrusted task. The two get up, ready to leave the bar. I'll think about it. Well, I'll be off then. Lan Ningyet suggested we go together. The two leave the bar together, unaware that Xing Yin has been watching from the shadows, trembling with rage. Is that bastard dating Lan Ningyet? I'll have to destroy him. Suddenly, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan were standing right behind him. How convenient, Xing Yin. You came to the bar too. Xing Yin desperately tried to explain, saying he just happened to be passing by, before warning, Leng Yue, what could you possibly have to talk about with someone like him? You'd best stay away from him, Lin Yuan replied uncomfortably. I called her here about guild matters. Don't read too much into it. With a murderous glare, Tin Ngan added, Didn't you say you wouldn't join a guild, Great One? Why are you talking to our guild leader about this? Do you have ulterior motives? Lin Yuan stared at him, thinking, what a persistent ghost. Then he cleverly replied, Of course, guild leader Lan Nuyet's swordsmanship is excellent, and I'd like to learn a thing or two. Is that not allowed? Xing Yin retorted. It seems to me that you're the one with ulterior motives. Leng Yue, be careful of people like him, or you'll invite disaster. Leng Yue finally spoke. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need your permission to drink with someone, do I? Xingye starts to get flustered. No, Leng Yue, that's not what I meant. She coldly brushed past him. Enough. It was a waste for me to come all this way to keep the equipment for you. You disappoint me. Now Tin Gan tries to justify himself, saying, Leng Yue, you misunderstand. Watching Leng Yue leave with Lin Yuan, he grew even more resentful. It was all that bastard's fault. If he could just eliminate him, Leng Yue would only look at him again. Xing Yin's mind is clouded, losing its way, fixated on eliminating him. Cut to a strangely silent room. Silently, Xing Yin entered, a dark aura surrounding him as he made his request. I knew I'd find you here. I need you to take care of someone. The masked man leisurely replies, What's the rush? Let me finish this drink first. But Xing Yin frantically laid out his terms. Double the reward after the job is done. I've sent you the target's picture. Kill him as brutally as possible. Finally, the man agreed. Sparing no expense, huh? Then I accept. Before leaving, Xingye added, Remember, it must be in a crowded place. He grinned savagely, intending to torment him in front of the crowd, while the masked man checked Lin Yuan's information. He stared intently at him, thinking the man looked familiar. Meanwhile, in a town near the Darkway Desert, Dark is carefully examining the treasure in his hand. I've never seen a clock like this before. It just looks like an ordinary piece of jewelry, but you could try your luck with the Crimson Tail Knights. That is, if you can even get in. Lin Yuan thought helplessly that even the knowledgeable NPC Doc didn't know anything about it. All right, thank you. Dway was a little disappointed. You're welcome. It's a shame I've been discharged. It's hard to see the commander without a good reason, but just then a girl walks in and he says, How have you been lately? Well, I brought you some tasty food. Darkway greeted her warmly. Edit said, I'm doing much better. Thank you for visiting this old man again. Her appearance piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity, and Dway suggested that if he really wanted to gather information about the Scarlet Tail Knights, he could seek Edit's help. She's the daughter of Commander Zit, but she quickly denied it, saying, No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. I'm just a self-sufficient seamstress now. Lin Yuan then spoke up. It sounds like there's been a misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I can help. Darkway began to persuade her. Edit, the commander must be full of regret now. Why did these two have to fight like this? Let this uncle give you some advice. Edit's heart softened. All right, young man, follow me. I thought I'd never get the chance to deliver this gift to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu Ruyan has realized some things. It seems she just needs an opportunity. Edit opened the gift, and she admitted it. Perhaps so. Giving the gift to Lin Yuan, Edit instructed that this ceremonial dress took me a year to make. I hope you deliver it to my father. Then tell me his answer. Lin Yuan accepts the gift with a firm nod. Rest assured, I will deliver it swiftly. You have accepted the hidden quest, Dusty Kinship. The quest is called Dusty Kinship. triggered by healing Dak and earning his favor. The prestige of the Hyatt V Knights is immense. The mission: deliver the dress made by Edit herself to her father. Mission rank Gold, time limit 12 hours. The scene shifts to the Hyatt V Knights encampment, heavily guarded. They quickly stopped Lin Yuan as he approached. Who goes there? He calmly answers their questions. Don't worry, I'm here on behalf of Ms. Edit to deliver something to the captain. A guard said he would relay the message. Miss Edit, wait here. I'll inform the captain. Lin Yuan considered them carefully. The Scorpion Tail Knights were considered the strongest force besides the national master in the ancient Western Kingdom, so building a good relationship with them could be very convenient. A moment later, the guard returned. Sorry for the wait, follow me. At the same time, another soldier led a strange creature with the head of a lion but with wings. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan knew he'd need to raise his reputation to acquire the Wyvern Knight's unique griffin mounts. They stopped before a tent. The soldier gestured. The captain is in the tent ahead. Go on in. Lin Yuan replied sincerely, Okay, thank you. As he entered, he was still deep in thought. The captain's strength was terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-class monster. He absolutely couldn't reveal that he was a death hunter. Inside, a man waited. Lin Yuan proceeded with caution. Sorry to bother you, Sit. Sit turned around and immediately asked about Edit. Tell me, is Edit living well? Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. Edit misses you very much. He was entrusted to deliver this to you. This is the formal suit she spent a year making for you, hoping you'll understand her feelings. Hill accepts the gift, realizing the effort she must have put into it over the year. Why won't she come to see him? It seems she still loves sewing after all these years. These meticulous stitches are a work of art. But back then, he was stubborn, believing his daughter shouldn't pursue a lowly profession like tailoring, and even forced her to leave in the end. They haven't seen each other in 10 years. H carefully caresses the garment. Lin Yuan muses, even someone as powerful as him has a gentle side. I need to find a chance to ask about the watch and speak up. The Miss Editor doesn't blame you, Mr. Shi. Hill spoke for him, telling her that he no longer cared about so-called glory. He just wants her back by his side, and he agrees, but he has a favor to ask. Do you know the origin of this watch? H confirmed the watch. He was certain he'd never seen this design before, and after finishing up, he said, Go give your editor an answer. Lin Yuan replied, Okay. Suddenly, he called him back. Wait, what's your identity? Lin Yuan worried. Did he figure something out? Hill sighed. I was presumptuous. I shouldn't doubt someone I've acknowledged as my daughter's protector. Thank you for everything you've done for Edit. If anyone bullies her, you can use the name of the Scarlet Tail Knights to deal with them at any time. Lin Yuan breathes a sigh of relief, promising to protect Edith's safety. The system announces that he has earned Shai's recognition, gaining 1,000 prestige with the Crimson Tail Knights. Having reached friendly status with the Crimson Tail Knights, he's been granted honorary membership. He didn't expect to receive their badge directly. After all, this item can't be obtained through any other channel besides Zedi himself. With this, he'll be able to dominate the Western Desert. My Crimson Knight's reputation is now 1,500. The reputation store is open. I can't miss this opportunity. Some things are only available here. The shopkeeper happily greeted, Welcome, young knight. What can I get for you? Lin Yuan replied, I'd like to buy a lion scorpion. He thought to himself that he had already obtained combat techniques, and activating a mount would be like having a mobile fortress. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced, Blood lions are very expensive. Kefeng's foresight doesn't extend far. It costs 300 gold. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Lin Yuan confirmed it was no problem. The system announces the expenditure of 300 coins, and the unique master-level mount has been activated. Edit asks, teary-eyed, if her father really said that. Oh my, she thought he'd forgotten her, lost in his knightly order. Lin Yuan replied, Don't say that, Edit. The commander still wants you back by his side. You refused, but his intentions are clear enough. The system announces that the Hidden Family Bond quest has been completed. Edit takes out a small box. This is a thank you gift for you. Please accept it, and please pass on my words to my father. She's content making beautiful clothes for everyone and wants to stay here and continue her work. The system displays the skills he's acquired. Lamia Ni's golden earrings now grant immunity to magic and control effects. With it, I can almost completely subdue the snake manipulator. Thanks, I'll go now. Inside the tent, Hill's voice echoes, seeming that Edit is enjoying his current life. Then he can rest assured. Lin Yuan calculated silently, and since there were no clues about the watch, Xipeng asked him directly about snake intelligence, saying, Commander, do you know anything about snakes? He replied that after the expulsion of the serpent folk civilization, all snakes in Windfall had long been wiped out. but then his expression darkened as he wondered if dreamland snakes counted. Lin Yuan wondered, "What's so special about this snake?" Hill explained, "Well, it's said to be a giant snake, but things in dreams are too vague to act on. Now you're an honorary member of the Scorpion Tail Knights. If you're interested in snakes, then this mission is yours." Lin Yuan agrees to go, wondering if it could be the Serpent King, and why it's appearing in someone else's dream. Could this be related to the snake manipulator? The system announces a new mission has been accepted. Lam Yuan stands before a vast villa as a man emerges, tossing a woman aside while shouting, "How dare a peasant like you defy the Count?" Bio smugly commands Dulu to strike him. At Beato's command, the men attacked. Such petty, itching fists. "The Earl took a liking to you. That's an honor for a lowly commoner." Lin Yuan intervenes, and it seems this is the Earl's residence. Quite the eye-opener. One of them pointed at him and shouted, "Where did you come from, peasant? How dare you interfere with the Earl's business?" Scoffing, he clicked his tongue. "Playing the hero? Then you can stay here with her. Get him." The girl weakly says, "Leave now. You can't win against the Earl." Lin Yuan waves his hand, sending the men flying. "The person you're looking for is here." "Where is the Count?" Bai stammered. "Did you know who you're messing with? This is Count Kalo's territory, and how dare this commoner lay a hand on him? Immediately inform the Hyatt Vi Knights and have this man thrown in jail." Lin Yuan presents his badge. "I'm the one the Hyatt V Knights sent about his lordship's nightmares." They're shocked. "You're a knight?" Kalo orders the useless lot to be strung up and left to starve for 3 days and nights. Beato replies, "Yes, he's rambling again. The man's blind. He can't even tell a knight from a commoner." "You've finally arrived. If you can solve his problem, he'll make sure you're recognized for your efforts," he replied, hoping that would be the case. Inside the mansion were many large bookshelves and many servants, each with their own job. The host speaks up, saying that a giant serpent chases him and roars in his dreams, and even experienced priests can't find the cause. How absurd! A count suffering like this! He had someone sketch the damned snake. See if you can resolve it. Lin Yuan realized it was the King Cobra and replied, "Your Excellency, it will take some time." He said, "I hope you can assure me of victory. This is good for both him and you." Suddenly, the unfortunate maid tripped on the rug, splashing water all over Caro. He roared in anger, "You wretched, worthless thing! I should kill you!" And a slap came down. The maid cried, terrified, "Please, no, he's furious and I can't even do this right." "Truly born of low birth," he sneered, raising his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly carries the girl away, surprising the Earl as he swiftly changes the subject. "My lord, they're still discussing the commission. Isn't this inappropriate?" He laughs, a bit unhinged, but he's only doing it for their own good. If they can't even handle this simple task, how will they survive? When these kids had nowhere to go, only he was kind enough to take them in, and they're very grateful. Tell him, Anna, isn't that right? The maid stammered, agreeing that she was grateful to the Earl for taking her in. Kalo was satisfied with the answer. "Step aside." Unlike the naturally noble, the poor wretches in the slums aren't even worth a slice of black bread. But even the lowly have their uses, and pleasing him is their purpose. You agree, don't you? Knight Lin Yuan remained silent, thinking to himself, "Are you saying I'm meddling?" Kalo orders the butler to prepare a feast, arranging a private seat for the untitled knight, secretly sneering. If he didn't work for him, he probably wouldn't have tasted the Earl's delicacies in his entire life. Ha 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 ha. Beato reported, "The Count has followed your instructions, my lord. He presents the meticulously prepared spiced meat gifted by Count Renzone." He praised, "Yes, very good." But perhaps this knight isn't used to such refined food. Fish soup will do. Lin Yuan restrained himself. "The mission is important. We can deal with the Earl after it's done." Anna brought the knight some soup. Cal mumbled, "Knight, have you figured out how to solve this? Don't delay any longer." Lin Yuan sipped his soup, hoping to observe in his room tonight. He slammed his wine glass on the table, asking what joke this was. Is he allowed in her room? Zieming needs to figure something out. All he wants is results. He scoffed inwardly. What a foolish and arrogant man. In his invisible form, Lin Yuan slowly approached the door, thinking that based on the man's attitude earlier in the day, there must be some kind of secret in the room. To complete this mission, some special tactics are required. The system appears, activating stealth when suddenly a scream erupts from within. Ah! Lin Yuan was startled. Something was happening. A frail girl is struck across the face by a large hand as Kalo says, "How ungrateful. Serving Count Kalo, am I really shortchanging you?" Beato adds, "Many would kill for the chance to serve the Count." The girl trembles, pleading, "Please, spare me." Kalo sneered, getting right in her face. You think some knight can protect you? That fool does exactly what I tell him to do. Beato sneers. A knight? At the Earl's command, he's nothing more than a servant. Kalo, enraged, throws the girl down with a thud. Count Kalo has power not only in the West Desert, but also has the status of count in other countries. You'll never escape my control. Beato groveled, knowing a smart man like the Earl wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He laughs confidently as a system notification appears before Lin Yuan. Something's not right. How could an Earl appointed by the Westmark King receive such treatment in another country? Unless the system has triggered a hidden condition. The nightmare quest for Earl Kalo has been updated to apprehend the traitor. A gold-tier mission. Capture the traitor Earl Kalo and find proof of his treason. The mission deadline is 48 hours. Lin Yuan realizes his suspicions were correct. Count Kalo is a traitor. He must contact the Crimson Tail Knights first. The system announces that the request for arrest has been sent to the Crimson Tail Knights. At that moment, Kalo narrowed his eyes, pondering something, before his gaze suddenly turned wrathful. In a stern voice, he declared, "That damned snake has been keeping me up at night, and you won't find any peace either." The door suddenly bursts open, and Lin Yuan says, "My lord, I thought I heard a scream. Let's stall for time until the knights arrive." Kalo is surprised. "You damned knight, how dare you disrespect me time and again?" Beato adds, "Do you know the penalty for barging into the count's residence?" Lin Yuan looks down and says, "You can leave. I have some things to discuss with the Earl." Gao's face darkens. "Leave? You've ruined my fun and now you want to leave?" A knight who thinks he's the center of the universe. His knight's badge can't hide the stench of poverty. Beato booms, "My lord, should we punish him a little?" Kalo angrily pointed, "Hang him. I want him to know the ultimate fate of those with lowly blood." Beato sneered, slowly approaching. "Rest assured," he said, as the startled guards turned around. "Guards, there's an assassin targeting the Duchess." They grab their weapons and rush inside as the girl looks up and says, "Run. Don't die for me." Lin Yuan calmly replies, "They're not strong enough to kill me." The guards charge forward, yelling, "There's an assassin! Kill him!" Lin Yuan quickly armed himself, ready for a fight. "You go first." The girl quickly grabbed his hand. "Okay?" The guards recoil from the blue light before them. What is that? The castle gate stood untouched in the night, until a sudden explosion ripped through the silence. The girl and Lin Yuan crouch down, panting, as the guards continue their pursuit. "He's over there, charge! Don't let him get away!" Lin Yuan's eyes are cold. There are too many maids and servants here. It's not convenient to use necromancy or corpse explosion. The maids watch from the side. Is he really trying to assassinate the Count? Another maid sternly interrupted, "Shh, don't say nonsense." The maids witnessed the scene together. Lin Yuan swiftly and easily taking down each guard. "Help me." The guards are unconscious at Lin Yuan's feet. Next, he just needs to follow the Earl and the butler and wait for the knights to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing chain wraps around his ankle. Lin Yuan braces himself. This is a control skill, a perfect test for the Dark Spirit's equipment. The system announces the activation of magic immunity, and the control effect is lifted. Beato is holding a magic staff. Typical knights, all brawn and no brains. Lin Yuan's ankles are being constricted, and of course Count Gao would have some skilled backup. The vines he gave me are gone, and he's still in the butler's clutches. Who knew the butler was a retired master from the Royal Mage Corps? Beato quickly lunges forward. "This dagger can channel lightning into your blood. The taste isn't pleasant, so keep it for yourself." Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Beato's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. "You're not being controlled." Beato collapsed in pain as blood poured from his chest. Kalo stared at Lin Yuan in wide-eyed terror, pointing a trembling finger. "I called you here to fulfill a request. Are you trying to rebel?" He said coldly, "Compared to a commission, I think your treasonous acts are far more serious." Kalo stammered, "What? How did you know?" Beato struggles to stand. "Since you've discovered my secret, you must die." Lin Yuan quickly dodges the attack. "Too bad I can't kill you. The mission requires me to capture you alive." Beato was shocked. "What? A magic knight?" Lin Yuan's dark eyes moved to face him. His fist strikes, unleashing a blinding light, and Beato is sent flying by its force. He was attacked, sending him crashing to the ground as Kalo hurried up the stairs. "You bastard, I'll make you pay. I'll execute you." He was shocked to see Lin Yuan standing right in front of him. "Why are you here?" he asked coldly. "What's this? Weren't you going to execute me?" She hastily explained, "That's not what's happening. I was going to have Shai credit you. No, I wanted to ask the king to give you a medal." In Lin Yuan's palm, a blue flame ignites. "If I capture you, the king will reward me as well." Kalo is terrified. "Stop." The blue flames incinerate Karo. Did he ever think to stop when he harmed the innocent? He desperately pleaded, I was wrong, okay? I'll release those commoners. Lin Yuan coldly replied. Too late. His hand angrily grabbed Caro's collar and pulled him up. Lin Yuan's face darkens. Think about your confession first. Caro stammered. No, anything you want, I'll give it to you, everything, just let me go. Lin Yuan's hand clenched as he struck Kalo's chest, telling him to say goodbye to his noble status, Kalo's body instantly flying away in a cloud of smoke. Hills interjects, I hope I'm not too late. Is Countess Basic unharmed? Where is this culprit you speak of? Lin Yuan replied. Unfortunately, Commander Hill, the criminal we need to apprehend is Count Kalo himself. He's a traitor. Hill quickly approached Lin Yuan, saying, A traitor? Heavens, you need to be clear. Accusing an earl without proof is a capital offense. Kalo exclaimed, You know this is a capital offense? Sending a madman here is slander against an earl. H glanced over and said that they couldn't arrest the earl based on his word alone, but Anna suddenly appeared and spoke up. Wait, I know where the evidence is. I once overheard the earl secretly plotting something about the serpent civilization, and they also held sacrifices in a hidden chamber. The chamber isn't far from here, and the evidence is there. His bloodshot eyes spat lies. When have I ever associated with the serpent civilization? He lunged forward in anger. You wretch, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the mission says so that Count must really be a traitor. Captain, please take the Count to the prison first. I'll bring the evidence right away. The truth will soon come to light, and I alone will bear the consequences. Hill sighed. Very well, whether it's a great deed or a grave mistake, we're counting on what you find. Leaving 2 knights to assist in the search, the rest escorted the earl back to the barracks, following orders. Lin Yuan followed up. Lead the way, don't worry, Anna replied timidly. Yes, you're not like the others, I trust you. The earl's secret passage is connected to this place. Following behind, Lin Yuan wondered if this was a sewer, the kind of place where murderers would go. But why was she here, and how did she overhear their plot? Anna points to the door, the secret chamber where they meet in private. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay, leave the rest to me. He scanned the door, finding no special markings, and cautiously said, I'm opening it now. Inside, an eerie silence falls, as if no one is there, until giant snakes suddenly burst forth. What the hell? Lam Wuyen effortlessly severed the snake's body with his hand. Don't be afraid, it's just a few snakes. The knights breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his help. I didn't expect snakes here. There's definitely something wrong. Lin Yuan turned back to look. She didn't seem surprised at all. Come to think of it, if they were silenced, there would be no evidence of the Count's crimes. Could she be a snake person disguised as human, secretly working with the Earl? Seeing the Count about to be exposed, she chose to cut her losses. The snake attracting incense is effective, agitating the serpent. We'll soon find out. This is snake repellent. It'll drive away any snakes nearby so we won't have to worry about attacks. Smoke billows around Anna. I'm sorry. I didn't know that thing was in here, but the evidence must be inside. Lin Yuan says nothing, only stares at Anna, the blue flame in his palm. Perhaps he's overthinking things. It's not your fault. They venture deeper and find evidence. A knight exclaims, Heavens, this is a serpentkin artifact. The king ordered all serpent-related items destroyed, yet the earl hid so many. This is his crest. He really was colluding with them. A grave offense. Suddenly, Anna's face darkens as she stands behind them, saying with a smile, Please, knights, make him pay. She angrily shouts, It's been a night already, where's your evidence? Daring to tarnish the earl's name. When I get out of here, you'll all pay. Suddenly, Hugh bursts in. We've found the evidence. Interrogate him. The knights acknowledge the order. What's Kalo so flustered about? Impossible. I have nothing to do with the Serpentis. The knight retorts, Silence. Confess your crimes. A vile traitor like you. H says grimly, This is quite a surprise. Who knew Kalo was a traitor, but you've done a great service. I've already informed the king, and you'll be rewarded soon. Lin Yuan replies with a smile. Thank you, Commander. It's the least I could do. Inside, only screams could be heard. Stop, I am Count Kalo. Count, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler. Next, I'll lead the investigation. As for the Earl's maids, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. Lin Yuan thought to himself that there was still something in the Earl's estate that he couldn't miss. Very well, he would take care of them. The knight solemnly announces that their commander wishes to confess. Hugh glanced over and said, Well, get ready to take notes. Beato laughed and said, I'll go first. I confess. I did have some dealings with other forces just a little bit, but I'm coming forward. You'll have to beg the king to spare me. Hugh's face darkened. We've fought for this country for years, and you betray us? You're a disgrace. The system announces that the mission to capture the traitor has been completed, and the Scarlet Tail Knight's reputation increases by 1,000. Lin Guan wondered, the mission's complete? But what about the giant serpent? I must have missed something. He's paid for his crimes, so now I'll go take care of those girls. H nodded in agreement. Go, I'll squeeze every secret out of CO now. He watched him leave and shut the door tight. He quickly plunged a knife into the table, angrily demanding, Confess! Who are the serpent's accomplices? Terrified, Kalo reveals that his contact with the Serpent Society is a mole from the Southern Return Kingdom, as Lin Yuan searches Kalo's manor. In his past life, someone posted on a forum that Earl Kylo's house had a shield bestowed by the king with amazing attributes and a special skill. It must have been here. Suddenly, his eyes stopped, staring intently down. The box was empty. Taken? Someone else knew about this equipment? The knight informs him, My lord, all the maids have been accounted for except one. His voice stern, he asked, Who is it? The knight responded, It's a girl named Anna. Lin Yuan recalled, wondering if she had been targeted by the snake people. Could my initial guess have been right? Either way, I have to find her. No one can simply vanish. The most suspicious place is this secret passage from the Count's mansion leading down to the sewers. Lin Yuan quickly moves to the room with the hole in the floor. He slowly enters, realizing something felt off from the start. Come to think of it, if the Earl was in league with the serpent people, why would he bring up the snake dream? Suddenly, Liam stopped and looked back. You're so slow, Anna remarked. What's the rush? You're not the one who has to hide in the Count's mansion, are you? So naturally, you can arrive whenever you please. He chuckled. Is Count Kalo finished? A system notification appears. Stealth mode activated. Lin Yuan is shocked. The snake charmer? Why is Anna meeting with him in private? Isn't Anna an NPC? He continues, impressed by Anna's natural acting ability. That foolish Earl would never suspect that you prepared the secret chamber yourself. She laughs confidently. Of course they wouldn't. But there's one unusual knight who suspects my involvement with the serpent people, and even used snake-attracting drugs to test me. I'll need you to handle the physical stuff. Her eyes widened as she replied, Oh, haven't you always had those fools wrapped around your finger? What does he look like? Anna showed a picture of Lin Yuan. He looks like this, and I must continue my mission for the serpent people, weakening the nobles of the Westmark nation. Oh, and how are your snakes recovering? As he picked up the paper and studied it intently, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was that bastard. If it weren't for him, his adorable little snake wouldn't have had to leave him. He stole his hidden quest. Lin Yuan thought, so Anna was a snake person spy, planted to frame and eliminate the nobles of West Desert. But if the Count was framed, why did the system say he had completed the quest? Never mind, I'll just find a chance to take them out first. Anna continued. So you've run into him before? Isn't he just some knight who knows a little magic? And you couldn't even handle that? When you're angry and throwing punches, what do you know? He's more powerful than you realize. He can summon the undead. If it weren't for them guarding the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't be in such a bind. Anna asked, confused. Undead? Is that his class when he interrupts? That's why I need to borrow the underworld serpent from you. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. I want him torn to pieces. Anna absolutely refused. The Serpent King has other tasks, and if it's exposed within range of the West Desert's Grand Preceptor, it's likely to be destroyed. That would be an irreparable loss for our serpent civilization, he added with a sinister smile. But I can't wait another second to get rid of him. You must give it to me. Anna's eyes narrowed as she declared, I won't let you run wild. Lin Wei thought, normally NPCs don't get too involved with players. Is the snake controller using Anna to build reputation for the snake people? He can't have his way. He prepares to charge. He can't succeed. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, and Lin Yuanqing stares in shock as a giant serpent appears behind Anna. The king cobra slithers closer, and Anna smirks. The king cobra senses my emotions. If you really want to attack, I'm not sure I can stop it. Luke is starting to get scared. You two really are close. Anna caresses the king cobra, all for the sake of that plan. Turning back, she says loudly, All right, I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just continue with your mission. Don't forget what your boss said. You have to cooperate with me. Anna continued, All right. Let me rest for a bit. Serving those old geezers is disgusting. All I got was a mediocre shield, and I had to put up with those fat pigs until I wanted to puke. What a waste. He finally gives up and leaves, saying, Do as you please. A small snake emerges from Lin Yuan's palm. His stealth is useless against the underworld serpent, so he can't act rashly. He can only let the little snake follow the serpent's controller. Once he's far enough away, the little snake silently slithers after Anna and the giant underworld serpent as they pass through the hole. Slowly, soon, very soon, you will see the sunlight again. Looking down, Lin Yuan thought, the Earl can wait, I'll ask the knights later. Catching the snake charmer is the priority. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Yuan leaps down, confident that his Dark Dao spirit skill will give him the element of surprise. The system alerts him to a paralyzing sensation. Is this aura, from when he used his power on the small snake, actually his? His eyes are fixed ahead, unaware he's being followed. Good thing I came prepared. Sooner or later, I'll deal with this bastard. In a flash, Lin Yuan appeared before the teleporting serpent. Was that a teleportation scroll shimmering beneath his feet? He's using this expensive, one-time use item without a second thought. Seems the top disciple is richer than I thought. I need to start saving up. It's time to stock up on high-potency lightning resistance potions. They're sure to be in high demand when the lightning dungeon opens. I still need to grind the hidden serpent demon's nest dungeon. These homeless girls have already suffered so much here in Kalo's castle. Just let them stay. The maids are all sobbing, and I can teach them to sew. It's better than being slaves again. This is exactly why we came. Thank you. Edit. Ms. Lam Uyen turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Then, if you'll excuse us, we'll be going now. That's right. Is the confession statement from Miss Gu ready? The knight asked. It's already been delivered to the commander. I never imagined he'd be secretly colluding with the Nam Kwai Empire. What a disgrace. The Southern Kui are our sworn enemies. Lin Yuan realized it was the Southern Kwai Empire. In this world of immortals, the Southern Kwai and Western Mo were eternal enemies. Let's hope he gets what's coming to him. Suddenly, a suspicious figure in black lurks behind a bush, watching them with a crow on his shoulder. Sir, the target has left the knights. We can move at any time. The crow then takes flight. Understood. As he strolled through town that evening, bathed in the twilight, Lin Yuan pondered the unique formula for his high-voltage resistance potion. To make this potion, I need a high-level alchemist, but most of them belong to big guilds. If they steal the formula after using it once, I'll be in trouble. It seems the safest bet is to find a freelance alchemist to contract with, but those high-level talents are hard to come by. He decides to post a reward quest to see if anyone fits the bill, but suddenly, Lin Yuan stops and looks up at the notice board. He saw the paper plastered above. Qing Yan. In his past life, she was one of the top 10 alchemists of the Western Desert, while Ying was a ranger who could attack from long range. Moreover, she's never joined a guild. The system indicates that she's accepted the bounty and automatically adds her as a friend. A message appears on the system board. Someone actually dared to accept my quest. Don't you see the flame fanatics are deliberately filling up my quest board? That's a first. When do we start the quest? At this moment, Mei Chao is concocting medicine, and it seems you're always eager. All right, I'll send you the coordinates. See you at my place later. The system displays the coordinates, and with few high-level alchemists around, he hopes she's someone he can work with long-term. Lin Yuan finally appears in a desolate place. Mei Xiao waves, saying, "Hi, you're the one who took my quest, right? Just you?" The granite golem is an elite monster. Can you handle it alone? Lin Yuan's expression turned cold. She's the drunk woman from the tavern that day. Is she Luo Qingyan? Mi Chao approached and said, "All right, I didn't expect little brother to be such a handsome guy. I'm counting on you for this mission. Be careful, I'll cover you with my bow and arrow from behind." He coldly replied, "No need. You don't seem trustworthy at all. If there are no better candidates, we'll have to choose her." From behind, my cue continued. Those golem puppets hide in the rocks, ambushing people. The two of them continued forward slowly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan looked back. "Huh?" Mei Chao said, "But don't worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you. The system identifies an elite rock ghoul, level 15, with 3,600 HP, 300 attack, 410 defense, and the skills Solid Body and Powerful Defense, as Lin Yuan and Mei Chao leap into the air. My Q prepares her bow and arrow, saying she's here to protect him, just as she promised. Indeed, this fight is much harder than battling fake gold coins. Suddenly, more granite golems appear and charge forward, but Lin Yuan is quick to respond. "Hide well, I'll take care of them." A blue light appears in his palm. Granite's defining characteristic is its high defense, so let's use that against them. He's meeting force with force. Mi Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. Why does he seem so familiar? Such a handsome face, cold and decisive. I remember now. He's the one who helped me deal with those thugs at the bar. Is he really planning to take on all these monsters by himself? He's definitely going to scold this fan. Don't worry, I've got healing potions for you. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly descended from above, preparing to attack, but the dog-headed leaders unexpectedly leaped out. They lose control, furiously attacking the granite golem while golden stones lie still on the ground. Lin Yuan slowly picked up the stone, his face stern. Is this the granite golem core you needed? The system says Luo Qingyan's bounty quest is complete. Startled, Mei Chao asks, is that it? Or am I just seeing things after mixing medicine all night? Lin Yuan casually replies, just some run-of-the-mill elite monsters. Mei Chao continues, speaking of which, wasn't it you who took me back to my apartment last time? I owe you a great debt once again. But why would someone as strong as you accept my missions? You could easily take on much higher-paying quests. Lin Yuan slowly replied, let me be frank. I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a drug manufacturing contract, but I don't trust anyone in the guild. Only you fit my criteria. This is a lucrative deal. Are you interested? My Q smiles, replying, all right, I already verified your character that night. Want to grab a drink and discuss your plans? Lin Yuan continued, we'll talk specifics later. Let's sign the contract first. A system notification appears before Mei Chao, and though she dislikes contracts, she trusts him enough to sign. With a serious look, Lin Yuan decides to play it safe, gaining another ally to share the burden. A notification appears. The contract is complete. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed to become an employee of player Lin Yuan. ID hidden, she continues with a smile. Now I'm your employee. What do you need me to do? He reached behind his cloak. I have a formula. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused. Wait, this feeling, and it's like I've seen this scene before. There's a pattern to where the granite golems appear. A massive monster appears behind Lin Yuan as Mei Xiao watches from below, seeing him ride the beast. They're gone. Lin Yuan muses that the angle of the photo from the previous life's forum must have been from here. His eyes scan the scattered rocks below, the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan and Maikio enter a cave together, and Maikio speaks up. I didn't expect a hidden dungeon to be in this rock forest, but are we really going to be okay with just the two of us? Lin Yuan thought to himself in his past life. He only saw a picture of this dungeon's entrance on the forums. Besides that, there was no other information. Hidden dungeons are dangerous, but the rewards are extremely generous, so I have to go in even without intel. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted on coming. My Q laughed sheepishly. Just curious. Don't worry, I won't fight for any loot, I just want to broaden my horizons. He coldly added, now that we're here, you'll listen to my orders. Let's go. The entrance is right in front of us. His footsteps finally showed signs of stopping. Lin Yuan's gaze fell solemnly below. This was the underground ruins of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the world of immortals, the Aztec civilization revered death, pursuing the transcendence of the soul and mastering powerful corpse refinement techniques. But this civilization fell hundreds of years ago. Mei Chao's voice trembled slightly. I had a bad feeling about this. They both looked up as the dog-headed miner opened the hatch. Nai. Suddenly, Lam Uyen turns around, sensing a buzzing sound. Wait, a beam of green light is hurtling toward them. Lin Yuan swiftly dodges the attack, his speed incredible, but then the green light targets Mei Chao, striking her directly. A level 17 Vengeful Spirit, 4500 HP, 530 attack, 45 defense. Skills include Endless Pursuit and Resentment. Countless monsters appear, surrounding the three. My Q is severely injured, unable to move, and Lam Uyen immediately steps in front of her. Doghead, get her out of this dungeon, now. The doghead immediately scooped up Mei Chao and ran. She quickly retrieves several potions and immediately throws them to Lin Yuan. These potions will temporarily boost your stats. Lin Yuan immediately charges forward. System notification, enhanced agility drug used on teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%, using attack enhancement drug on teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Attack damage increased by 10% after using a defense-boosting drug on teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacks a horde of black wraith spirits. That monster is great at ambushes. Clear out the rest first, then focus on it. With a few simple moves, he takes down a large number of monsters and continues forward at a terrifying speed. With keen awareness, he senses something approaching. Quick as lightning, Lin Yuan spins around, his sword blocking a surprise attack. This one's smarter than I thought, knowing when to strike. A large beetle is thrown back by Lin Yuan's attack. He's surprised it's just a bug with 0 defense and no damage. It must have some special defense mechanism. The system issues another notification. The Aztec Empire has abandoned a special unknown-level monster with 100 health, 1000 attack, 0 defense, and the indestructible execution skill. Lin Yuan chases after the bug with incredible speed and devastating power, compensating for his weaknesses. "I won't let you escape," Lin Yuan shouts. "Thunder Scorpion!" He immediately summoned a giant scorpion to block the path of the scarab beetle, which easily evaded the summoned beast with its agility. Unyielding, Lin Yuan summons another beast to attack the scarab. As its speed faltered, Lin Yuan leaped high, aiming for its abdomen and striking down, the blade finally piercing the beetle's softest spot. No matter how strong the demon is, it's still just... With a grunt, Lin Yuan stabbed harder, causing a long crack where the scarab was impaled. He poured all his strength into the blow, shattering the surrounding rocks and sending them flying in a powerful shockwave. "Die," Lin Yuan gasped. Though he only chipped away at its health, it had nowhere left to run. Death was only a matter of time. Before him lay the shattered remnants of the recent battle, the system displaying 0 health. Lin Yuan reaches out. "Good. Fight for me." From the corpse of the scarab god, a blue light appears, revealing its spirit. Lin Yuan was surprised. "Oh, it even has sentience. What an unexpected bonus." "Where are you trying to take me?" The scarab spirit flies toward the coffin. Lin Yuan quickly followed. "That coffin? Could it be that you can open it?" The scarab god lay on the coffin lid as a burst of intense light emanated from the coffin. Overwhelmed by the sudden power, Lin Yuan realized why there was no information about this hidden quest in his past life. It required the scarab god's cooperation. System notification. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained a cursed book. You can pay a price to choose the skills you want to learn." A strange book containing a great power appears from the coffin. The system lists them one by one. Increased damage level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they take to increase by 50%. The cost, 200 HP. Reduced vision. Curse a group of enemies to reduce their field of vision at the cost of 50 vision points. Weaken an enemy to reduce their damage at the cost of 100 attack points. Attack reflection. Curse a group of enemies, causing their damage to rebound on themselves. The cost, 10 strength points. Terror level 1. Curse an enemy, causing them to flee in fear. The cost, 5 spirit points. Lin Yuan looks at the system, truly a civilization that reveres death. All the skills have negative effects, and in terms of effectiveness, they are not easily resolved. Lin Yuan paused at the damage amplification skill, deciding that the most practical damage increase was worth the 200 blood point cost. The Calamity Gods compensated for his weaknesses in assassination and finishing moves, while the Curse technique was more suitable for group combat. Adding the Darkshade Spirit's crowd control immunity skill, I can target key players in combat more accurately. The system displays the details of damage amplification level 1, cursing a group of enemies to increase the damage they take. Damage increased by 50%, consumes 40 energy. 8-second cooldown, cannot be upgraded with proficiency, requires the next curse book to unlock. Lin Yuan looked down at the black treasure wraiths he had just killed. These monsters were undead, unable to be resurrected, but they were of no consequence. As he walked, he mused that the scarab's paralysis combined with his stealth and speed would ensure the snake charmer wouldn't escape so easily next time. System notification. ATCH Empire. Scarab Zombie. Special monster, level unknown. HP 100. Attack 1000. No defense. Skills include Immortal Execution, Undead Body, and Immortal Skill Effect. All damage inflicted on the Scarab Zombie is converted into an execution that deals damage equal to 200% of attack with a 50% chance to trigger a 60-second paralysis effect. Undead Body, immune to fear, poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. Lin Yuan strides out. Time to prepare the shop and stock up on alchemy ingredients. Suddenly, Mai Qiu's scream echoed as she was thrown, battered and bruised, towards La Muyen. He looked up and asked, "Who's there?" In the distance, a group of people on the cliff stared down at Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao. A figure, seemingly the leader, sneered, "Hey kid, you taking jobs from her now? Didn't you know she's been blacklisted by our Blazing Flames Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish." Mai Qiu sits up, reminding Lin Yuan to find an opportunity to escape later. "They're targeting me. These noobs keep trying to take my quests, only to get wiped out by the monsters. Now he's shamelessly trying to extort me," the leader growled. "Damn her. If it weren't for helping her fight those stone people. My brothers didn't all lose levels. You'll pay for this debt. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, neither of you are leaving here alive today." As he rambled on, he suddenly froze, his face contorted, as a black aura enveloped him. He looked back to see his teammates also being attacked by the mysterious black energy. What was happening? A healer panics. We're doomed. This is the curse of the fallen. Lin Yuan rubbed his neck, thinking, you won't leave here alive, huh? Well, this is a good chance to test my new skill combo with the Scarab God. Maiq sweats nervously as the system announces the activation of a damage-boosting skill. Meanwhile, the healer struggled with the curse as the enraged leader called her useless for failing to dispel such a simple hex. The healer strains, no, Chief, I've never seen this kind of curse before. At the same time, a system notification rings out, dispel failed, unable to dispel. While he struggled to lift the curse, the leader remained defiant. Don't think you've won just because you got a cheap shot in. He remains arrogant, claiming it's just a familiar curse. There are 4 of us. Defeating you will be a cinch. Suddenly, the mage is struck by a massive force, leaving everyone stunned. When did he make his move? The healer is slammed into a rock, unable to move. Lin Yuan unleashes a surge of power, amplifying the damage with a curse, then commands the highly mobile scarab beetles to focus on eliminating the enemy healer, making his strategy far more flexible. The leader of the Crimson Flames Guild hesitated. Hurry! He's waiting for his cooldown. Kill him now! He summoned a whirlwind. This guy relies on summons. He must be a ranged fighter. 2 others charge forward on command, but Lin Yuan smirks, drawing a sword from his inventory. This sends the Fiery Blaze Guild members into a panic. He's even drawn a sword. Lin Yuan brandishes his sword. Too bad. You've guessed wrong. My attacks will send them flying. The freed fiends relentlessly attack. What is this, anyway? How would I know? All I see is 1 HP being deducted. The leader took a heavy blow and cried out in pain. Lin Yuan strode forward, looking down with disdain as the leader remained in disbelief. Impossible. How could you take down my whole team so easily? What level are you exactly? He continued in a cowardly manner. I can't believe that woman found a helper like you. Or you could join my Blazing Flames Guild. How much is that hag paying you? I'll pay you double. No, 5 times as much. Lin Yuan senses something. There are still people hiding here? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summons a ferocious beast to silence him and send him to his death. The leader didn't have time to react as the system announced the activation of the corpse explosion skill, and he screamed. A moment later, the trees in the forest shook violently. 3 cloaked figures flee, one stopping abruptly, gasping, is this just a coincidence? Or have we been found out all along? Suddenly, Lin Yuan appeared, finding 3 remaining rats. One shouted, Careful, scatter! Lin Yuan strikes the ground with a powerful blow, stunning them as he carefully assesses the situation. This isn't right. These guys are in a completely different league than the Blazing Guild. Could they be from another faction? The 3 of them frantically retreat. Suddenly, the 3 decided to attack. One, holding a crossbow, ordered, We've been spotted. Go all out. Use that now. The other 2 followed suit. Roger. Lin Yuan dodges the arrows with a slight lean, but a whip lashes out at his feet. He quickly braces his hand against the ground, propelling himself into the air, completely avoiding their attack. Lin Yuan taunts them, daring them to show him what they've got. An axe-wielding assailant angrily leaps toward Lin Yuan, yelling at him to die for his arrogance. He simply parries with his sword.